1944, a British landing craft carrying US Army Rangers ground ashore on Omaha Beach. The Germans opened fire with machine guns practically down the throat of the ramps, Captain John Rain remembered. Anyone who tried to go down the ramp died. The slaughter on Omaha was so terrible that some Allied soldiers on the beach thought that the invasion would fail, and yet 2 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days later, aircraftsman Frank Collins bore witness to the destruction of the German army as it retreated from Normandy. I saw people coming out of burning tanks with their bodies alight, their clothing alight, and for me, I think that was possibly the worst part of the war. Every day of the Normandy campaign brought fresh horrors for the men who killed and died to establish and then expand the Allied beachhead in Western Europe. D-Day and the Battle of Normandy are rightly recognised not only as a turning point in the Second World War, but as one of the most significant events in our history. As such, the campaign has been written about extensively, which prompts the question, why another book about D-Day? I believe that there are more than 2 million reasons, for this was the number of Allied soldiers who took part in the campaign. Add to that the French civilians whose homeland was turned into a battleground, and the Germans who stood against the Allied landings. Each of their stories deserves telling, but tragically, most never will be. Some of these stories were lost in battle when men were cut down in their youth. Others were taken to the grave. How common is it to hear that my granddad was in the war, but he never talked about it? It is exceptionally difficult to relive the worst days of one's life, and while compiling this book, watching and listening to interviews with veterans, I saw many tears and heard many voices crack or trail away. You are the last person to talk to me about World War II. Tank driver William Gass told his interviewer, "This is the end." The reason why men like William told their stories was not because they searched for any kind of glory for themselves, but out of a duty to their comrades. They did not want them to be forgotten, and they hoped that future generations might learn the lessons of history. The recollections of William and John were made available by the National World War II Museum in the United States. The remarkable archives of this institution, which includes the Eisenhower Center Peter Calico World War II collection, University of New Orleans, and of the Imperial War Museums in Great Britain, have provided the basis for this book. The recollections of William and John were made available by the National World War II Museum in the United States. The remarkable archives of this institution, which includes the Eisenhower Center Peter Calico World War II collection, University of New Orleans, and of the Imperial War Museums in Great Britain, have provided the basis for this book. Both are home to thousands of oral histories across rank, division, and regiment, creating a lasting historical record. I am incredibly thankful to them for that, and for their tireless dedication in documenting the service of our veterans. The Juno Beach Center's Legacy of Honor video collection also provided an invaluable resource. Any mistakes are, of course, my own. I am also grateful to authors who have told the story of Operation Overlord, as the Battle of Normandy was known, from a strategic and a tactical level. The movements of the armies, the battles they fought, and the interplay of the commanders has been written superbly in several volumes. Other authors, such as Stephen Ambrose, Roderick Bailey, and Giles Milton, have helped to bring the individual's experience to the fore. George MacDonald Fraser served as an infantry soldier in the Second World War and wrote, "With all military histories, it is necessary to remember that war is not a matter of maps with red and blue arrows and oblongs, but of weary, thirsty men with sore feet and aching shoulders, wondering where they are." So while there is some signposting in this book to give readers a general idea of who was where and when, its primary concern is with the experiences of the weary, thirsty men with sore feet and aching shoulders. It is an accompaniment to the groundbreaking BBC and History Channel documentary series D-Day, The Unheard Tapes, which has given new life to the voices of some of those who were part of this massive moment in our history by telling the stories of those who experienced D-Day firsthand in their own words from all sides of the conflict. The book seeks to build around those powerful documentary interviews with more than 150 contributors from different nations and military branches. I have tried, wherever possible, to find additional complementary stories that have not been extensively covered in other works. While there may be crossover in some key moments in the Battle of Normandy, such as those pertaining to the important accounts of Major John Howard and the men of D Company at Pegasus Bridge, I hope that everyone who listens to this audiobook we'll also come across material that is as unfamiliar as it is moving. Of course, it is beyond the scope of this book to give a voice to every man and woman, every unit, and every battle that took place in Normandy. Instead, in keeping with the documentary series with which this book is connected, I have tried to bring together voices that shine light on a certain personal aspect of the campaign. What was it like to fight in the hedgerows of the Normandy bocage? What went through the mind of a tank crew in a battle with superior German panzers? What was the experience of working in a field hospital and dealing with a constant stream of wounded? Throughout the text, I have referred to people by their first name and have generally dispensed with rank. I have tried to tell the story chronologically when possible, but some accounts have been moved to lend their voice to others. Where possible, I have added the recollections exactly as they were spoken, but at times, a word has been added or changed for clarity. I have used the term recollections for several reasons. First, because what you recall and what actually happened can differ in the best of circumstances, let alone when you're tired, afraid, and fighting for your life. Secondly, many of the interviews used in this book were given 60 years or more after the events took place. Time has a way of distorting our memories, as described by Captain John Rain. There are certain brilliant flashes of memory, things that you will never forget. Things that were usually caused by trauma or great delight or some great event. They are short, they are very precise. They probably do not change over your entire life. Surrounding those important memories are a collection of other supporting memories. These supporting memories gradually fade. For a while, you have memories of the memories. And then finally you develop a legend of memories, as I apparently have, about those brilliant, sharp primary memories. The legends very satisfactorily fit in with those primary memories and explain them. What we retain most strongly is feelings. Terror when a shell hits your tank. Disgust when you smell a rotting body. Joy when you reunite with a friend. War is perhaps the most extreme set of circumstances that human beings can find themselves in. Many who have seen it say that it brings out the best and worst in mankind. It lays a person bare. Many of the men who fought in Normandy were not soldiers until circumstance compelled them to be. When the war was gone, they tried to return to peaceful lives. I say try because many carried the weight of what they had seen and done for the rest of their lives. These men abhorred war in a way that only those who have seen it can. They lived with memories of friends lost and enemies killed. No soldier came back to his family the same man that had left it, nor was any family ever again whole after losing a loved one. We owe it to them all to listen, to learn, and to protect the peace for which they paid so much to give us. Thank you for giving your time and listening to this audiobook. Geraint Jones.
Chapter 1. The Eyes of the World Upon Them. The Men Who Fought on D-Day.
I don't think there's anybody closer than the man that you've got to fight with. And, you go through hell for them, and they go through hell for you.
James Jimmy Wilkinson, 9th Battalion, Durham Light Infantry. In February 1944, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, began drafting a message that would be delivered to the soldiers, sailors, and airmen under his command. On the eve of D-Day, 175,000 copies of this Order of the Day were distributed to those about to take part in one of the greatest operations in history. "The eyes of the world are upon you," Eisenhower told them in one of the many compelling passages. "The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world." As Eisenhower told his troops, D-Day and the Battle of Normandy were an international affair. They were fought in the homes and the fields of the French people. The defenders were German, their own ranks including Soviet Russians and Asiatic peoples. In the air were pilots from Australia, New Zealand, and Czechoslovakia. There were commandos from Hungary and tank crews from Poland. Canadian volunteers in their tens of thousands, American GIs from the Big Apple, Chicago, Los Angeles, and hometown USA. British soldiers from the Highlands, Cornwall, and everywhere in between. Some of these soldiers, sailors, and airmen had been serving in their nation's armed forces before the war, but the majority were citizen soldiers. Some volunteered, others were conscripted. The pre-war occupations of these servicemen were as varied as their wartime roles. The miner who drove a tank onto the beaches, the office boy who flew a fighter bomber against panzers, the movie star who became a commando. Some grew up wealthy, others were dirt poor. They came as an army, but they were all individuals with different pasts, different futures, different dreams, and different beliefs. Now, in the summer of 1944, the threads of millions of lives were woven together for a common purpose: the invasion of France, the liberation of Europe, and the unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany. Overpaid, oversexed, and overhere. While the war in which they fought was a global event, many of those involved knew little of life outside of their own towns and cities before they began their military service. When the Japanese attacked the Pacific Fleet in Hawaii, a common question amongst the American population was, "Where the hell is Pearl Harbor?" There was no such confusion about their reaction to the attack, and the next day the lines outside recruiting stations were hundreds, even thousands of men long. For many, the road to Normandy began on the 7th of December 1941. By the eve of D-Day, more than 1,600,000 US service personnel were based in Britain. In some respects, it was a world away from the homes they left behind. In the 1940s, the town of Athens, Texas, had a population of around 5,000 people. It was the kind of place where faith and football formed the cornerstones of the community. "It was a great place to grow up," said Frank Denius. "Everybody knew each other. When I was 12 years old, in a family that was really dominated by my grandmother and my mother, all of my family, including my uncles, thought, with the likelihood that World War II might come along, that I needed the discipline of attending a military school." Frank graduated from the Schreiner Institute, and following the attack on Pearl Harbor, he enlisted in the army at 17 years old. Frank served in the artillery and came to Britain aboard a troop ship carrying 11,000 men. "I went through Ranger training in England, and then in late April of 44 I joined the 30th Infantry Division as a forward observer. You went on marches and training almost 24/7. It was very intense." Harry Parley served in the 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. Born and raised in the Bronx, he was recently married when he was drafted into the Army at the age of 23. After 16 weeks of basic training in Texas, Harry was sent to New Jersey to board a troop ship to England. The 116th were carried aboard the Queen Mary and disembarked at Greenock on 2nd of October 1942. The Queen Mary played a vital role in World War II, carrying a total of 810,000 troops. Harry's first impression of Britain was that it was a fortress. He spent the time leading up to D-Day in Wiltshire, Devon and Cornwall, and other parts of the UK, training as a member of an assault team in the 2nd Battalion. We were called E Company or Easy Company. They had been originally from a National Guard in Virginia, and the regiment or the division was made up of National Guard officers from Virginia and Maryland. We went to special schools. We went to assault training school, we went to flame-throwing schools, we went to commando courses, we were taught how to shoot from the hip. It's different shooting at a moving human than it is at a target. Actually, shooting at a target allows you to regulate the sights of your weapon, but in combat, you seldom do that. It's what they call snap shooting. Because they had been picked for special duties, and were given a large amount of training as a result, Harry and his comrades in Easy Company received little leave. When the Jewish men in the battalion were invited to a Passover Seder in Birmingham, Harry and about half a dozen other soldiers saw a chance to remedy the situation. They picked up other Jewish boys from other battalions, a truckload, I would say about 16. We got to Birmingham, went into the temple, out the other door and went drinking. Time was short. While many US soldiers were training in Britain and awaiting the invasion of France, others were already engaged in combat. Bruce LaRose grew up in a steel town in Pennsylvania during the Great Depression. his memories of which were hunger for one, eating a lot of onion sandwiches, eating sugar on bread, ketchup on bread as the meal, and wearing shoes with holes in them that my brother wore out, or the two brothers before him. Bruce enlisted in the army in 1940 when America was still at peace. That all changed in December 1941. I heard about Pearl Harbor, as did all of us. The world got real close around us. We were in more intense training, and eventually we ended up going overseas. Bruce's division, the 1st Infantry Division, better known as the Big Red One, was destined for Tunisia. We went to England on the Queen Mary. Shortly after that, we sailed for Africa and did a beach landing at Arzil, where the African campaign began for the 1st Infantry Division. The landing wasn't a bad landing at all. Bruce came ashore with B Company, 16th Infantry Regiment. In Africa, he saw a comrade killed for the first time. We saw a group of men outside of one of the houses just standing there with shotguns, so we sent a scout forward to see what they were up to. They seemed harmless. Our scout's name was Kazmirkovitz. Kazmirkovitz got right up to them. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but one of them pointed his rifle up. There was a lot of birds flying around. But when they pointed up, Kazmirkovitz looked up, and one of them put his shotgun under his chin, pulled the trigger, and blew his head off. All three of us then zapped them. It was the first of countless actions for Bruce. Over the course of the Second World War, he participated in the North African campaign, the invasion of Sicily, D-Day, Normandy, the Battle of the Bulge, and the Hütgen Forest. Bruce was awarded the Silver Star and the Bronze Star for his bravery, and spent 20 years as a covert operative for the CIA. While some of the American troops had lived through the Great Depression and were no stranger to hard times, Britain was very much a front line against Nazi Germany, and the GIs, as the American soldiers were known, were often shocked at conditions in their allies' home. Walter Ehlers and his older brother Roland joined the U.S. Army together in October 1940. As soldiers in the 18th Regiment, 1st Infantry Division, they were about to embark on their third campaign of the war, having already fought in North Africa and Sicily. When they were recalled to England in December 1943 to prepare for D-Day, the Ehlers brothers got a chance to visit London. We weren't prepared for the chaos that we saw in London. It was unbelievable to see all the destruction, just building and block after block of town completely destroyed. It was just unbelievable. You just couldn't imagine it until you saw it. They had a raid that night. As the air raid sirens wailed, Walter and Roland took cover in an underground shelter with some local civilians. It wasn't long until the bombs started to explode. The English sat there like nothing was happening. We were shaking in our boots practically. We didn't know what the heck to do. Pretty soon they got an all-clear sound and we came out. We followed the English out, and they went out about their business as though nothing had happened. Then we suddenly realized they'd been doing that for over 3 solid years. It was moving, very moving, to see them do that. We gained a lot of respect for the English when we saw that happen. John Whitmire was a 23-year-old from New Orleans who arrived in Liverpool in April 1944. He'd had a regular boy's life, playing in the streets with his friends and doing his schoolwork at night. He then worked as a roofer until the United States went to war. He enlisted the day after Pearl Harbor. I'd tried to join the Marine Corps, and I didn't pass their physical on account of my vision. They suggested I went to the Navy. John was then rejected a second time because of his eyesight, so I joined the Army. The clubs and pubs of Britain were often busy with American servicemen. They were better paid than their British contemporaries, and as many of the latter were deployed in other theatres of war, that left a surplus of young women eager for companionship. This inevitably created some tension with the locals. We were moving to some area, and some kid about 13 years old, he was walking next to me and starts spitting at me. So I promptly took him by his warm coat and hung him on a 6-foot-high steel fence. John recalled an intense rivalry with the British servicemen. So being in the infantry, we were always a little bit cocky about the Air Force. I was at a dance after a parade in England, and it was mostly RAF. I checked my coat at the coat check, and she hung it on the rack at the end of a table, and I happened to go back there and go to the restroom, and there must have been 30 people must have spit on my coat. RAF guys, you know. They always had that old thing, overpaid, oversexed, and over here, I think the British used to say. So I stopped the dance and wanted to know who did it. Who was big enough to come up and say who did it? Of course, nobody did. And then we started the music again, started jostling one another, started bumping one another. Inevitably, things escalated. And we all ended up being locked up in the firehouse overnight because they didn't have enough jail space in that town for the American soldiers. In Normandy, the Allies would be relying on each other to survive. But until that time came, soldiers would be soldiers. An army of volunteers. Of all the national armies that took part in the Battle of Normandy, only one was composed purely of volunteers. Though the National Resources Mobilization Act initiated nationwide conscription across Canada in 1940, only the willing could be sent to fight overseas. Some 250,000 Canadians were active in Europe at the time of D-Day, from a population of around 12 million. It can be argued that Canada's D-Day losses actually began almost 2 years prior to the Normandy landings. On the 19th of August 1942, Operation Jubilee was launched against the French coast. Better known as the Dieppe Raid, Jubilee was intended to capture and hold a port for a short time, gather intelligence, boost Allied morale, and perhaps most importantly, demonstrate to the Soviet Union that the Allies were serious about opening a front in Western Europe. Nearly 5,000 Canadian troops took part in Jubilee, supported by around 1,000 British commandos and 50 US Rangers, with support from the Royal Navy and RAF. The operation was a failure in almost all respects, and was called off after 6 hours of heavy losses. Jubilee did, however, provide some important lessons, perhaps the greatest being that the liberation of France could not begin in 1943. More men and materials would need to be built up in Britain, and the Luftwaffe's capability would need to be degraded significantly. A heavy price was paid to prove these points. Over 4,000 of the 6,086 men who landed at Dieppe were wounded, killed, or captured. The sacrifice of Canadian soldiers on European soil was nothing new. 66,000 were killed during the First World War. From their first major battle in 1915 to the close of the war, Canadians were recognized as some of the most ferocious and dependable troops, and often chosen to spearhead assaults. In his letter to Canadian forces on the eve of D-Day, General Geraint, commander of the 1st Canadian Army, told his troops that, "As Canadians, we inherit military characteristics which were feared by the enemy in the last great war. They will be still more feared by the time this war terminates." He went on to tell his army, "The plans, the preparations, the methods, and the technique which will be employed are based on knowledge and experience bought and paid for by the 2nd Canadian Division at Dieppe. The contribution of that hazardous operation cannot be overestimated. It will prove to have been the essential prelude to our forthcoming and final success." One of the soldiers involved in that success was Jim Parks of the Winnipeg Rifles. "I was just a young guy. We thought war was an adventurous thing. We went overseas on a banana boat called the SS Orbiter, and we landed in Liverpool about the 16th September 1941. We got on a train and went from Liverpool down to Aldershot. We did a lot of training there, a lot of what they called anti-invasion exercises. We were stationed along the coast of England, and there was always a threat that the Germans might invade." Patrick Bill Lewis grew up in Newfoundland and was 17 years old when war was declared in Europe. "I felt like John Wayne. I wanted to join up straight away and be a hero. Bill tried to join the Navy, but they told me to clear off and get back to school. It was a temporary setback, and Bill joined the Army the following year. Though Newfoundland was at that point in effect a British dependency and did not become part of Canada until 1949, Its soldiers served in the Canadian Army during the Second World War. This led to some tension between the troops. "I look back and laugh now," said Bill, "but at the time it got on your nerves a bit to be constantly badgered by what you were, a Newfoundlander." There are two things that have bonded soldiers across the ages: a common enemy and alcohol. Bill and his comrades found the first when trying to enjoy the second, as they were pitted against the military police who enforced Canada's strict drinking laws. The MPs would come and grab you with a gun out, believe it or not. That was very upsetting, to lose your bottle of whiskey. We decided that they had to be taught a lesson, so we grabbed them up one night, took them out a few miles outside of town, stripped them off, and left them there. We didn't have too much trouble after that. Bill and his fellow soldiers in the 2nd Canadian Armoured Brigade then shipped out to England, landing a year ahead of D-Day. For them, coming to the defence of the mother country was a matter of duty. We felt a part of Great Britain. We were brought up that way, brought up strictly that way, that Britain was our mother country and that it would just be automatic for us to serve. When he arrived in England, Bill was surprised to find himself more patriotic than some of the locals. "We were so loyal in comparison to when I got to England. I didn't feel the same enthusiasm from the people here that we actually had at home. They probably didn't express it, as we were. At home, when they played God Save the King at the end of the movie, everybody stood. Nobody left the cinema. In England, I was amazed to see people getting up and walking out when the national anthem was being played." At least the rules around drinking were more relaxed. The pubs were crowded. If you didn't get in quick and get a glass, you didn't get a beer. We also had Canadian Women's Army who were in the pub with us as well. We didn't get on very well with them. They were a real tough lot of women. They had it made, 50-1, if you like. They never had to buy a drink or anything, and consequently they got drunk. There was so many people buying for them, trying to get their favours. From my own experience, that was the sort of trouble we had. Fighting in the pubs over a limited number of women. Tommies. The British servicemen who took part in D-Day had lived with the very real threat of invasion of their own country. Around 11,000 of the Army's regular soldiers had died fighting the German invaders in Belgium, France and Holland in 1940, with many thousands more taken prisoner. Still more were lost in the Far East. Thousands had died in the battles of North Africa and other campaigns. While General Bernard Montgomery did recall several veteran formations to take part in the Battle of Normandy, many of the men, whether volunteers or conscripts, were seeing action for the first time. By the end of June, more than 400,000 of them would be ashore in Normandy, including Trevor Edwards of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. I was born in a little village called the Ffrwd. It's outside of Wrexham. My mother died with the flu epidemic in 1917. My grandmother brought me up. My father was a steel worker. Previous to that, he was a collier. Trevor left school at 14 and worked as a grocer for 7 years before going into the quarry. He was called up in January 1940, by which time he was working in steel. I knew I was going to be called up. I could have had a deferment because I was on war work, but at that particular time a friend of mine also had his calling up papers, so my father, like he'd been in the last war, he said, "You might as well go now, like I had to do, and you've got your friend to go with you as company." So I decided to go. I joined the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. Trevor's father had never talked much about his own experience of war. He didn't mention much about the army, my father. He just said that it's not only the fighting, it was the conditions that you lived under and things like that. I always remember him saying to me that the conditions of living in the 1914-18 war was worse than actually fighting. When I got to the train station, there was about 20 of us there, young men, and we all had our cases. We were mostly all Wrexham boys. When we got to the camp, we were for about a week without a uniform. Some just had a cap, and we'd be marching up and down. We were conscripts, and the people in charge of us were regular soldiers. They seemed to resent us. Their attitude was, why didn't we join the army before? They gave us a bit of stick on that, like. After training, Trevor served in the 8th Battalion Royal Welsh Fusiliers. It was a holding battalion and provided drafts of men to reinforce other parts of the regiment. In 1944, the unit was based in Fleet, England, which is close to the large British Army garrison of Aldershot. I liked to drink, like I was one of the lads. There was the RAMC training depot there, and also the Canadians were there. There used to be a kind of a feud going between the Royal Welsh Fusiliers and the Canadians. We used to wear a black flash, you see, and it all started over one of the lads getting this flash ripped off. It was ripped off as a souvenir, and then there was fighting like. When we were walking home, like, they'd waylay us on the road, you see, a couple of Canadians. These lads would come in the billet with a black eye, and we'd waylay them the next day. It was a bit of fun, like, really. In an attempt to stop the fighting, an agreement was reached between the Canadian and Welsh COs to alternate the nights that their units would go into town. Trevor saw his first gunshot casualty before he ever reached France. A lad was cleaning his rifle in one hut, and he had a round up the breech. He pulled his trigger and a bullet went straight through the hut and took another lad's eye out. The soldier who lost the eye was from the same town as Trevor and worked with him at the steelworks after the war. We were all like Wrexham lads, local boys, most of us. Major John Howard became one of the best-known British officers who served in the Second World War, but the odds of him ever obtaining a commission were stacked against him. I had a very poor childhood. I was born in a mews off Tottenham Court Road in the West End of London in 1912, as the eldest of a very poor family. I had to become a breadwinner as soon as possible. John left school at the age of 14 and worked in several offices. His living conditions were hard. Let's face it, I lived in slum conditions. I won't go into the details of it now. It's embarrassing. At the age of 18, John lost his job in the slump of 1931 and made the decision to join the army. Of course, thousands of other men had the same idea, and the recruiting process was extremely competitive. This was no issue to a man of John's disposition. I had ambitions of getting on in the army. I wanted a commission, which was very, very difficult from the ranks in those days. The men John was serving with were very rough and tough. They were very mixed bag, as you would expect, and they were very rough and tough. And in the Shropshires there was a very high proportion of Welshmen from the mining villages, and I freely admit I cried my eyes out for a couple of nights when I was in the back room of these toughs and wondered if I'd survive. John did survive, spending 6 years in the army before leaving and becoming a police officer. He was recalled to the service following the outbreak of war and quickly rose through the ranks, becoming the regimental sergeant major of the King's Shropshire Light Infantry. He then achieved his earlier dream of becoming a commissioned officer, and by 1942 he was a major and officer-in-command OC of D Company, 2nd Battalion, Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry, known amongst soldiers as the Ox and Bucks. A year earlier they had been re-rolled as glider infantry, and in 1943 they joined the newly created 6th Airborne Division. A lot of Londoners were posted into my company, and as a Londoner myself, I was pretty pleased about this. John set a high standard for himself and his soldiers. We didn't follow the normal pattern of training. We had to do certain things like drill. I used to take the company drill instead of the company sergeant major. Perhaps on reflection, I think it's probably wrong, but you felt you had the command and the respect of the men by doing it. I used to take the whole company out for 3 or 4 days at a time on exercises, sleeping rough, things like that, whereas the other companies would follow the normal routine, of drill in the morning, weapon training in the afternoon, all of them normal programs with very few exercises at night training and things like that. And then I'd bring them back and give them the day off. John believed that this instilled a strong sense of spirit and camaraderie in D Company. There's a sort of effect of, well, we're different. And it all helped to build up in D Company a tremendous esprit de corps. We were very good in all the sporting events. More often than not, we ran off with the swimming cup, cross-country cup, boxing, anything that was going. And we probably made more noise than anybody else with that cheering and jeering, God knows what, but it is all part of esprit de corps, as far as I was concerned. The men of D Company were eager to get to grips with the Germans. They were warriors, and without an enemy in front of them, they would sometimes go in search of one on English soil. A lot of my men got into trouble outside. One of the most serious punishments you could give an airborne chap was an RTU, that's returned to unit, and it was a disgrace. They lost their red beret and the honour and everything that went with it of being in the airborne division, and some of the people who got into trouble because of this staleness ended up fighting in the town with the guards or the military police or something like that. It was a military police offence. John would have to go in front of the CO and plead his case that the man remain in the 6th Airborne Division. Many a time I went up to placate my colonel and explain that this chap is one of the best. John referred to these men as his scallywags, born fighters and leaders who could not hold rank when in garrison and training duties because they were constantly in trouble. John believed they were exactly the kind of men that were needed when they crossed the Channel. And by God, they didn't half prove it, all the scallywags when we got to the other side. They were the best. Unfortunately, most of them were killed because of their nature. John's D Company were given one of the most critical missions on D-Day, taking and holding 2 bridges on the eastern flank of the Allied beachhead, from which Allied armour could then break out. 22-year-old Royston Roy Vallance served in the 2nd Fife and Forfar Yeomanry, a territorial army unit equipped with Sherman tanks. Like many soldiers of his generation, Roy's father had gone to war before him. My father was an invalid, having been gassed in the First World War. He died when I was very young. He was gassed, and he never really recovered health from that. My mother also died when I was very young. Roy was raised by foster parents until he was 15, and then I got a job and looked after myself. He was called up and began his military service in March 1942 and enjoyed his time in uniform. We used to go down into Newmarket for our leisure, go to the pubs and that sort of thing. I used to spend quite a lot of time, illicitly, in a wood at the back of where we were camped with a .22 rifle and got the odd pheasant. That was quite good fun. We used to go out and get mushrooms and supplement the food. Altogether, it was a very happy time. William Bill Dunn was 14 years old when he left school and started work in Silksworth Colliery. When the mine shut at the beginning of the war, he moved to Chester, building blast walls around oil refinery tanks to shield them from German bombing. He continued this work until he was called up in 1942. I didn't mind because actually I thought the army was a lazy life compared to what I'd been used to. Bill's father had served in the First World War and gave his son some advice. He always said, well, you've got to make the best of it when you're in. It was a bit rough at first, but once you got settled into it, it was really enjoyable. Bill felt that his background in mining had given him an advantage over men who came from office work. He was enlisted into the King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry before being transferred to the 70th Battalion of the Essex Regiment. While I was at the Essex Regiment, I did commando training, went up to Fort William with the commandos. The battalion was disbanded in March 1943, and Bill found himself in the Royal Armoured Corps. We had to train on all different types of tanks, and I decided that I would be a driver, a mechanic. We did quite a lot of training with the tanks there, and then they put me on a Churchill. Every man was trained in the tank to do the job of another crewman. If there was a crewman injured or anything like that, another man could drop in and do his job if he were out, say the tank was on its own. Radio operator got hit, any one of the crew could take over the radio, and I had a co-driver sitting alongside me. If I got hit, he could take over. So we could do each other's jobs, which was a good thing. An important part of Bill's training was learning to recognise different models of enemy tanks and to know their strengths and weaknesses. We were told about the Tiger tank having so much armour in front of it, and where to fire the guns at the Tiger or any other German tank for penetration purposes or to knock them out. While Bill was preparing to go to North Africa with the Royal Armoured Corps, it was decided that a special unit of Royal Engineers would be formed for the invasion of Europe. Bill found himself in his 4th unit in 2 years. There was 26 drivers taken out of our lot to go to join the Royal Engineers, and we had to train the Royal Engineers on tanks, and they had to train us on the engineer side of it. And this was how the assault squadrons were formed, and I think it was about 8 or 10 assault squadrons at that particular period of time, and I was in the 2-6. These assault squadrons of the Royal Engineers were equipped with the modified tanks known as Hobart's Funnies. My tank, we were trained to carry the Fascine. This was a bundle of heavy-duty rods that could be dropped into a ditch or trench, acting as a bridge for vehicles to cross the obstacle. Other Funnies carried flamethrowers, flails that would set off buried mines or mortars. They proved incredibly important on D-Day. Of course, there could be no invasion across the Channel without sailors. Ray Smith was 17 years old when he first went to sea. I joined a ship at Rosyth and went straight to Iceland. I'd never been to sea on a ship before. Aboard the destroyer HMS Middleton, Ray took part in the infamous Arctic convoys. As well as dangers from U-boats, German surface vessels and the Luftwaffe, crews had to contend with conditions so extreme that bare flesh would stick to the frozen metal of the ship. The temperatures dropped below -30 degrees C, and the seas were so rough that the waves were described as mountainous. In such hostile environments, humour was an important weapon. I was old enough to be sent on Russian convoys, but not old enough to draw my rum ration, Ray joked. These dangerous missions were vital to supply the Soviet forces that were battling against the Axis on the Eastern Front, and would have a direct impact on the Battle of Normandy. The more German units were engaged in the East, the less could be diverted to compete against the landings in the West. The Arctic convoys paid a heavy price for this success. 3,000 Allied servicemen, 85 merchant vessels and 16 warships were lost to enemy action alone. I think we had more damage done by the sea than enemy gunfire, said Ray. If we could survive that, we could get through anything. After being taken off convoy duty, HMS Middleton was put on anti-submarine operations in the North Sea. We had 1 or 2 near misses. We dropped loads and loads of depth charges, but nothing came up, Ray said, meaning wreckage or oil from a destroyed U-boat. For a while, the Middleton was sent to the English Channel to hunt enemy shipping. Then the preparations for D-Day began. As D-Day approached, we were doing training with various landing craft. We were doing that for quite some time, getting used to what we were doing with the convoys and getting ready to go to France. Several British units that would fight in Normandy had already seen action in other theatres, but they would need to be brought up to strength by soldiers who had yet to see combat. 21-year-old Barclay Meredith joined the Staffordshire Yeomanry when the regiment returned from North Africa. When war broke out, they were a territorial regiment, and believe it or not, they were on an exercise in Syria. And their first battle honour was won in Syria. They were fighting the French. These were the Vichy French, who had made peace with Germany and taken up arms against the Allies. From that day on, they remained in the desert. They were desert rats, 7th Armoured Division. They were in El Alamein and all the previous battles. They were very, very battle-hardened. Barclay saw a difference in the TA regiment compared to the other units he had served with in the army. I think there must have been a very different comradeship in a regiment like that. A different relationship between the ranks between that and a regular regiment. I'm not saying that discipline was any the less, but I think there was a different spirit, because when you think back, a lot of these people had known each other in Civvy Street. They were in maybe different walks of life, but they'd had to live with each other not only in their service commitment but as civilians. So I think there was a more relaxed atmosphere between the various ranks in a regiment like that than there could ever have been in a regular regiment. James Jimmy Wilkinson was one of the battle-hardened soldiers returning to England for D-Day. He had worked in the coal pits before joining the Durham Light Infantry in 1940. At the time, he was 16 years old. I'd already passed for the Navy at 14, but my parents wouldn't let us. I was adamant that I was going to go into the services. I just thought, everyone else is going, I may as well go as well. Jimmy's neighbour, an ex-regular soldier, came along to the recruiting station to vouch for him. I said that I was 19 years of age, and they accepted that. As well as basic and infantry training, Jimmy went through a period of commando training. Captain Black, he was an ex-police officer and he was the jiu-jitsu expert. I was just a laddie and he got me running up a bank with a naked bayonet, not sheathed. 3 times he got me up, running at him, and he was tipping me up because it's easy. You might not think it is, but it's dead easy. It's just a matter of balance. And when you're running, you're out of balance. So he got me twice, through us. The 3rd time, I stopped a yard from him and I hit him. And he went down. When he come to, he gave me such a hiding, and he was laughing all the time. I says to him, after he'd given us a hiding, like, you know, if we'd been on active service, you'd have congratulated me for doing that to an enemy. You expected me to just carry on, and you could just throw me about. That throwing about hurts, you know. The reason that I stopped short and hit you with the butt was because you weren't expecting it. Jimmy and his battalion deployed to the Middle East in 1942. He took part in several actions in the desert, where the conditions were grim. You get a dead body and it's covered with maggots, covered with flies. You'd get a scratch or you'd get a cut. 2 or 3 days it would be septic and the maggots would be running in it. One of our medical orderlies, he got just a scratch. His hand was all maggots. You could scrape the maggots out. While he was at the front, Jimmy received a Dear John letter from a girl back home. It went around the Durhams, what she said, you see. I'd been courting her, and she was a bit older than me. She wrote to me, and she said it would be unfair for me to expect her to be there when I come home. Anyway, she says she wasn't going to wait. At that time, a lot of letters hadn't come, so I let anybody read it that wanted to read it. Other men didn't take too well to similar news. It didn't take effect while they were in the line. When they were abroad, it didn't take effect, but we had 2 lads who killed their wives when they came back. They'd been messing about. Jimmy recalled one enemy attack when he was at Gazala. The infantry came first, and then the tanks followed. The lads were in their trenches, and as soon as the infantry came, they had a go at them, and they put a lot down. From what I heard myself, and I still hear it today, the tanks got onto the slit trenches. They'd turned the tanks and ground the people inside. There's a lot of sounds that people make for different circumstances. Now, if you get a person that's injured by a bullet, then if it's severe, he cries and he's crying for help. It's not piercing, it's just a cry for help. When you get a chap that's burning, now his scream is very severe. When you hear a chap that is being ground into the ground with a tank, you can hear that for miles and it stays with you. It's piercing. You could hear that quite a lot. In another action, Jimmy came across 3 Axis soldiers in a tank pit. I killed them all with a bayonet, and I kept on stabbing them. After the Battle of El Alamein, Jimmy was put in front of a psychiatry board. Somebody had reported me, I think, for the way I killed them Germans. They were asking various questions. They said, in their deliberations, they'd come to the conclusion that I'd be better off in the Pioneer Corps. I said, I'm an infantry soldier. If I can't fight with the infantry in the regiment that I'm with, then I think you should send me to Blighty. And the next day, I was back on the line. Action in Sicily followed, where Jimmy became separated from his unit. He joined a group of other soldiers and came under fire from massive naval guns mounted inland. They killed 15 of them lads, all but me. When Jimmy visited the graves after the battle, he saw that one grave had his name on it. He was presumed dead. At the end of the hard campaign, the 9th DLI were visited by General Montgomery, who would command the armies that landed at Normandy. The men weren't pleased to see him. We refused to break ranks for him. He's a wily old bird. He knew that he was going to take us home for the invasion of France, so because we wouldn't break ranks, he says, I'm thinking of taking you home to England. He didn't say for the invasion of France, like. It was not the last time that Jimmy's unit took issue with a visiting figure. The king saw us prior to the invasion. He came to the 9th first, and we had a new colonel. This officer, Humphrey Woods, had received several gallantry awards during his wartime service, which meant to us he was a good lad. The king asked the colonel if all the soldiers were old hands, to which the colonel, naturally to please, answered, Yes, your majesty. The king then asked, And how long have you been with the battalion, my man? He was plumb aghast, so he never got an answer yet. So the king says, "Speak up, man, speak up. When I ask a question, I want an answer, and I want it now." The whole bloody division heard, so we had orders that when the king went out of the field, he had 12 MPs in front of him, 12 behind, and he was in a Rolls Royce, so we were supposed to break ranks automatically, run to the side of the field where the road was, and throw the hats up in the air and let him know that we were pleased to see him. This did not happen. We didn't break ranks at all. We had to be marched to the side. When the MPs come, up went the hats and shouts of hooray to the MPs, and we slouched when the king came, and when the MPs behind came, up went the hats again. After that, the battalion was given 7 days confined to barracks by their colonel. "But you couldn't find 5 men for guard duty," said Jimmy. "The lads all went out. They weren't happy at all. Everybody went out, and they didn't believe that it was just for the colonel to give us 7 days, CB. Presumably, alcohol was enjoyed by those who left the barracks. The next day, the colonel addressed the men on parade. He says, "If any of you chaps want to ride in my car, all you have to do is ask, but I definitely dislike having my car stolen and you firing revolvers out of the window." Jimmy explained the reason behind the men's actions. It was purely and simply because the colonel was a good lad and the king had pulled him to bits. He had no right to talk to a man of his position in that manner, especially in front of us. I don't think there's anybody closer than the man you've got to fight with. You go through hell for them, and they go through hell for you. The battalion was a tribe, and would fight anyone that threatened it, even allies. The American Air Force had had the run of Saffron Walden, and the Americans had bashed some of our lads about, so they came back blooded and informed the lads that was in the camp. Now, everybody that was in the camp went down, armed. It was in the news of the world that the DLI had sacked Saffron Walden, but all it was, if they'd left the lads alone quietly to have a quiet drink, there would have been no bother. But they caused the bother, and that was it. 31-year-old career soldier Major Herbert John Mogg joined the 9th DLI when they returned to England. The commanding officer was Humphrey Wood. He was a highly experienced desert commander, having got 2 DSOs and 2 MCs, and had been blown up on mines a couple of times. He was slightly deaf in one ear. He was young, he was beloved by his battalion, he was a bachelor, and he couldn't have made me more welcome. Every soldier, practically, had 3 campaign stars on his left breast, and quite a lot of them had military crosses, DCMs, military medals, and I was in quite a disadvantage over all this, having not seen a shot fired in anger. Apart from that, I found I might as well have been in a foreign country because I just couldn't understand the Geordie language. I think quite a lot of them were a wee bit bomb-happy because they'd been at it from the time we got to the desert until the time they came out of Italy. They'd been fighting practically the whole time. This led to some men believing that they had done their bit and taking the matter of leave into their own hands. There was quite a lot of desertion. Just before we sailed, an awful lot of them returned. The Durhams would take part in several bloody battles in the months to come. For other regiments in the Allied invasion armies, their losses would begin before they ever reached French soil. Exercise Tiger. In the run-up to D-Day, large areas of Britain became training grounds for the Allied soldiers. At Slapton Sands in Devon, land, sea and air forces combined to practice amphibious landings on a large scale. On the 28th of April 1944, it was the scene of a great tragedy for the Allied Expeditionary Force. Leon Schaefer was a U.S. naval officer aboard a flat-bottomed landing ship, Tank LST, designed to carry tanks and troops directly onto beaches. We were training Army units to load the LSTs, and it was on April the 27th we finished training the Army troops and loaded them to take them back to wherever they were going. There were 12 LSTs in our group. 6 of them were 3 abreast in front of us, and we made a feint to Cherbourg. This feint was intended to provide intelligence on the German coastal defence reaction times. The LSTs were protected by a large screen of naval vessels, and it was hoped that any sortie by German torpedo boats would allow them to be destroyed in advance of D-Day. Like many plans in wartime, it did not survive contact with the enemy. German torpedo boats attacked those 6 LSTs in front of us, said Leon. They sank 2 and badly wrecked 1 of the LSTs. We lost a tremendous number of men. Army personnel that were aboard the ship, a lot of them were thrown overboard when the torpedoes hit the ship. They were thrown overboard and drowned. That was a Saturday night. We spent all day Sunday picking up bodies and rescuing those in the water. More than 700 men died that night, with some estimates as high as 946. The disaster was kept out of the papers and newsreels, and it was decades before the circumstances around the tragedy were revealed to the public. The sight of so many dead proved too much for one man of Leon's crew. One of our small boat officers went berserk as a result of picking them up. We had to leave him in the hospital in Portsmouth. Historians like Peter Caddick Adams have documented the often deadly nature of training in preparation for D-Day. He describes incidents of men killed in glider crashes, shot during live fire exercises, and drowned during practice assaults, to name but a few. Such loss of life is a tragic inevitability of realistic training, the result of which may have helped save lives on the battlefield. Still, when we think of the sacrifices made during the war, we should recall that not all of them came at the hands of the enemy. Interdiction. As soldiers trained in Britain for the coming assault, Allied air crews began to shape the battlefields to the attacker's advantage. Air superiority, the ability to control the skies, is vital for a successful amphibious operation. In 1940, it was the resolute defence by the Royal Air Force, coupled with Hitler's disastrous decision-making, which put an end to any real threat of an invasion of Britain. In 1944, air superiority was a prerequisite for the Allies' invasion plans. Their ships were vulnerable to air attack, and they needed to negate the inherent advantages the land defender has against a seaborne invasion. If the Germans could bring their crack panzer divisions to bear on the beachhead, there was a very good chance that the Allies would be driven back into the sea. The Allied air forces would have to slow the enemy's advance, bleed their strength, and keep them under constant attack when they reached the field. To this end, Luftwaffe fighters were hunted in the skies, and airfields in France and Belgium were attacked. To slow German reinforcements, bridges, railways, and rail yards were destroyed. Anti-aircraft positions, gun batteries, and known headquarters were also targeted. If it could hinder the Allied invasion or help the German defence, it was a candidate for attack from the air. That this would inevitably lead to French casualties was cause for concern amongst the Allied leaders. As Eisenhower reminded Churchill, it was necessary to increase the chances that the invasion would succeed. Intelligence gathered by the local population played an important part in planning these pre-invasion missions. André Geloso had been a soldier in 1940 and continued to oppose the Germans as a member of the French resistance. "I used to go around the countryside and observe the concentrations of troops and what was going on and so on. There was one point above Deauville. They were building an underground cave with very powerful guns which were set towards the sea. The man who was in charge of the work there was a Frenchman, and there were a lot of French workers there. They used to work all the week, but never worked on Sundays. The SOE major said, 'When the work is finished, let us know, and we'll get it bombed.'" The Special Operations Executive, SOE, was a secret organization tasked with sabotage and the organization of resistance in occupied countries. When André got word that the construction of the defences was complete, he contacted his British handlers. "The following Sunday we heard some planes coming. There was a terrific bombing there. There was 2 waves of bombers. There was a lot of casualties of Germans because we saw some ambulances passing all day. No civilians were caught in it." André and his sister also helped downed airmen to escape capture, often hiding them in plain sight at a nearby farm. "There was about 25 airmen there, hidden all over the place. Some were working with a farmer, one was a crossing guard. We gave him some civilian clothes. He used to come out and watch the trains, and there were some Germans there. It was such a safe place, they wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong there." The men who crewed the Allied aircraft were overwhelmingly young, with most under 25. Anyone in his late 20s was likely to be given the nickname of Grandad or Gramps by his crewmates. The odds for a bomber crew member making it through his tour alive, uninjured and uncaptured was only around 1 in 4. Of the 120,000 men who flew in the RAF's Bomber Command during the war, more than 55,000 were killed. US bomber crews suffered a near-identical casualty rate, with 26,000 KIA in the US AAF 8th Air Force. 16,000 Allied airmen lost their lives during the Normandy campaign. "You always felt it was never going to happen to you," said Herbert Kirtland, an RAF wireless operator in the Halifax bombers of No. 4 Group. "Leave came up about every 6 weeks, and you'd go away for a week's leave and come back and perhaps look out for somebody in the mess and say, 'Where's so-and-so?' and somebody would shrug his shoulders and say, 'They bought it 2 nights ago.' You know, you didn't go into it very much. You realized you'd lost some more pals, and that was it." Herbert and the NCOs of his crew shared accommodation with the enlisted men of another aircraft. They were a harum-scarum bunch, none of them over 21. I woke up one morning about 5 a.m. to find a couple of service policemen with torches going through collecting their kit. I turned over, and I knew what that meant. Davis wasn't back, and, sure enough, he'd been shot down. "One minute someone was there, the next minute they weren't there," said Typhoon pilot Kenneth Trott, who was 21 in June 1944. "I think it was always the feeling that as soon as you took off from this country, that you were over enemy territory, and once you were over enemy territory, well, it would be a nice thought to be coming back again." Also flying missions to shape the battlefield for the invasion was Typhoon pilot Ernest John Golly. John also turned 21 in June 1944 and had been inspired to join the RAF during the Battle of Britain. "I used to see the dogfights over Croydon. There were a lot of dogfights around. I really wanted to get in the RAF like yesterday." During the Blitz, John had been on the receiving end of an air-to-ground attack when a train he was on was attacked by a Heinkel bomber. In Normandy, it was John who was making attacks on trains and railways. I was doing precisely the same thing in northern France. We had 8 rockets, 4 under each wing, and a full salvo was the equivalent of a broadside from a light cruiser. And then we had 20mm cannon shells. It was a lethal weapon system, the Typhoon. John and his squadron had no illusions about what awaited them in Europe. We knew that we were going to give close support to the armies, and that we were going to be on the nasty end of the business. Having a scrap with an aircraft at 15,000 feet was one thing, but flying down the barrel of an 88mm was yet another. The German 88 was a formidable weapon in the war. As well as lethal to infantry and tanks, the 88mm gun was a formidable anti-aircraft weapon. Indeed, this was its initial design and was often its primary role on the battlefield. Lutz Windig served in a battery of 88s outside of Rouen. As a child, he had been a member of the Hitler Youth and had once shaken Hitler's hand. There's one thing I never forgot. When Hitler came and shook hands with me, I thought he would look at me, but he shook hands and looked through me. It really hurt me. Lutz was 19 years old when he arrived in France in the spring of 44. I was in charge of the technical aspect of the 88mm gun. If anything was wrong, I was the one that fixed it. We had about 8 guns. In the middle was a unit that looked up to the airplanes in order to coordinate the shooting. When the Americans came and bombed the place, and one of the telephone cables was broken, you had no communication with the other unit there, which was very difficult because in order to shoot somebody, you had to be guided by an instrument. You had to be coordinated. I remember one time I was just maintaining and repairing a gun when I see an aeroplane coming. And you wouldn't believe it, I could see the pilot, and the pilot laughed at me. He was flying, and I was shooting behind him. He knew exactly what I was doing, but I was much too slow to turn the gun. I could see his face laughing at me. Lutz's battery shot down several Allied planes during the war, but they were often on the receiving end of attacks themselves. It's horrifying because you have no protection. We were open. In an open field, you'd be just like a chicken out there. The night before. The invasion of Normandy was planned for the 5th of June 1944. In the preceding weeks, tens of thousands of soldiers were moved from their camps around Britain and placed into secure holding areas that resembled prisoner-of-war camps. Men were briefed on their missions and shown detailed maps and models of the areas that they would be attacking. On the 4th of June, they were marched to the docks and began loading onto the ships that would carry them to France. Harry Parley served in the 116th Infantry Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. When he was issued with a new kind of substance for his flamethrower, Harry knew that training was at an end. "I knew right away that this was it. Of course, you're made fun of constantly saying, 'This is it.' It became a little humorous saying. Anyhow, I carried the news back that our asses were in a sling now. We knew what we were getting into. It was not much to cry about. If you had a particularly close buddy, you would talk personal shit, you would exchange stories about your family and your wives. But in the group, what kept us going was the constant needling, and the foul language sort of always boosted our spirits. We were loaded with equipment. There were men loaded with what they called satchel charges. These were a honeycomb of blocks of dynamite. Put it into what they call Z-bags that were to be thrown into pillboxes. Each of us had a block of dynamite in our pocket because they said, if you have to dig a foxhole in a particularly difficult ground, you put this little block down and pull the pin and it will explode the ground, get you past the roots and the stones. This could be a lethal practice. Captain Llewellyn Jones, Thomas, RWF, is remembered on the author's local war memorial. He was killed on the 3rd of July when using explosives to make fighting positions. The assault teams also carried Bangalore torpedoes, tubes of high explosive for clearing barbed wire obstacles. The flamethrowers and demolition equipment made for dangerous travel companions. "It wasn't the safest place to be sitting in a boat," said Harry. He and others were put aboard the USS Thomas Jefferson at Weymouth, where they waited for the big day. There was a lot of gambling went on. Guys wanted to get rid of their money. We talked about life and how we expect to take it if we were wounded. I had a very gentle lieutenant in charge of my platoon. His name was Ferguson. I feel sorry for him because, your platoon lieutenant used to have to look over your mail. This was for reasons of censorship to ensure operational security. I realized that he was more involved in each one of these men than we were involved with each other. You know all their thoughts and all their fears, and it gets you. He must have read my letter home. I don't know what I had written, but he asked me what I thought about dying. I told him, if it comes, it comes. I got to depend on whatever I've learned. And he seemed very sad, as if I expected him to take me in his arms. I never saw him again after the event. Maybe they bumped him off on the beach. Lieutenant Ferguson did survive D-Day. However, he never recovered from the wounds he received on Omaha Beach and died from complications in 1954. For his gallant actions that day, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. Ray Nance was a first lieutenant in the same regiment as Harry, serving in Company A. We were loaded on trucks and proceeded to the port of embarkation, which in our case was Weymouth, southern England. Ray had travelled the road before during a dry run for practice. Then it had been empty. Now it was packed with men and materials destined for Normandy. Further east along the coast, Bill Dunn and the 26th Assault Squadron Royal Engineers were in a secure camp at Fort Goma. They had barbed wire and wire fencing right around us, and we weren't allowed out of that camp, and we weren't allowed to write letters or anything like that. We got bombed a couple of times while we were there, bits of shrapnel flying around because we were all under canvas. I'm saying under canvas. We were under the tank sheets, lying beside the tank. At Fort Goma, the unit was given its specific task for D-Day. We did train him there because they knew exactly where we were going to land, and we were shown on, not maps, but were shown on the ground. And what they did, they built scenes of how it was going to happen and the culvert. We knew about the culvert. We had to drop the fascine in and how far it was off the beach and everything like that long before I went. So this was drilled into you day after day. You did this training and you're going around Fort Goma, dropping the fascine into this culvert where it should be and then retrieving them and doing it all over again. So when it comes to the actual day, it's just in your mind, sort of automatic. Such levels of rehearsal speak highly to the preparation made for the invasion. Of course, it was one thing to be successful during practice in Fort Goma, and another when enemy shells were flying. Bill and his tank crew would have to run a gauntlet of 600 to 700 yards from the beach to succeed in their D-Day mission. For the landing, each tank had been waterproofed by its crew. We had to go right around, all underneath the tanks, and seal all the joints, and this compound sealed in, dried into a very hard sealing. We had to put extended exhausts on, and you put extended air louvers on the side of the tank so that there's no water got into the air louvers or the exhaust, and I think it was about 4 or 5 foot above the tank. And then, when you got off to the other side, they had to be blown off. There was a small explosive charge, and it was all coupled to the turret, and the tank commander just pressed this button and blew these things off, blew them off as soon as we got down to the beach. Despite the preparations, confidence in the unit's survivability was not high. We were told not to expect to come back. These bleak words were not from a nervous man in the ranks, but from Bill's commanding officer. Also at Fort Goma were the Winnipeg Rifles. The night before we were going to sail, the NAFI ran out of beer, and of course the Winnipeg Rifles wasn't very happy about it, so they went in and smashed the NAFI up and poured everything in the middle and set fire to the lot, which wasn't very far from an ammunition dump. Bill chuckled. Of course, that caused quite a bit of a havoc. They had to get the fire engines running around, and they're trying to get the ammunition and everything out of the ammunition dump just in case. Caused quite a bit of excitement. I forget the number of days that we were there in port, said Ray Nance, but finally the word came on the 4th that we would move out. So all ships moved out into the channel. And somewhere along the way, word came that the thing had been delayed for 24 hours, so we returned to the port, same spot, and waited overnight. Nobody had told the weather about the importance of the Allied operation, and due to high winds, which would scatter paratroopers and imperil landing craft with high swells, D-Day was postponed by 1 day. Many soldiers were never unloaded from their landing ships and passed this extra day in port. During this time, the men of Company A played cards and did the usual things that troops do when they have leisure time. This undoubtedly involved talk of sweethearts, when the war would end, prayer, and horseplay. According to Ray, it did not involve talk of what was awaiting them on the beaches of Normandy. I think everybody got a good night's sleep, and we, the officers, were up around 2 in the morning and had good breakfasts, then back to our quarters, and soon came the order to load. Before they loaded up onto their different ships, Walter and Roland Ehlers made plans to meet on Omaha Beach the next day. Then they said goodbye. It was the last time that Walter ever saw his brother, who was one of more than 4,000 Allied troops who gave their life on D-Day. That battle began in the early hours of the 6th of June, 1944. Chapter 2. All Americans, Screaming Eagles, and Red Devils. The Airborne Forces on D-Day. I wondered how I was going to react under fire. Would I be too scared to carry out orders? What is it going to be like? Tom Porcella, 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment. All Americans, the U.S. 82nd Airborne Division on D-Day. The first soldiers to land in France on D-Day came not by sea, but by air. 2 American airborne divisions and 1 British were dropped in the early hours of the 6th of June. Their mission was to secure the flanks of the beachheads, destroy gun sites, hold key pieces of terrain that would allow the seaborne forces to move quickly inland, and act as a general nuisance in the rear echelons of the German beach defences, delaying any reinforcements. These airborne soldiers were elite. They had to volunteer to become a paratrooper, and the selection criteria were high. Their commanders wanted men who could think for themselves and fight by themselves if necessary. This called for high levels of courage, as did the act of jumping out of a perfectly good aircraft. Tom Porcella, 19 years old and from Queens, New York, served in the 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, PIR, in the 82nd Airborne Division. While some parts of the 82nd had already experienced combat, Normandy would be the 508th's baptism of fire. The division was tasked with seizing and holding a number of towns and bridges to the west of the landing beaches, including the key town of Sainte-Mère-Église, which lay 6 miles inland from Utah Beach on the road to Cherbourg. In late May, Tom's unit was confined to camp in anticipation of the invasion. I laid down on the cot, and I closed my eyes, and I went into deep thought, and I was thinking to myself, this is it. Just a matter of time now, and I will be in combat. I wonder what the hell my folks are doing back home. I wonder if they're thinking about the invasion like we are. I wonder what they would think if they knew at this moment their son, Tom, was preparing himself for this big invasion. All sorts of thoughts went through my mind. I was thinking about my girlfriend and you name it, my brothers, my sisters, and all the things that you read about in books while I was thinking about it, when all of a sudden some GI hollered, "Hey, it's showtime! Let's go!" The paratroopers pulled on their gear and filed to their aircraft, but the show was cancelled before they ever got into the air. The day of delay left every man with more time to think. "I wondered how the hell I'd react under fire," said Tom. "Would I be too scared to carry out the orders? What is it going to be like? Will I be able to kill a man? What am I supposed to do here? All these things. You start to have some of your doubts sometimes, and on, and all these thoughts. God, I'm glad when this thing would be over, and we'd be on our way." On the evening of the 5th of June, the men of the 508th were ordered into the aircraft. This time, there was no coming back. The invasion was on. I could hear the sound of the C-47 and engines. They were revving up and they were warming up, and they were all the way on the runway. When we heard, "Let's go, let's go," everybody became quiet. It was a big sound throughout the entire hangar. Then all of a sudden it was all spontaneous. It was a tremendous roar. Everybody was hollering, "Geronimo, give them hell, let's go, come on." We all started to help each other, buddy up. We helped each other put the equipment on. We all took our time. Everything had to be just right. You couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Some of the guys were already in formation. The other guys were still being helped. Then the sergeant says, "Okay, let's go. Let's all fall out. Let's get in a line." All you can hear was the officers giving a lot of orders. We marched at a slow pace to our airplane. By this time, it was just starting to get dark, and men were silent. You wouldn't believe how silent these guys were. The men loaded into the aircraft, which was hard work with so much equipment. The Air Force crew sergeant from Kentucky was doing his best to make conversation, asking the paratroopers about their hometowns. We asked the sergeant if it was true that he had the orders to shoot any man who refused to jump. "That's the orders I've been given." He said it so softly that everybody became quiet. I mean, a few of the fellows were talking, but when he said that he had the order to shoot anybody that refused to jump, guys got kind of quiet. Their faces blackened for camouflage, the paratroopers sat in rows along the fuselage and prepared to take to the skies. Our plane began to move. We were going on the runway. That plane was shaking and rattling and rolling, and a few minutes before you knew it, we were airborne. Some of the men asked if they could smoke, but were told by the crewman that it wasn't allowed. Whether they listened or not, Tom didn't say. They were in the air for some time before they saw the crewman looking out, and paratroopers craned their necks to see what was happening around them. We were greeted by the anti-aircraft fire from the Germans. I looked out the window. You could see the stuff, the flashes of the burst of the artillery shells. You could see the shells bursting outside the plane, and also you could see the machine gun fire in the distance. Looked like the bloody 4th of July. All of a sudden we got the orders. Stand up and hook 'em. The silence was broken, and we finally jumped up and snapped our hooks onto the wire. This wire, running along the top of the troop compartment, deployed the trooper's parachute when he cleared out of the aircraft. The paratroopers also had a reserve chute that they could pull in case the first failed to function. Once the men were hooked on, they were ordered to sound off for an equipment check, meaning that their gear was in order and that they were ready to jump. Being the last man on the ship, I had to give the reply first. I shouted, 17 OK. The next man shouted, 16 OK, and the countdown continued until it was 1 OK, which is the first man beside the sergeant, and the sergeant shouts, get in the door. My heart started pounding, and I was saying a prayer to myself. I was so scared that my knees were shaking, and just to relieve the tension, I knew that I had to say something, so I shouted, what time is it? Somebody answered me and told me it was about 2:30. And all of a sudden we heard, are you ready? And all the troopers shouted all at once, yeah, let's go. Next to the aircraft's open door was a red light. When the pilot was over the drop zone, he would change the colour and the men would exit. With flak bursting in the air, it must have felt like an age before the light changed to green, and the paratroopers began to jump out into a night sky streaked with tracer fire and the flash of explosions. The men of Tom's stick began to disappear out of the door. He shuffled his way along behind them until he was the only paratrooper left in the aircraft. Without hesitation, he jumped into the sky. With the roar of the engine in my ears, I was out the door. Tom went through his drills and checks and realized that he'd made a good exit, and everything was functioning with the parachute as it should. He now had a couple of seconds in the air before he would hit the dark ground below. I looked around and saw the brightness of the tracers flying into the sky, and the sound of machine guns firing seemed to be all around me. The ground quickly rushed up to meet him, and Tom bent his knees and prepared for impact. I had the shock of my life. I plunged into water. Tom had landed on one of Rommel's defences, huge areas of flooded fields designed to deny drop zones to the Allied planners, slow the movement of an invading army, and drown any paratrooper who was unlucky enough to land in them. The water was just above my nose. Quickly I stood on my toes, and I was gasping for another breath of air. My heart was beating so rapidly that I thought it would burst. I pleaded, oh God, please, don't let me drown in this damn water in the middle of nowhere. Below the water, I went and tried to remove the leg straps. They were just too tight and wouldn't unsnap. I needed some more air, so I jumped up, and as soon as my head was above water, I began splashing around. I started to pray, standing on my toes with my head barely above water. My heart was beating faster. After a few seconds, I calmed down and decided to cut the straps. Tom found the knife in his boot, but after a few attempts to cut the straps, he was still trapped. He realized then that he'd been using the blunt edge of the blade. Taking another gulp of air, I went down again to cut the leg strap. With a few pulls of the knife on each strap, I was finally free of the chute. Tom had survived his landing, but alone behind enemy lines, he was far from safe. My eyes strained to see the landmarks, but I could see nothing in the darkness. I was cold, and I began to shiver. My teeth were beginning to chatter. In the distance, to my left, I could hear the sound of an airplane engine coming in my direction. Guns began firing, and I watched the tracers flying into the air. Suddenly, there was a huge burst of orange flames coming from both engines. I could not believe what was happening. I just stood still, seeing and hearing. Suddenly I realized the plane was heading straight for me in a ball of flames. Tom recalled the sound that the aircraft made as it plunged towards the earth. It was like the scream of a human being about to die. As fast as I could, I moved to the right, trying to get out of its path. As Tom tried to wade away, the plane crashed and exploded. Only moments later, a silence fell over the countryside. Tom continued to search for his comrades in the flooded fields. He was almost shot by one of them when he was slow replying to the password. The other paratrooper, Cable, had his gun inches from Tom's face. We heard some more commotion, and we went towards the noise, and next thing you know, we gave the password again, flash. And I knew it was safe to give the password because the Germans wouldn't be sloshing around in the stupid water. Tom and Cable picked up a couple more paratroopers, including a sergeant who took charge of their group. Daylight was coming upon us very fast, and now we could see the outline of trees. We all knew what would happen if we failed to reach the land before daylight. If they were caught out in the open of the flooded fields, the paratroopers would be easy pickings for snipers and machine gunners. In our haste to reach the high ground, Tommy Lott let go of Cable's rifle and went slightly to our right, and he fell below the water. This time I thought we had lost him for good. He was coughing very loudly. I rushed over and I grabbed him and kept his head above water. We all told him again and again to stay close. Before you know it, we could see the land very clearly, and Sergeant Horn was moving us very fast. He says, keep moving, keep moving. Just as we reached the bank, Tommy Lott went under again, but he managed to struggle to his feet again. The four of us collapsed on the bank, completely exhausted. As the sun came up, the men knew that they needed to be on the move. Even out of the water, they were vulnerable in such a small group. Such bands of paratroopers were roving all over the countryside, searching for their own units, and Tom's group came across another from the 507th. They told us we took a hell of a beating on the initial jump, and they also said that we lost a lot of our gliders. At this time, the situation looked very discouraging. Everybody seems to be all mixed up, everybody seems to be from different outfits, so we wished them good luck, and we all went our separate ways. Tom and his group then came across a glider that had suffered a bad landing. We went to see if there were any wounded in sight. To our surprise, there was a medic attending the wounded in there. Except for one, all the glider men had died in that crash. This one particular glider man had his leg crushed, and a medic was about to remove it. Tom's group continued to grow in numbers. While we were proceeding alongside this hedgerow, the column stopped when we received the word that someone heard a vehicle coming down the road towards us. Somebody shouted out they believed it was a German motorcyclist. The man in front of me, his name was Canterbury, he says, "I'll shoot the son of a bitch." He raised his rifle, and he was waiting for the motorcyclist to come down the road. He took careful aim, and he waited till the cyclist was about 50 feet away from him, and he fired a single shot. The German seemed suspended in midair, while the motorcycle continued to go on and crashed into the side of the road. The German soldier laid there in the middle of the road, laying on his back. His arms were outstretched. He looked very young. He looked about 20 years of age, with blonde hair. This was the first dead German I've seen since I parachuted into Normandy. They then came across a crossroad, a likely site for an ambush. One trooper decided to make his run and be the first one across the road. He reached about the middle of the road. A shot was fired, and the trooper fell, face down. And I'll never forget, his arms were outstretched, as if he was reaching for the other side. Immediately there was an exchange of machine gun fire and rifle fire. The hand signal was given to keep going. We were all moving very rapidly. Still, we didn't know where we were going, and we had to leave this trooper there, right where he fell, right in the middle of the road, all alone. It was very sad. For the paratroopers, D-Day was a cat-and-mouse battle, where the enemy could be in any direction and in any strength. While the 82nd had not secured all their D-Day objectives, in large part due to the scattering of paratroopers during the drop, they formed an effective shield to the west of the beaches, and by their sacrifice prevented freedom of movement for German reinforcements. "I know I was scared as hell," said Tom. While daylight was disappearing, the orders were given to dig in for the night. We were told that one man sleeps and the other man stays awake. We were also told not to smoke and keep in close contact with each other during this night. We were going to move at the crack of daylight. Hopefully, we should contact regimental headquarters. I remember shivering from the cold night air. My thoughts were just a GI blanket and a hot cup of coffee, and how the hell did I get into this predicament? My teeth would not stop chattering, and as I continued thinking of England, the mess hall, the food, the hot coffee, and a warm stove, it was not possible to sleep at all. Screaming Eagles, the U.S. 101st Airborne on D-Day. Formed in 1942 in Louisiana, the 101st Airborne Division received its baptism of fire on D-Day. One of its principal objectives was seizing 4 causeways that would allow the 4th Infantry Division to push off Utah Beach. The division was also tasked with destroying enemy artillery batteries and establishing a defensive line to hold against German counterattacks. Joseph Lewnicki, aged 23, served in E Company of the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment. In later decades, Easy Company was immortalized in the book and television show Band of Brothers. Like the men of the 82nd, the 101st had been stood down on the 4th of June due to the weather conditions over Normandy and the Channel. The following morning, early in the morning, they notified us that the weather improved quite a bit, so we're going to start getting ready. So we started to get ready in the afternoon, getting all the equipment on and all that. We passed a lot of time just sitting around doing nothing. Then finally about 8:30 in the evening, we started to load up in the planes. First Lieutenant Richard Dick Winters was in command of Easy Company's 1st Platoon. He recalled the emotional reaction of British anti-aircraft gunners as they watched the paratroopers walk into their planes. That was the first time I'd ever seen any real emotion from a Limey. They actually had tears in their eyes. Each paratrooper was heavily laden with his weapon, ammunition, medical kit, rations, life vest, and, of course, main parachute and reserve. It made for a hefty load, with estimates ranging from 70 pounds to 130 pounds, and they had to be helped up the steps and into the plane. Robert Williams served in Headquarters Company 506th and recalled the moment that they got underway from England. About 10:30 p.m., the planes all started up, revved up, and took off one at a time. More than 1,200 aircraft were carrying the 3 airborne divisions into Normandy, and the process of gathering in their formations took some time. By the time we flew over the Atlantic and came back to the Cotton Tam Peninsula, it was about 1 o'clock in the morning. Everybody was quiet. They were getting pretty bored after having flown around for 2.5 hours. James Martin of G Company 506th remembered anti-motion pills being handed out just before takeoff, which were issued to prevent air sickness. We were supposed to take them. Nobody knew what they were. I said, I don't think we should take them. The officers were supposed to sit there and make you take them. Some of the guys took them and they hit the ground and went to sleep and didn't wake up until morning. As the Air Armada approached the drop zones, the night sky came alive with the flash of exploding flak and arcs of tracer fire. It was a surreal moment for many of the paratroopers. You realize that somebody's down there that's really going to try to kill you, you know, said Robert Williams. So the pilots ran into a fog bank as we hit the coast of France, and they had a really good tight formation. There was no lights on the plane, tight formation up to that point, but the pilots, in order to avoid this anti-aircraft fire, some of them went up, some went down, some of them went to the left and the right, because they didn't want to run into each other. So about 5 minutes later, the red light came on, we all stood up and hooked up, and by that time the ground fire had increased. Tracer bullets were going into the air between the planes. Some of the tracer bullets went through the planes. As I looked out of the open door, a plane off to our left must have got a direct hit because it just went up in a ball of fire. There wasn't anything left of the airplane. It disintegrated. You'd see this black puff of smoke, a flash of flame, said James Martin. "We saw planes get hit and blown up and go down, but you know what? You never really thought of it. We were all pumped up. We were going to kill all these damn Germans." Joseph Levnievsky was all too ready to get on the ground. "When we got the green light to jump out, I'll tell you it was a pleasure to get out of that plane, because all the flashes we saw, the flak coming in, you could see all that. So I was glad to hit the ground. The chute opened and bam, I'm down. About 3 seconds after the chute opens, I'm on the ground." Years later, Robert Williams talked to a C-47 pilot from that night. "We were supposed to jump at about 850 feet, and he told me that we'd have been lucky if we jumped over 650 feet, because they had really gone down onto the deck to get out of that anti-aircraft fire." Robert was only in the air a few seconds before he hit the ground. It was a moonlit night and partly cloudy. It was a good moon, but the white clouds caused a lot of shadows, and you couldn't really see the ground. He plunged into water and went under. I actually didn't know how deep it was until I stood up. When I stood up, my head popped out, and it was a great relief to find out that it was only 3 feet deep, but it was pretty tough getting out of that chute. It was a better landing than a lot of my friends had, because when they hit the ground, some of them got sprained ankles. I think some of our officers had broken legs. So I had a pretty nice landing, even if I did get all wet. He found out later that many of his comrades did not survive their drop. I read that we had 33 men drowned because they landed in that water. Some of the planes overshot and went out into the channel. Some of the guys landed out in the channel and they drowned. With all that equipment on, even if you had a life jacket on you, you had to get all your equipment off before you could use a life jacket. Robert tried to make his way through the flooded fields to the assembly area at Sainte-Marie-du-Mont, about 9 miles southwest of Utah Beach. We started off in the dark, trying to find out which was the best way to get out of there. We ran into 2 more guys, but none of these were from my outfit. I think they were from the 82nd. But that made 4 of us together, and one of them found a hard surface under the water that we figured was a submerged road. Then we started getting into shallow water. Finally, we did come out on dry land, and we hadn't gone 20 feet before we run right into a German machine gun nest. The 2 guys in the middle were killed, and the one on the left side. Robert had a lucky escape. Bullets had riddled one of his bulky trouser pockets. It didn't hit the hand grenades. It went through the K-rations and tore the whole pocket off. The flap on there, it had spun me around. I thought I was hit. I was sure I was hit because of the way it spun me around, and I fell down. I thought, well, I'm on the ground. I'm going to roll back in that water to get out of that machine gun fire. They just kept shooting over my head. I got down to where just my nose and my eyes were above water. I stayed there for about 15-20 minutes. I put my hand down the side of my pants to see how bad I was hit, and I was sure my hand was going to come out with blood on it, and I couldn't believe it. I kept feeling around, and there wasn't anything there. I didn't try to hook up with the guy on the other side of the road. I just stayed in the water on my side and just started moving away from that machine gun. I must have gone a quarter of a mile in that water. It didn't get any better, still was waist deep. About that time, the B-26s came over. The American medium bombers dropped their payloads on the coastal defenses a few miles away. I got to see that. It was quite a show. The sun was coming up. I was looking towards the sun that was coming up in the east, and I still can remember today those B-26s with the sun shining on the belly of those airplanes. If I had had a camera, that would have made a terrific picture with that sun coming up. It was still down below the horizon, but was still showing on the bottom of the airplanes. Of course, there was a lot of noise going on, and the ships were opening up on the beach. The invasion had started. Robert was finally able to make his way onto dry ground. He found a farmhouse where around a dozen paratroopers had gathered. By this time, the troops were beginning to come ashore. After getting directions from the French farmers, the band of paratroopers set out. We passed a big hole where one of our fighter planes had dropped a bomb on 2 Germans that had been coming down the road on a motorcycle, and it was a direct hit. The Germans were laying way over there in the field. That was my first experience with what was really going on, besides hearing all the noise and so forth. Robert's group made their way successfully to Sainte-Marie-du-Mont, where he was reunited with elements from his own company. It was good to get back with some of my own men that I knew. I slept standing up, leaning against a bank. No one wanted to get to sleep because the Germans were in between us and we were in between them. You never knew when you were going to run into them or when they were going to sneak up on you. By the end of D-Day, the 101st had secured many objectives, including taking Sainte-Marie-du-Mont and linking up with troops from Utah Beach. There were countless acts of heroism by the paratroopers that day, including those of Richard Dick Winters. Dick's first jump into combat did not go smoothly. His aircraft went into a dive to avoid the anti-aircraft fire, and Dick estimates that he was travelling at 150 miles per hour and at dangerously low altitude when he got the green light to jump. This made the exit from the aircraft particularly violent, the parachute's canopy opening with such force that it ripped away the knee bags that the paratroopers were using to carry their weapon, ammunition, and other equipment. He landed in enemy territory with nothing but a knife to defend himself. His objective that night was Causeway No. 2, which led from Utah Beach. After gathering a few men, including some from the 82nd, Dick located their position on the map and set off towards the assembly area. His group continued to grow until it numbered around 70 paratroopers. They ran into a German patrol of 4 horse-drawn wagons and took out the first 2. The others escaped, but a handful of prisoners were taken. When a machine gun opened up on the paratroopers, the prisoners tried to rush their captors, but were shot by one of Dick's NCOs, Bill Garnier, who was 21 years old. "It was as easy as stepping on a bug," Bill said, before adding that they were different men back then. That morning, Dick regrouped with his parent unit in the small village of Le Grand Chemin. As the senior officer present from Easy Company, he assumed the role as company commander. This position became permanent when it was confirmed that the company commander and executive officer had been killed when their plane went down. Dick estimated that only about 10% of the company's strength was with him, little more than a dozen men, but there was no time to wait for reinforcements. The causeways leading off Utah Beach were coming under artillery fire, and Dick was ordered to take a makeshift group of some 24 paratroopers to silence an artillery battery at Brécourt Manor. Dog Company of the 506th had already made one failed attack on the position, using a frontal assault. "That didn't go very far," said Dick, who went in by himself to reconnoitre the enemy positions before formulating his plan. He recounted the story in an interview given to Representative John Payne. "I thought I'd found the trench, and I knew from training, take it on from the flank. This is part of your training. It's not something you're dreaming up and creating on the spur of the moment. This is all part of the training that's kicking in." Dick's men were heavily outnumbered, at the very least 3-1 and possibly as high as 10. And so he came up with a plan to even the odds as much as possible. I hit them on the flank, and that meant that I was taking them on one position at a time. In doing that, I could use the few guns that I had to create superior firepower and then rush one at a time, and that's how it worked out. Dick credited his unit's training for forming the strong bonds and cohesion that allowed the paratroopers to be successful that day. There was no need to stop and explain what was needed. The men understood his orders and what each needed to do. Everybody is doing his job. You don't do it yourself. It takes everybody doing his job to get the thing done. That was true of taking an enemy position, and it would be true for winning the war. From D-Day onwards, Easy Company were in the thick of the fighting. Red Devils, the British 6th Airborne Division. On the night of 5th of June, A small force from 2nd Battalion Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry took off for their mission behind enemy lines. Their task was to seize 2 vital bridges on the invasion's eastern flank and hold them until relieved. My company was lucky to be selected for what turned out to be a wonderful operation, said Major John Howard, who led the mission. I was briefed 6 weeks before D-Day. Under top-secret conditions, of course. I couldn't even discuss it with my second command or any of my officers. We were a very highly trained unit, as all airborne troops were, and once I was briefed, of course, we did special training for the capture of bridges. All I could tell them was that we were going to capture bridges on a big exercise. It was a waste of time, really, because everybody throughout the UK knew that the invasion was imminent at the time. John and his men would be transported to the bridges in wooden hawser gliders towed by Halifax bombers. Parachuters take a long time to get together and form a platoon and company to attack an objective, whereas gliders will land 30 men on the spot, providing the pilots do their job properly, of course. But I was quite satisfied on that account, really, in that I knew that for the job we had the very best glider pilots that the Glider Pilot Regiment could produce. The glider pilots who would take John's men into Normandy had already completed one airborne operation in Sicily. D Company was also reinforced with more soldiers. I was given 2 extra platoons and 30 Royal Engineers, so that was 150 infantry, 30 Royal Engineers, a force of 180. We landed in 6 gliders, approximately 30 men in each glider. Each glider containing 1 platoon of around 25 infantry and 5 Royal Engineers. One of these gliders would also be carrying John Vaughan, a medical officer. He was a recent addition to John Howard's unit, having made a request for a transfer from the 11th Armoured Division. In late May, Vaughan, along with the other officers of the 224th Parachute Field Ambulance, had been summoned to a meeting with Colonel McEwen. The colonel came to this mess, had a drink with me, and said, "I want to volunteer for a sort of forlorn hope." Forlorn hope was the name given to a band of men who would undertake a highly perilous, often suicidal action in the vanguard of an army. We thought he was exaggerating. There was a nasty silence. Everybody was so scared of this chap. They were more scared of not volunteering and therefore offending him, so we all said, "We'd like to do it." He said, "Thank you very much, gentlemen," and left the bar. About 10 days later I got a message from him. "Come to division headquarters." He said to me, "Vaughan, you wanted some action. You're going to get it now. You're going to be attached to a special force." I was sent down with Colonel Harvey of the 225th Parachute Field Ambulance, taken down in his car to the camp, and I was introduced to John Howard, of course, and the men. I was eventually marched off with the rest of them to the landing strip, and I was in the glider with Sandy Smith. There was a certain amount of sing-song going on, lewd military songs, which gradually died out. Shortly after midnight, with the Normandy countryside below, the tow rope was cast off, and the gliders were suddenly descending. "You come in those gliders at about 90 miles an hour on touchdown," said John Howard. It shook the glider tremendously because we were on these skids. Suddenly, everything went dark, and I felt my head had been knocked rather badly, and my own feelings were that, God, I'm blind. We've been training and waiting for all this time, and now when the moment comes, I'm going to be bloody useless. John was relieved to find out that his blindness had been caused by his helmet tipping forward over his eyes. I could hear the glider pilots on my right moaning in their cockpit, which seemed to have been smashed, but I was conscious that everybody in the glider was moving. You could hear the click of the safety belts being undone, and I knew that men were getting out of the glider and people were pushing in front of me to get through the broken door. The leading section from the back of the glider was to go up first and put the pillbox out of action by throwing a smoke bomb on the road as they came up from the landing zone, and through the smoke with short fused grenades throw them through the gun slits of the pillbox, and then continue with the rest of the platoon across the bridge. I emerged from the glider, and I suppose that really was the most exhilarating moment of my life, because as I stood there I could see the tower of the bridge, about 50 yards from where I was standing. The bridge closest to John spanned the Caen Canal. The second crossed the River Orne. They would later become known as Pegasus Bridge and Horsa Bridge. There was no firing at all. In other words, we had complete surprise. We really caught out Jerry with his pants down, but there was no time to wonder about that. I followed the platoon up the track. I saw the smoke bomb explode, the phosphorus bomb. I heard the thud, thud, thud in the pillbox as the grenades exploded, and I knew we'd get no more trouble from there. And the leading platoon ran across the bridge. Now, I must emphasize that up to this moment, it was all done in complete silence. They were my orders, that we must get troops the other side of the bridge. If we had surprise, we had to keep it, and nobody was allowed to fire unless they were directly fired at by the enemy. Once the first explosions had gone off in the pillbox, surprise had to be followed by violence of action. By this time, the leading platoon were halfway across the bridge, and they started firing from the hip with their Bren guns, Sten guns, and everything else they had. As they came off the other far end of the bridge, and the enemy woke up. And it was a tremendous sight to see all the tracer bullets firing in all directions. They seemed to be 3 different colours, red, yellow, and white. John then heard the crash of more gliders landing. I had 3 platoons down on the ground in exactly the same places where all the briefings had hoped they would be. But by this time I was suddenly wondering what was happening on the other bridge, which was only a quarter of a mile away. I couldn't see any signs of firing over there. There were no radio messages, and that didn't surprise me because the radios in those days are pretty frail, and then crash landing, and we didn't expect them to survive. No runners had arrived, and I was beginning to consider whether I had to send a platoon or half a platoon over to the river bridge to try and capture that. But then all the luck turned. The captain of the Royal Engineers, Captain Jock Nielsen, reported to me that there were no explosives under the canal bridge, so that was the first good bit of news. And then we picked up, to our surprise, our radio message, which said that one of the platoons, No. 6 platoon under Dennis Fox, had captured the river bridge almost without firing a shot. The enemy had run away. Medical Officer John Vaughan arrived in one of the gliders that John Howard had heard crashing. I prayed for a parachute. We were at about 5,000 feet, something like that. I saw some flak, I'm certain of it, on our starboard side, hit one of the other gliders. We came down, and I remember seeing the glider pilot sitting there, smoking cigarettes. It shook me. I thought, my God, it's going into the sea. We came down from 5,000. I heard the pilots chatting to each other, saying a little more left or a little more right. Anyway, we did the 2 turns, and in we came, and I remember the first landing, because it crashed, and then silence. We bounced off, and I remember nothing after that until I woke up and I heard some firing, and I also heard some nasty groans. I found myself lying in front of the glider with my face in some mud. I was lying flat on my face, and my corporals were shaking me, saying, "Doctor, doctor," something like that. I remember staggering to my feet. I was standing outside the glider, and I got back to the glider, found this chap mixed up in the wreckage, and I couldn't get him out, so I gave him a shot of morphine and staggered away from the thing. I can hear those groans now. I walked away in the direction of the bridge, which was only 50 yards away at this stage. I found John Howard sitting in his slit trench, looking perfectly happy, issuing orders right and left. He said, "What's happened to you, Doc?" and gave me a shot of whiskey. I said, "John, what is all this about ham and jam?" I was concussed, you see. Ham and jam was the code word sent over the radio to let command know that the bridges had been seized. I then staggered on up the road, which was the wrong thing to do. I found Den lying on his back in a corner by a cafe, looking up at the stars, looking terribly surprised when I found a bullet hole right in the middle of his neck. I gave him a shot of morphine. By then I'd got some medical orderlies, and we carried him back to my trench, my aid post that I'd got down in that lane. Den Brotheridge had led the charge across the bridge. He died of his wounds and was posthumously awarded a mention in dispatches for his actions. John collected another of the wounded men who was terribly heavy. We staggered with his load down to the RAP. I remember dumping him in our little ditch there. Then I proceeded to go back and get the other casualties. We had about 12 casualties, something like that. While I was attending to these chaps, I heard a clatter, a vehicle, a car, coming down the road. It was a German staff car, and when it approached the bridge, grenades were thrown into it. The German casualties were then passed on to John. One of the casualties was a small, young chap, couldn't have been older than 16 years. One leg had been blown right off, and the other leg was hanging off, and I had to remove it with scissors. He didn't survive very long. I spent the rest of the time in those early pre-dawn hours carrying people down. We only had 3 medical orderlies out of 6 left, so I was one of the stretcher bearers. We got the casualties, including the German casualties, down to the RAP. It appeared that one of the German wounded was the commander of the bridge's defence. He had a wound in his leg, and he was absolutely fanatical. He spoke to me in very good English, and he said, "You know, you troops are going to be thrown back. My Führer will see to that. You're going to be thrown back into the sea," and so on and so forth. But despite his assuredness of German victory, the man was thoroughly dejected with his own performance. He wanted me to shoot him. He thought he'd done a poor job, really. His Führer would be very upset with him, and he wanted me to shoot him. So I got out a bit of morphine and shot him in the bottom. After that, he was a lot more polite and was thanking me for what I'd done. During this time, the British soldiers were under constant fire. One of them dropped a yard away from John. He was shot in the back and paralysed. A decision was made to move the wounded to a more secure location in the village of Benneville, which sat beside the bridge. And this all went on until dawn. Around this time, there was a massive rumbling sound in the distance. I thought we were being attacked. It wasn't. It was the invasion bombardment from the sea. Following hotly on the heels of John Howard's men were the paratroopers of the 6th Airborne Division. Piloting one of the aircraft was George Oliver, an Australian flying a short Stirling bomber for 196 Squadron RAF. When we went out to the aircraft, there were all the airborne soldiers, black on their faces, leaves in their helmets, grenades, machine guns. They really did look fierce. I remember thinking, I'm glad they're on our side. An officer said, "Are you the pilot?" "Yes." "Have you been over before?" "Yes." He looked me up and down and said, "Good God, man, you look as though you're going to a bloody dance." We were all strangers, but we had an instant rapport. He pulled out this 5-franc note. The lads from the stick had all signed it. My butterflies disappeared once I started the engines up. I was so absorbed with what I had to do. We had 17 on board with all their equipment, and our bomb bays were full of equipment too. It was very windy and gusty. As we crossed the channel, we could see searchlights and various lights flashing. It was an amazing sight. You could see the dim outlines of all the aircraft around you. How we didn't have any collisions was beyond me. Hundreds of aircraft were about, and there were slipstreams, and the aircraft were heavy. We had to fly at a defined height so we didn't drop onto aircraft below us. Not easy, as altimeters weren't precision instruments. With a load of paras and equipment and flying at a slow speed, the aircraft felt sort of wallowy, like a boat in waves. It was quite a tricky business, really. We'd been trained for it, we'd got used to it. We did experience a bit of flak. Each squadron lost a Stirling aircraft that night. Several other aircraft were damaged. The Pathfinders received some flak, and there were some troops killed. Eventually the navigator called out and said, "You should be able to see the lights of the Pathfinders soon." The bomb-aimer, he was in the bomb-aiming compartment. He guided us in much the same as bomb-aimers did and gave us the green light when it was time to drop them. I remember shouting good luck, but I don't think they heard me. One of the men jumping in with the 6th Airborne was Ronald Follett of the 7th Battalion Parachute Regiment. We were going to support the Ox and Bucks gliders who were going to land on Pegasus Bridge. I missed my landing and hit the ground with an awful thump. I thought, that's a great start. My PIAT anti-tank weapon had a heck of a smack and was bent. It was of no use at all. They were very flimsy things. Ronald then began to link up with his comrades. There were lots of hunting horns being tooted all around. I found some 7th Battalion people, including the second in command. We soon gathered together and we all formed gradually into more and more companies. It gradually all built, by which time there was a heck of a lot of noise going on towards the bridge, where 2 oxen bucks were dealing with the Germans. 7th Battalion quickly reached the village of Benouville and was soon in action. We walked past the mayor's house and round into the crossroads. That's where we bumped into trouble. They had strong pillboxes and strong points there, and we were pinned down into this orchard. There was a tank and infantry in positions. A company tried to send a patrol along the street, and quite a lot of them were cut to pieces by machine gun fire. Harold Kamak had joined the army as a boy soldier of 15. 5 years later, as a paratrooper in the 12th Battalion Parachute Regiment, he was part of a force tasked with seizing and holding the village of Ronville, just to the southeast of Pegasus Bridge. As they crossed the channel in a Sterling bomber, the atmosphere was one of tension and anticipation. We didn't speak a lot, which is understandable, I think. Just tried to crack 1 or 2 jokes. The men also replayed in their minds the mission that they had been given, and recalled the maps and models that had shown them the ground on which they'd be landing. I had a Bren gun, which is an automatic weapon. This Bren gun was carried in a case strapped to the paratrooper's leg. Once he was cleared of the aircraft, he'd pull a pin which would release the case 20 feet below him. This was to protect the soldier from injury on landing, but it also gave him a valuable heads-up as to when he was about to hit the ground. For Harold, this moment came at around 0100 hours. The drop itself was fine. We landed in a cornfield, actually. Harold was only 400 yards or so from his RV, but high winds carried other men further off the drop zone, with some of them falling into enemy hands. About 60% of the platoon got to the RV, but some of them joined us up within the next couple of hours or so. We had to go about a mile, maybe about a mile and a half, to Ronville, where we were attacking a small village. Once we got there, we dug our trenches as quickly as possible, because we knew as soon as dawn broke we should be expecting some movement from the enemy, which did occur. Hans von Luck commanded the 125th Panzer Grenadier Regiment of the 21st Panzer Divisions. He was in his early 30s, an experienced soldier, and had fought the British in North Africa. At the time of the landings, he was based in a house in Belongreville, about 12 miles from the coast. We were sure that the Allies would land somehow and somewhere. We didn't know where. The main reason was because our intelligence was not good enough. In addition to that, the Allies had 100% air superiority, so we did not send our own planes over to England to see what was happening there. We didn't expect the invasion in Normandy because the distance was long. There was a lot of cliffs, difficult to overcome, but we were training every night to get as familiar with the ground as possible. And Rommel himself visited us several times. He insisted that we would take positions and dig in. He meant that the invasion could come to Normandy, so we had to be very careful about that. The problem was that our division, although very close to the coast, was under direct command under Army Group B. The order was not to move until we would be released. When we realized the landing of paras and of gliders, we were immediately alarmed, but we couldn't move due to the restrictions of this order. Such levels of centralized command prohibited swift and immediate action by those at the front. This problem was further compounded by the absence of certain key figures. Unfortunately, Rommel wasn't there. He was on his way to see Hitler, and our division commander wasn't there. He was in Paris. We were without command of our division, and without Rommel, who would have acted immediately in spite of this general order, I think. Frustrated, Hans did what he could with his regiment. We stood in full alert the whole night. But only one company of my 2nd Battalion, the 5th Company, was out for a night exercise with dummy ammunition. So, unfortunately, some of the paras dropped on a little village, and the company commander was there in a cellar and sent us a message, "Paras are dropping." I think this is right as it is, and the company is still out for exercise. So, in spite of this strict order, I gave the order to the other companies to fight this company in. This counterattack took quite a lot of prisoners. Hans believed that, unbeknownst to him and other regimental-level officers, there existed an order that the 21st Panzer should be freed to counterattack in the event of a landing by paratroopers. If this is correct, that such an order was not communicated to the men who would need to carry it out beggars belief. In 1979, Hans saw the existence of this order mentioned in 2 letters sent by General Speidel, Rommel's chief of staff, to Werner Kortenhaus, who was writing the combat history of the 21st Panzer Division. If we had known this order, with our strength in tanks and anti-tanks and infantry, we thought that we could easily get through to the coast, Hans said, especially because when Paras are landing there's normally at first confusion. I think we could have got to the coast and even to the bridges and probably taken back the bridges. We were absolutely prepared to counterattack. We were very familiar with the ground. We knew every village, we knew every orchard, but we had to stay where we were. Ernest Lowe was a staff officer in 5th Brigade. He suffered a bad landing due to his aircraft dropping the paratroopers while at a high speed. I was in considerable pain because later my knee came up like a balloon. To get back to the rendezvous at Ranville took a long time, and the greatest danger was from our own troops, all of whom were a bit trigger-happy. As we converged, you could hear the ominous click of rifle bolts, and we almost screamed out the passwords. This was quite frightening to have all these people coming in and not knowing who's going to shoot at you or not. I think a lot of our chaps must have been shot by our own people. Not a lot, but I think some of our chaps must have been shot by our own people. It took Ernest a few hours to cover the couple of miles to Ranville. He hadn't seen any sign of the enemy, but heard plenty of shooting. After reporting to Brigade HQ, he began to make his rounds of the battalions and see how they were faring. He was meeting the CO of the 13th Battalion Parachute Regiment when a German truck was captured and its cargo of bread and cheese was liberated by the paratroopers. I moved from there down to the bridges from which we could hear some firing, and I got across the bridges, which was a bit dangerous because they were under fire from the enemy set up in the chateau, which was 600 yards south of the bridges, and they could cover the 2 bridges by fire, so one had to be pretty quick in getting over there. I went to the dressing station to see how the wounded were being taken care of. We'd had a lot of casualties and the medics were very good. Our parachute ambulances were absolutely first class. Some very high-class surgeons and doctors there. The wounded couldn't be evacuated very far. We were still surrounded by the enemy, and the reinforcements expected from the sea hadn't arrived yet. D-Day brought mixed results for the 6th Airborne. The capture of the bridges went as well as could have been dared hoped for. In the late afternoon, when Hans von Luck was finally cleared to move and retake them, his battalion came under such crippling naval gunfire, artillery and air attacks that he was forced to dig in on the southern edge of Esquiville. But the attack on Merville battery to the east of Ouistreham went badly from the beginning. Of the 600 men who were supposed to make the attack, only 150 were able to gather after the parachute force was widely scattered. Exemplifying the airborne spirit, this small force pressed on with the attack. They lost half their strength in doing so, but were able to destroy several of the World War I-era guns before withdrawing. The airborne landings on the 6th of June were fraught with difficulties, but every division fought with tenacity and built upon the fierce reputation of the paratroopers. They were the first men to fight on French soil that day, but not the last. Chapter 3. We'll start the war from right here. The battle for the western beaches. These poor buggers on the ground. You can't look down and see the hand-to-hand fighting, but by God, you know it's just a hell on wheels down there. They're the ones to whom we owe much. They gave their lives so that we can enjoy the freedoms such as we know today. Harold Hal Shook, P-47 pilot who flew over Omaha Beach. On the 5th of June, Kenneth Trott's Typhoon Squadron was sent on an interdiction mission in northern France. It was a flight he'd made many times before, but on this day, Kenneth witnessed something so incredible that no one who saw it would ever forget it. The whole of the channel was literally covered with shipping. Everywhere you looked it was just ship, 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 and of course these enormous mulberry harbours being towed by tugs. These were the components of the mulberry harbours built at Omaha and Sword beaches, rather than the entire harbours which had been floated across the channel. There were two in use in Normandy, with one at Arromanches and another at Omaha. The latter suffered severe damages in a storm on the 19th of June and was thereafter of no use. The Arromanches mulberry harbour was used for 6 months until the capture of Antwerp. Flying over the countryside of the south coast, you could see the number of locomotives that were stacked in yards and so on, dozens of them. That same day, Typhoon pilot John Golly was sent up on a weather reconnaissance mission over Normandy. We were to be under strict radio silence, and in no way were we to engage anything. We flew in at about 8,000 feet. We started to lose height to come back across the channel. As we came down, we could see all the shipping assembling for the big show. Hundreds and hundreds of craft. Remarkable. All coming out of little water alleyways, if you like, and we knew then that the show was on. Steadfast and loyal. The landing of the 4th Infantry Division at Utah. Utah Beach was the westernmost of the 5 Allied beaches, with H-hour set for 0630. The mission to take it was given to the U.S. Army's 4th Infantry Division, who had arrived in Britain in 1944 and had yet to be tested in battle. They had, however, suffered casualties during Exercise Tiger off Slapton Sands, a D-Day rehearsal in Devon. Task Force U was composed of 865 ships that delivered more than 20,000 men to Utah Beach on D-Day. In the early hours, around 4 a.m., landing ships miles offshore began to transfer soldiers into the landing craft that would take them in. An LCA, landing craft assault, was not a pleasant place to be. They rocked and rolled in the heavy swell of the English Channel until seasick men wanted to get ashore no matter what waited for them. Nostrils filled with the smell of salt water, engine fumes, and vomit. As dawn crept onto the horizon, 18 ships of the U.S. Navy let loose their broadsides. Minutes before the landing craft were due to hit the beach, a force of 300 B-26 bombers flew over the coast and battered the German defences. People don't understand that the visibility was very bad and we had to fly low, said Francis Dimnicki, a US AAF radio operator aboard a B-26 nicknamed Miss Pill. The mission was important, so we had to fly under the overcast, and we were flying at maybe about 1,500 feet, which is not very high at all. We normally flew at 12,000 feet. The higher the anti-aircraft guns had to fire, the less accurate their aim. But now the bombers had to take the increased risk of being hit. We flew over and bombed the guns that were on top of the cliffs. We dropped bombs just before we got to the target and then peeled off so that we were only over enemy territory for 2 or 3 minutes. The place was a mess. Planes were all over. There was a lot of guys lost. The Navy ships were firing and we could see some of the landings that they were making. We didn't get too much of an observation because it happened so quickly. Perhaps above the noise of the landing craft engines and the slapping of waves against the hull, the soldiers could hear the rumble of bombs as they fell inland. Without doubt, they heard the roar of the battleship's broadsides, the massive shells crashing through the air. Those who chanced to look above the gunwales of the landing craft saw a coastline shrouded in smoke, dust, and flame. In the gloom of dawn, they may have seen the flash of enemy cannon or the twinkle of a machine gun firing, but most of the infantry saw none of this. They were crouched down, shoulder to shoulder, and wet with sea spray. Bullets clanged against the metal of their assault craft or cracked overhead. Incoming shells threw geysers of water into the air, testing the nerves of every coxswain. For hours the assault craft had struggled closer to shore. Now there was only a final moment for the soldiers to think of wives, of children, and of parents. To make a quick bargain with God, or to replay in the minds the training received and the mission ahead. and then at last the ramp dropped. James Nannini was a soldier in the 4th Infantry Division. He had a fear of heights and didn't enjoy climbing down the cargo net from the troop ship into the assault craft waiting below. It was choppy. And of course, the guy that was handling the Higgins boat, he was trying to do a good job of keeping it as close to the ship as he could, but it was almost impossible. A number of fellows got their feet crushed in there. I'm sure they had to be amputated, I would think. As they were closing in on the shore, James witnessed the massive firepower of the U.S. Navy. They were shelling the coast with those big 16-inch guns. They made a lot of noise, and when those shells hit the coast it looked like the sun was coming out. I figured, hell, when we get in there, there's no one going to be alive there. Well, that wasn't the case. As smoke from the bombardment wreathed the coastline, the first waves of infantry hit the beach. Harper Coleman, born close to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, had worked in a furniture factory before he was drafted. Now he was carrying a .30 caliber machine gun into occupied France. I was on the first wave, the second row of boats. They put us off waist-deep in water. We got on the beach. There was no one there but General Roosevelt, and he was standing there waving, pushing us on through. Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., was the son of a former president and the cousin of the sitting one, Franklin Roosevelt. He had requested 3 times to be given command of the first wave before permission was reluctantly given, and he stayed on the beach to greet and direct every regiment that arrived on Utah that day. He was awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions, but died in his sleep a little more than a month later. In a stroke of good luck, the first wave had landed about a mile south from where they were supposed to be. Far from heralding disaster, they found this stretch of coast to be both lightly defended and ill-prepared. All the landmines were marked, recalled Harper. They had a stake beside them, so after we found out what they were, you could pretty much avoid them. You could zigzag through them. Not every man was successful in this, and Harper saw some dead and wounded men lying where they'd been hit. However, resistance on the beach was weaker than the men had expected, with many of the defenders rendered ineffective by the weight of the bombardment. There was artillery exploding in the water. There was a big bunker there, but luckily it wasn't manned when we were there. It was still empty. It wasn't completed. And that's the only bunker I recall we run into at that time. Harper and other troops moved quickly to get off the exposed beach. We didn't linger around on the beach at all. There was artillery and small arms fire, I know, because one of the guys behind me got hit. He was right behind me. I didn't know it until years later when I talked to his family in Indiana. He laid on that beach all day. They thought he was one of the dead, and when they found him at night, he was living, and they got him back to England, and he survived. Inland, Harper saw evidence of the preparations that the Germans had taken to deny the fields to Allied paratroopers. We took a left turn up along the causeway until we come to a road. The land behind it was all flooded. We went into that little town of Poupeville. That's where I saw my first German laying there on the street. If there was villagers there, they sure didn't show themselves. Though there was some German resistance on the beach, it effectively lasted less than an hour. For some of the soldiers who landed after this time, there would be a feeling of anticlimax. For others, it was the greatest relief. James Nannini's 22nd Infantry Regiment landed at H+76, i.e. 76 minutes after the hour the operation was due to begin. The dead and wounded of the first wave were still on the beach. The first GI that I saw that was dead was floating in the water. The water was red by that time. That first dead GI I saw, that really affected me. Combat engineer William Greer also came ashore after the first waves had already cleared off the beach. Having worked in construction before the war, he was interested in checking out a concrete pillbox of the Atlantic Wall. Huge thing. It had really been blasted. William took note of the large amounts of reinforcing steel that had been used in its construction, but he was soon moved along onto a road. Here he saw German bodies that had been run flat by tanks and vehicles. Then, in the town of Sainte-Mère-Église, about 7 miles further inland, were more enemy dead. They'd tried to pick up the dead, the American dead, but there was still just all kinds of dead Germans. Anywhere that they could get behind a fence post or anything at all for shelter, you'd see a dead German. The thing that you can't explain to anyone, and the most demoralizing thing to me, is the scent of war. You have the tore-up earth and vegetation, burnt gunpowder, and all kinds of dead odors, not just humans, cows, horses, any kind of livestock that was just all bloated up and stinking bad. You can't make a picture of odor. You have to smell it to know. John Whitmire landed with the 12th Regiment. They pushed straight off the beach and linked up with American airborne forces early that night. "I spent the first night with a paratrooper," John said. Both men were jumpy and could see movement ahead of their foxhole. "We kept waiting for our throats to get cut, I guess. When daybreak came, those moving characters we saw were bushes. They were waving back and forth in the wind." In the weeks to come, John would see plenty of the real thing. By the end of 6th of June, 23,000 men had gone ashore at Utah Beach. Though the 4th Infantry Division did not achieve all of their D-Day objectives, in part due to landing in the wrong position, they were able to clear the beach in less than an hour. They were also able to push 6 miles inland, giving a deep beachhead onto which reinforcements could be brought in and formed up. This rapid deployment was aided by the engineers, who made quick work of clearing the beach of mines and obstacles. Upon reflection, and given that the objectives for all D-Day beaches were optimistic at best, it is hard to see the results of the 4th Infantry Division's actions as anything but a great success. The Allied western flank was secure, and men and materials were rolling in. The 4th ID may have landed in the wrong place, but it was about as right as wrong can be. As Brigadier General Roosevelt put it, "We'll start the war from right here." Rangers lead the way. The assault on Pointe du Hoc. Between the beaches of Utah and Omaha lay a promontory known as the Pointe du Hoc. Atop of its sheer cliffs, which are 100 feet in height, the Germans had constructed a series of gun emplacements. Intelligence reported that 6 155mm guns were housed in these concrete strongholds. With their sweeping views over the American landing beaches, such guns could wreak havoc amongst the invasion fleet. The importance of silencing the guns at Pointe du Hoc and the difficulty of assaulting it posed by the cliffs meant that the mission to capture and destroy the point must be given to elite troops. In this case, the 2nd Battalion of the United States Army Rangers, under the command of Colonel James Earl Rudder. One of the senior NCOs in Rudder's unit was Leonard Bud Lamel from Brooklyn. After graduating college, where he had an athletic scholarship, Bud went to work on freight trains. His military service began in 1942, and Bud volunteered for the Rangers. The selection process was arduous, and the training after selection was tougher still. As D-Day drew closer, there was a lot of close cooperation with British Army commandos who taught the Rangers how to scale cliffs with ropes. Indeed, the close cooperation between Rangers and the British military continued into D-Day itself. Not only did a commando officer, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Travis Trevor, join the assaulting force, but the Rangers were taken into the attack by ships and boats of the Royal Navy. Bud was First Sergeant of D Company and would be leading from the front. His landing craft launched under the cover of darkness and headed in towards the point. Unfortunately, they made a mistake and went to the wrong cliffs, which delayed us about 40 minutes, I think, which is important when you have game plans such as we had. We landed about 7:10 a.m. on that little ledge, 30 foot wide. This ledge was the narrow scrap of beach below the cliffs. This mission was said to be the most dangerous mission assigned for D-Day, and that's been repeated by General Omar Bradley. The assault force did not go undetected. When the ramp went down, Bud received a flesh wound from a machine gun bullet. I was the first one wounded, but it didn't disable me so that I couldn't go on and do my duty. As the LCAs beached on the narrow shore, rocket launchers mounted on their flanks fired ropes onto the cliffs above. After pulling on the ropes to secure the grapples, the Rangers, laden with ammunition and equipment, began scaling the 100-foot cliffs. "Had everything gone right, the Germans would have been in bed when we did this," said Bud. "But, because we were late, it gave them enough time to come out and welcome us." Out at sea in a rocket ship, an LST packed with artillery to bombard the enemy coast, 25-year-old ensign Nicholas Zuras was watching the action ashore through a pair of binoculars. "As we approached the beach, we got the first taste of gunfire for the landing force. I was just standing along with my binoculars and looking at Pointe d'Arc, which was a tragedy in itself. I was seeing these Rangers climbing up metal ladders to the top and being fired on and being killed." These ladders had been acquired from the London Fire Brigade. The defenders shot at the climbing Rangers, cut ropes, and dropped grenades onto those below. And yet, through feats of sheer bravery and determination, Rangers began to make it onto the cliff top. They were aided by men on the landing craft and the narrow beach who fired to keep the Germans back from the cliff edges. "We got up there and fought our way through the Germans to the gun positions," said Bud. "D Company, my company, was assigned gun positions 4, 5, and 6 on the west flank. The rest of the companies landed on the other side." Some 200 German soldiers manned positions on the Pointe d'Arc. After pushing back those who were on the cliff top at close quarters, Bud and his men were able to reach their objective of the gun emplacements. "When we got to the positions where these 3 guns were supposed to be, they weren't there. They were nothing but telephone poles sticking out of these emplacements. And of course we trained for this mission only from aerial photographs and information that had been given to us. We did not know, as we later found out, that those guns had been removed before D-Day to an alternate position. We could not find any guns on Pointe d'Arc." This, of course, did not mean that the 2nd Rangers were out of danger, nor did it mean that they were about to give up their search for the lethal guns. While D Company set up a roadblock to prepare for a counterattack, Bud and another NCO went out alone to scout ahead. "As luck would have it, within the first couple of 100 feet we came to this hedgerow, and I examined on the other side, and there were the guns." Bud personally destroyed them using thermite grenades. "By 8:30 in the morning, we had destroyed those guns so that they could not be used." Bud then returned to the roadblock and rejoined his men. "We fought there for 2 days. On the first day, the 2nd Rangers received some reinforcements from the 5th Battalion who landed at Omaha, but heavy casualties suffered on the beach by the 29th ID meant that it would be 2 days before the Rangers were relieved by the infantry. During that time, they endured artillery fire, sniper fire, and numerous German counterattacks, all of which caused severe casualties. By the time that the 29th ID arrived, only 15 of the 65 men of Bud's D Company were able to fight. Those of us that did survive were just plain lucky. As a unit, the 2nd Rangers had suffered a 70% casualty rate, but they had achieved their mission, and Pointe d'Arc did not threaten the invasion fleets on either Utah or Omaha. Considering how close the latter landing came to failure, the success of the Rangers' mission cannot be overstated. Ever forward, the landing of the 29th Infantry Division on the western sectors of Omaha. Omaha was a 6-mile stretch of beach that ran from Pont-en-Bessin in the east to the Vire River to the west. The western third of this landing site had a 9-foot-high seawall, and the entire beach was overlooked by 100-foot-high cliffs or bluffs. There were only 5 exits from Omaha, with the best being a paved road in a ravine that led towards Vierville-sur-Mer. The other exits were a pair of dirt roads and a pair of dirt paths. Rommel had ordered formidable defences built in this area, heavily mining the waters and beach and constructing 13 strongpoints called Widerstandsnester, resistance nests. There was an extensive trench system that connected numerous other fighting positions, and the entire beach was covered by fields of enfilading and plunging fire from the cliffs, turning it into a deadly kill zone. Allied intelligence was aware of the defences, but not of who was manning them. Unbeknownst to them, parts of the veteran 352nd Infantry Division were now on the beach. Regardless of who they would face, it was clear to Allied planners that a bombardment of Omaha was necessary. 22-year-old Edward Nacey was a navigator aboard a B-24 bomber. He began combat missions in April 1944, many of them in support of the coming invasion. His crew's D-Day target was the defences at Omaha. We took off at about 2 o'clock in the morning and went through a very elaborate assembly trying to get into formation. Weather that night was bad, but we finally managed that and flew the prescribed route. Around about the time the sun was coming up, we spotted the bomber stream that we were supposed to be joining. These streams included aircraft flying from multiple bases in England. We joined in with them and flew the formation with them. Once we got up to altitude above the weather, we were okay. We couldn't see the invasion forces underneath us as we were going across the channel, but we knew they were there, and that was probably the most scary thing about the mission. Our role was to stay with the Pathfinders and drop our bombs when they did, so the bombs were all in a group in a precise target area. So that's what we did, and we bombed at 6:30 in the morning at the H hour. The biggest concern to me at the time, and probably to everybody else, was don't make any mistake, and don't drop short on our own forces. The Pathfinders were so concerned about dropping on their own troops that they eventually extended the release time a few seconds. For bombers travelling at hundreds of miles an hour, a few seconds' delay could mean a few miles' inaccuracy. The bombs actually fell about a mile or two behind the beaches. They did a lot of damage, but they didn't hit the fortifications as well as everybody would have liked. Beneath the armada of aircraft, and some 12 miles to the east of where the 4th Infantry Division were landing with little resistance at Utah, the U.S. 29th Infantry Division were about to hit the western sectors of Omaha Beach. The carnage experienced in the coming hours lived forever in the hearts and minds of those who fought there. For First Lieutenant Ray Nance of Company A, 116th Infantry Regiment, the painful memories were all too clear when he gave his account of the landings. "I don't know whether I can do this," he told the interviewer. Ray was one of 34 men in his unit from the small town of Bedford, Virginia. Tragically, the Bedford boys would come to symbolize American losses on D-Day. "It was very rough once you were in the water," Ray said. "The British landing craft that carried us in were very light, and they danced around in the water like a feather. There was about 2 hours of circling in an assembly area, waiting our turn to get in line to proceed to the beaches. And this is when the troops began to get seasick, and due to the low silhouette of these craft, the rough seas sometimes came over their side. We were wet and very uncomfortable, and due to the seasickness, it was a very uncomfortable position." Ahead of them, the bluffs of Omaha Beach loomed out of the smoke of the naval bombardment. Flashes of light marked the gun positions opening up on the assault force. When we approached the beach, we came under an intense fire, both mortar and artillery. And as we neared the beach, we came under an intense small-arms fire. And at the point the boat touched the sand, our ramp went down. Being an officer, I was the first one to leave the boat, and the beach appeared to me to be entirely empty. It seemed as though no one had been there before us. Ray described the beach as an inferno. The water seemed to be hot and smoking, more or less, from vapor caused from this hot metal falling in it. Despite the incoming fire, Ray had no difficulty in getting his men to move. They were very thoroughly trained and had been through this in many dry runs before. Each man knew his job, and he proceeded to do it. That is, those who weren't dead already. There were 17 on my boat to start with, and to my knowledge only 5 of us came off alive. Also coming ashore with the 116th was 24-year-old Harry Parley. "Boats were getting hit. Incoming enemy fire was starting to come out towards us. You don't want to pick your head up over the side because things were not too comfortable. I could smell the smoke, and every once in a while a guy would look up over the side and say, "Oh, shit," and look down again, so I knew it wasn't good news. Harry's boat finally came to a stop. The ramp went down and your asshole puckered up. You took a deep breath and you started to pray. I went down the ramp and I went under. Harry was completely submerged beneath the water and pulled down by his heavy equipment. I couldn't get up. I said goodbye to my mother and my wife. I'm trying to struggle. I know there's no help coming because I can hear the firing. You can hear ricochets on my boat. Luckily for Harry, the barrel of his flamethrower was sticking out of the water. Somebody grabbed hold of that and pulled me out, half drowned. The dead and dying of Company A were littering the beach. It fell on medics like Russell Clark to save who they could. He was 19 years old. I got a good view of the men when the ramp dropped, and they were dropping like flies. They were gunned down, and we knew at that time that we were in for a rough time of it. Some of the men jumped over the side, and I was fortunate enough to jump over the side where the water was only up to my mid-thighs, whereas the men on the other side jumped into water that was over their heads. Some of them drowned. To comply with the rules of war, the medics carried no weapons, only medical bags, and their helmets and armbands were marked with a red cross on a white background. That was a beautiful target for the Germans, said Russell. There was a man right in front of me, and I heard him yell, "I'm hit." And as I advanced towards the shore, he went down, and I grabbed a hold of his collar, and I dragged him up on shallower water. I was turning to see if I could help him when I found out he was dead. There was no respite from the withering fire. There was men on the right and men on the left of me that were falling. I went back in the water to try and bring some of those men up to shore, and then when I got them up to shore, I worked on them and did my medical work. I could hear the bullets hitting the water. I could hear the bullets hitting all around me. Despite the carnage, Russell believed that many men were too busy to be frightened. I was frightened going in, I'm not going to kid you. Anybody would be frightened when they're going in and knowing that someone's going to be firing bullets at them. But the minute I got into the water and I started trying to help these wounded men, I wasn't frightened. No. All I had in my mind was trying to help these men. The fright went away. It wasn't only the 29th Infantry Division who landed on the western sectors of Omaha Beach. John Rahn was a 22-year-old captain in the 5th Ranger Battalion. On D-Day, his unit had 2 potential missions. If the 2nd Rangers gave word that they had successfully scaled the cliffs and taken the positions on the Pointe du Hoc, then the 5th would move in behind them. But if no word was received by a given time, they would support the landings of the 29th Infantry Division. When that time came and went, the 5th Rangers headed in towards Omaha. Maybe 10 minutes after we had made our turn and committed ourselves to the Omaha dog beaches, we heard the call from the 2nd Ranger Battalion, a radio message saying, "Praise the Lord," John explained. This meant that they had been successful in their initial assaults and were asking for us to come in behind them. Although he and his unit wanted to go to the assistance of their fellow Rangers, they were now committed to their approach. There was nothing that we could do but proceed. John's landing craft finally ground to a halt, and the ramp dropped onto the sand. The Germans opened fire with machine guns practically down the throats of the ramps. Anyone who tried to go down the ramp died. I looked back to our LCI and saw that the coxswain was having trouble getting back off the beach. He'd run on so hard that he couldn't pull it off. And just then I saw an artillery shell hit on the fantail, and I know he became a casualty as a result of giving us too dry a landing. John recalled an unlikely hero at the water's edge, Father Joseph Lacey. He had joined us perhaps a week before the invasion, not much more anyway. And he was little, he was old, he was fat, he was a Roman Catholic priest. We didn't think that he'd last with us. We were all in beautiful physical condition and were expecting a high-speed march across hostile country. But old Father Lacey came out of the boat, and from the reports that everyone told me, he didn't come up to the protection of the seawall. He stayed right down there on the water's edge, pulling men who were dying out of the water so that they could perhaps live a little bit longer, tending the wounded, saying unction. A true hero. A true hero. The invasion plan had called for a bombing of the beach to provide craters for the advancing soldiers. But the bombs instead landed miles inland, and so men sought cover where they could, often behind the obstacles that had been placed to impede them. "They had these great big X's on the beach, of iron," said Russell Clark. "They had barbed wire, they had mines, and they had all kinds of barricades on the beach. Some of the men, what they did was throw themselves on the wire to try and let other men go over them. I was behind one obstacle, and I was taking care of one of the wounded, and I was just crawling over to take care of another wounded man because he was calling for help when, all of a sudden, something hit my helmet and stunned me. I was in la-la land for a minute or two. By the time I got there, I found out that he had passed away, but his helmet was lying alongside of him." Russell took off his conspicuous Red Cross helmet and replaced it with the dead man's, and ripped off his medic's armband. "I knew that I was a target that the Germans would love to hit." Harry Parley had almost died in the water before being helped ashore. "Now I'm up there, half drowned, full of water, with 80 pounds of shit on my back, and I'm alone because the rest of the guys, traveling lighter than I, took off running across to the shelter of the seawall." Behind the seawall, a little more than a few feet high in places because of the build-up of sand, were Omaha's steep bluffs, atop of which were pillboxes and gun emplacements. At the base of the cliffs were barbed wire entanglements and mines. I couldn't run, so I started to walk. And that was my first experience with enemy gunfire. I could see, rather than hear, the bullets going into the sand. Made a little sucking sound like a zip, 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 a sucking, you know. I saw other guys falling. There were guys running on the beach already, yelling. Some of them were alive, some were dead, some were torn up, but I could do nothing. I was trying to catch my breath, get rid of the water in my lungs, and I could only walk. I actually walked across that beach. Harry explained why he thinks that he survived the machine gun fire when so many others did not. "You don't have to pick out particular soldiers if you're a machine gunner. You fire as the line moves forward. You lay down your zone of fire and allow the enemy to run into it. The ones that ran ahead of me were running into the zone of fire, and as they ran towards the bluff or to the seawall, the Germans were lowering the fire to get as many as they could before they hit the seawall. I was left exposed and all alone. I was behind them, I would say, easy, 100, 200 feet. So there I was, one guy with a flamethrower walking across. They took pot shots at me because I can see it around, but I think the amount of troops ahead of me distracted them. They had better pickings. So actually the load I carried may very well have saved my ass that day." Harry finally made it to the seawall, where the survivors of the first waves were massed together. It was one fucking mess. Guys were trying to dig themselves back into England, wounded and dead and chopped up guys. Nobody could move. They were terrorized, and you know, they just didn't want to move. They couldn't move. We didn't know where we were. We had no officers. My captain was killed on the beach. John Ryan of the 5th Rangers also made it to the base of the bluffs. "I do remember looking back at the beach and seeing men everywhere spread across the beach, dead and dying. I remember seeing men in the water, hiding behind obstacles, and I remember the DD tanks. These were the floating tanks with those great big pneumatic tires around them. The DD tanks were backing down to the water's edge and providing protection from that terrible small arms fire we were receiving from the right, driving up across the beach and depositing men at the seawall, and then backing down again and bringing up 4 or 5, 6 more men. I watched that happen over the period of time that we were on the beach a number of times, and it wasn't just the one tank, there were many of them." John witnessed a landing craft struck by an artillery shell, the blast igniting the fuel of a flamethrower man. The jelly gasoline was spread from one end of that LCI to the other, and it became a raging inferno in a fraction of a second. It was one of the most awful things that I have ever seen. Closer to the water, Ray Nance watched the next wave coming in. They had trouble getting through the obstacles. Some of the boats capsized. There was a tremendous amount of artillery fire on that wave. The boats were twisting in the surf and the men were all over the place. And it would appear that most of them were killed because I was out front. They did not pass us, those men, from that wave. Ray was surrounded by the bodies of his comrades. When I reached the high water mark, the bodies floated in, and you could see your friends, people you'd served with for years, floating, face down or face up. Our company aide man came along. He treated my wound and also gave me some information about what had happened, what he had seen in his travels up and down the beach. At that time, I was told I was company commander. The original company commander had been killed. So had many of his men. I was a company commander without men. I think I was in shock at the time, more or less because I'd been wounded. I was wounded just as I came off the boat. Suffering from wounds to his hand and foot, Ray began to crawl his way up the beach. In their bunkers, German machine gunners and snipers sought out anyone who moved, wounded or not. From time to time, they would come back if they saw anything moving, said Ray, and it was automatic weapons fire from that pillbox at the mouth of the Vierville draw. This was the paved road that cut between the cliffs. It was an important exit for the assaulting troops, and heavily defended. The machine gunner would elevate and lower, and that would cause a beaten path of fire to stitch the sand right towards you. By changing the elevation of the gun, the machine gunner could strafe the beach, rather than simply fire onto one individual soldier at a time. With so many men on the beach, it was difficult to miss. Under such withering fire, minutes began to feel like an eternity. It seemed like hours. But when we got across at the high water mark, I happened to look at my watch, which wasn't waterproofed, and I was amazed to see that it was still running. It was shortly after 10. Ray had been on Omaha Beach for less than 4 hours. In that time, his unit had been shot to pieces, with only 20 of A Company making it to the sea wall, and a Vierville draw and its exit from the beach was yet to be cleared. I do remember my radio operator calling out from my left saying he'd been hit, and he called to me for help, but I couldn't give him any. That's a pity of the whole thing, because we all had a mission, and that came first. We could not stop for anyone. It wasn't an easy choice. Soldiers who had been alive and talking one moment could be lifeless the next. A company runner, an orderly, went across the beach alongside of me. We talked to one another. I saw him when he was hit. To Ray, the losses seemed unsustainable. From where I was, it seemed a failure on this particular beach. Too weak to move, many of the wounded drowned as the tide came in. I feel that many of them could have been saved, had we been on dry land, said Ray. Medic Russell Clark was doing his utmost to save them. I would imagine I took care of 15, 20, 30 wounded people. The chaos was terrible. The screaming of people that were hit. They were yelling for medics. And I heard a couple of men that were yelling, "I want my mother." A couple of times I was crawling around and I'd come across an arm or a leg that had been blown off. He crawled over to many fallen soldiers, not knowing if they were dead or alive. In most cases they were dead, but in some cases I helped men with their legs off or arms. He applied tourniquets to these wounds to try and stem the bleeding. And that's about all I could do for somebody like that. They had to lay there and wait until the beach was secure. I'm sure many of them did not make it. There was no amount of training that could have prepared Russell for what he saw on Omaha. Until you actually had to do the work, you really didn't realize what you were getting into or what you had to do. When I saw men being hit and going down all around me, I figured one of these bullets has got to find me. Cover was so sparse that at one point he had to shelter behind a fallen soldier. I actually pushed him up so I could get down behind him. Hundreds of men were down, and the 29th Infantry Division were yet to clear the beach. As time dragged on and there was no sign of breakout, Geraint became worried about the possibility of a German counterattack that would drive them into the sea. I looked to my left and I saw a tank coming down the beach right in the edge of the water. At first, I thought it was a German tank. As the tank got closer, Ray was able to recognize the U.S. markings. It was the prettiest white star you've ever seen. It was ours. I thought that we'd lost the thing and the Germans were mopping up. But the relief was short-lived. The tank rolled past my rear, down to the mouth of the Virville Draw, headed inland, fired about 2 rounds, and was knocked out and burned. As happened on many of the D-Day beaches, a lot of Omaha's tank support was lost in the water before they ever made it to the beach. Others were knocked out by mines or the lethal German 88s. One of the tankers who landed in support of the 29th Infantry Division was William Gast. William had enlisted into the U.S. Army straight from school. Now 20 years old, he was a driver in A Company, 743rd Tank Battalion, who began landing on the beach at around 06:30. You can hear the bullets bouncing off the tank like you're throwing marbles at a car, and you can see tanks sitting beside you that are burning. There were many horrors that day, but one in particular stuck out to him. The saddest part about the whole thing is that I may have even driven over some of my own men. The losses in William's unit were heavy. We had in our company 3 combat platoons, and there is 5 tanks to a platoon. 5 of us made it out of 15. Without the promised fire support of dozens of tanks, the Navy proved vital. Risking the German coastal guns and mines, several destroyers came within 800 yards of the beach, firing point-blank at the enemy positions. Further out to sea, battleships and cruisers hurled their heavy shells at the concrete emplacements. "Our Navy did a wonderful job," said Geraint. "I wasn't in a position to see it, but they did fire on those beach installations and beach defences, direct fire. Sometimes it would almost raise you from the ground when the shells come in over you like that. And in one instance to the right of the Virville Draw, it caused a landslide that covered quite a few wounded that were back under the protection of the cliff. And at the same time, the Germans were putting in their 2 cents worth, mortars, some 88 overhead fire. That didn't bother us once we got in near the cliff. It fell over to our rear." Medic Russell Clark estimated that it took him 6 hours to make it from the water to the base of the cliff. "Even when you were down there, you had to keep your head down. And we had men who got curious, I guess, and I'd see them, they'd stick their head up, and sure enough a machine gunner would get them." Harry Parley was also in the meagre shelter of the sea wall. "I found myself trying to help some of the wounded. I ran out to the beach about 30 feet and dragged a guy that had been shot in the legs. I dragged him to the safety of the bluff. I don't know why I did that, because a lot of the guys who did that were getting bumped off. They got shot in the ass or in the back. Anyhow, that was my claim to heroism that day." Harry was soon wounded himself. Some shrapnel hit me in the cheekbone. Someone said, "Jesus, you're wounded." I thought I was dying, but actually when I touched the skin, it was a tiny piece about the size of a pinhead. When he looked back to the water, Harry witnessed sickening scenes. You can see the boats blowing up and the personnel flying in the air and everything, and you thought everything was lost because there were tanks coming off and trucks coming off far out in the water and sinking. Landing ship tanks with the big equipment were being hit now, and then you just turned away. You couldn't look. And right out there like you could touch them, there were these 2 big battleships. They were firing inland. I crawled farther away, then I found other wounded and all that shit. Harry then came across a gap that had been blown into barbed wire entanglements. As I came up to the hole, There were still guys hesitating to go, and I could see why when I went through. You know when you mark a minefield for safety, they carry rolls of white tape, and you follow the white tape because whoever's gone forward and wasn't blown up takes the tape with him. Each strip was about a yard apart. There were about 4 or 5 guys going up the bluff ahead of me. I could see one guy had been blown apart, and another guy, both legs were off, and he had tourniquets around his legs. That's the price they paid for being the first guys to come through. Harry was about to go further up the hill when someone started shouting at him and the others to come back down. The big guns of the Navy were going to fire onto the cliff tops. "I never went back," said Harry. "I didn't want to go back down to the beach because I was afraid to get killed. That was a stupid thing to do. And the USS Arkansas opened fire. They opened up that bluff like a saucer. Do you ever sit in the front seat in the front row of a movie looking up at the screen? That's the way it looked. Never touched me. And these giant shells were blowing the hill apart." At the base of the bluffs, John Rann of the Rangers watched as an old sergeant from the amphibious brigade was lugging a caliber .30 water-cooled machine gun. He set it up on a tripod that he'd apparently already put in, and then he went back, and with a young lieutenant in a green sweater, they carried the water and some boxes of ammunition, and they set up the machine gun very methodically. And then the sergeant got behind it and began to traverse and search the hill to our right front. I looked over to the right front, and I could see troops trying to fight their way up the bluffs. There was a lot of smoke, a lot of action over there. But clearly someone from the 116th or A and B of the 2nd Ranger Battalion had begun to get off the beach and to try to get up those bluffs, and the sergeant was firing in support of their advance. The lieutenant, absolutely oblivious to what was going on, turned his back towards the fire. At some point or other in these proceedings, he yelled down at the troops that were huddled up against the seawall, cowering, frightened, doing nothing, accomplishing nothing, and said, "You guys think you're soldiers?" He did everything he could, trying to organize himself, his own men, trying to organize the troops of the 116th that were up there on the seawall, but to no avail. After receiving orders from General Cota, who had landed on the beach, John said that D Company led the assault up the hill, cleared a number of Germans out of the positions there, and made it possible for the battalion to proceed up the hill. I sat down, perhaps 50 feet above the beach, and looked back at the beach, and it was a true holocaust. I could see the 2 LCIs that had been hit. I noticed as far as the eye could see that ours was the only gap in the wire, and that the 5th Ranger Battalion was the only unit that appeared to be moving off the beach. Now, way down at Vierville, I had seen what appeared to be some U.S. troops attacking up the bluffs, but from this particular vantage point, it was clear that we were the only unit that was moving out from the beaches. There's no doubt about it. We would be followed by reorganized troops from 116th, but at this particular moment, it was the 5th Battalion. Harry Parley and others from the 116th made their way to the top of the bluffs. We just walked up. There was a path, and we got to the top, and we saw all the emplacements, tunnels and dugouts and holes, and they had a couple of enemy troops with their hands on their heads. They looked like Mongolians to me. They didn't talk German, and we sat them down with their hands on their heads. They were passed on to the beach. It is likely that these men were former Soviet soldiers, pressed into service for Germany after they had been taken prisoner on the Eastern Front. Harry now found himself fighting to push inland. It wasn't long until he heard a sound that every infantryman fears, the clanking tracks of an approaching tank. The French roads of Normandy have very deep ditches. Some of them were deep, 3 feet, 4 feet deep, covered with overgrowth, and I dived into one onto the feet of a sergeant. I would say the sergeant at that time must have been about 28, 29. He looked like an old man to me. The sergeant belonged to the 1st Infantry Division, which had seen action in North Africa and Sicily. They had been through combat, so they were experienced, and he was laying there, with his helmet on his head, his elbow up, and his head relaxed. I was panicking. I screamed at him, "There's a fucking tank coming! What the hell are we going to do now?" And he looked at me. He said, "Let's stay here. Maybe it'll go away." And the fucking thing went away. Harry picked up a discarded M1 rifle. Many soldiers were using weapons collected on the battlefield. Some were of German issue, and this led to tragic consequences. After hearing what sounded like a German machine gun firing, Harry and others shot in its direction. When the firefight was over, we found the bodies of our fellow GIs. This went on during most of the day. Strangely enough, I'd never read anything about it. There were so many tragedies that day that I guess this was just ignored. But it bothered me. After the chaos of the beach and the air landings, soldiers of different units were meshing into their own war bands, and their blood was up. We had been joined by some British commandos and our own rangers and paratroopers, said Harry. They were absolutely crazy. I was witness to a number of what I would call instances of butchery where we did capture a German or two. I was witness to throat cutting and disembowelment. We were crazy. If we were suspicious of a farmhouse or something, we threw the hand grenade. I think we killed French farmers. There was a quick remorse when we saw somebody dead in civilian clothes caused by our firing. It was kind of creepy because I consider myself a good soldier. And within a few hours, I was involved with madness. The battlefield beyond the bluffs was no less chaotic than the beach. There was about 6 of us, about 2 feet apart, heads down, squatting, sort of a squatting, walking along a hedgerow, and suddenly there was this pop. The sergeant's head was blown apart through the helmet, left his skull like a saucer, and he fell over into my arms. And this may sound cool, calm, but the first thing we started yelling is, "Let's get the hell out of here, we're on the wrong side of the hedgerow." Harry was experiencing a new kind of battlefield, the Normandy blockage. We had not been trained for the hedgerow fighting, and I think I've carried that grudge for years. I had terrific training for the assault and self-preservation, but they never told me about the hedgerows. Due to the heavy resistance, troops from Omaha had pushed a mile inland at most, and night was finally closing in on the longest day. We decided to get into the middle of the field so we could see that someone was creeping up on us. And we decided to dig a foxhole. The hard ground made this impossible, and Harry and a sergeant stood in the darkness, exhausted. He said to me after a while, "Fuck it, Parley, let's just sit down here. And if they come for us, we take as many as we can. It's real Errol Flynn shit, yeah. We sat back to back, waiting for someone to come and get us. And that's the way I spent the night." The beach behind them was littered with thousands of dead and wounded men. "I wish I could have done more," said Company A medic Russell Clark. "I wish I could have saved more men. But you're limited as to what you can do, and actually you're limited with the amount of medical supplies that you have. My job was to help the wounded, not to find cover. And that's the job I did. I tried to take care of the men on the beach." After the battle, First Lieutenant Ray Nance discovered who they'd faced on Omaha Beach. We were told there would be a reinforced platoon defending this beach. Later, we learned there was a whole division. I believe it was the 352nd Infantry Division up on maneuvers, and unfortunately they used live ammunition on them maneuvers for us. Ray was asked if the beach was like hell. "Well, I've never been there, but if it's like that, I certainly don't want to go. It was a heart-rending experience to lose these men that we'd trained with. Some of them I'd grown up with from childhood." 19 of the 34 Bedford boys were killed that day, giving the small town in Virginia the tragic distinction of having the highest number of D-Day deaths per capita. Ray believed that their sacrifice was worthwhile. "We were soldiers. My only regret was that we didn't complete our mission. We were selected on the basis that we were well-trained, in other words, some of the best infantry that we had, and it was a great disappointment to see these men die before we could get into a land battle. It was saddening. It was the most heart-rending experience that I ever had." I hope I never have another one like it. Sailors. It wasn't only soldiers who were in peril during the landings at Omaha. Larger ships risked sea mines and air attacks, while smaller vessels ran a gauntlet of artillery and machine gun fire to land the assaulting troops or provide them with much-needed fire support. Irvin Klimas was aboard the destroyer USS Thompson. Irvin had already experienced operations on the Atlantic convoys, and while docked in Britain, a pair of Luftwaffe bombs had fallen on either side of his ship. Now the Thompson was firing directly onto the Normandy coastline. We appeared off the coast of France about 3 o'clock in the morning. We could see the flashes from the Air Force bombing the beach. We took our position off Pointe du Hoc. We were ordered not to fire until 5:30 in the morning, which we did. We knocked out whatever targets of opportunity we saw. At 6:30 we ceased firing when the invasion fleet was moving into the beach. Obviously we didn't want to hit our own people. During the day, we hovered off the beach and picked out targets, and at one point in time the Rangers had a little difficulty and we moved in to help them take some of their wounded off. Later that day there was a Ranger spotting party that we had initially met. They came aboard our ship so that we could meet them and talk to them. This Ranger spotting party was about 5 miles inland, and they started picking targets for us to knock off. We spent quite a bit of the afternoon on these targets. I went topside. I saw an LST unload some trucks, and as they were moving down the beach, this German gun battery, which was well hidden, knocked them off, one after the other. About mid-afternoon, the battleship Texas pulled up, and they walked up that bluff with their 14-inch battery. They must have got the hidden German batteries because from that point on, ships could unload without problems. That night, the Thompson returned to England to reload, and her crew took a well-deserved rest. We got our first sleep in about 36 hours, said Irvin. 19-year-old Hilaire Benbow was a midshipman serving aboard HMS Prince Charles, a cross-channel ferry taken into war service. Hilaire's mission was to command a landing craft carrying soldiers of the 2nd Ranger Battalion. The Prince Charles anchored about 10 miles off Omaha Beach, with 10 LCAs hoisted on the davits. 2 or 3 of them would be used to transfer the Rangers to the Pointe du Hoc. On that point, there was a gun battery that could threaten the anchorage, and it had to be silenced and stopped. These Rangers, under a Colonel Rudder, were to go and assail the cliffs of this high point and capture the gun position. They had all sorts of ingenious equipment, grappling irons and ropes with rockets on. I shook hands with Colonel Rudder and wished him good luck as he went down the scrambling net. They were taken in by a colleague of mine, Sub-Lieutenant Paddy Kenyon, and then we set out about an hour or so later. We headed towards the main shore. The idea was that when the assault had been a success, we would get a success signal and follow in and enlarge the force there. But 7 o'clock came and we had no signal from them. We waited for a quarter of an hour, still no signal, and so our instruction was to head into Vierville. Hilaire recalled the approach. It was pretty rough, and I had the Americans bailing out with their steel helmets. They were very seasick. They had all their weapons and their wireless stuff in cellophane, or whatever it was in those days. The early assault waves had gone in at low tide, but now the many obstacles on Omaha were obscured by the rising tide. We had to get in amongst the obstacles, and the craft on my port side hit one of these poles with a mine on the top, and in the blink of an eye there were all these bodies, like statues in a shop window. They were jet black on the bow of this landing craft. Hilaire did not turn back. In fact, throughout the day he felt a sense of invincibility of sorts. It was very similar to an exercise in Scotland, he said. We grounded. It was a sandbar. The troops all went forward, and the craft sort of tilted and filled with water. The landing craft's petrol engine was soon flooded and would not restart. Hilaire made the decision to abandon the stricken landing craft. We had no arms, we had no food, but it was obvious to me that we were not going to get back to the Prince Charles. We stayed in the water up to our necks, and one felt safe. You could see the explosions all around you, but being under the water, It was no protection at all. It gave you a sense of protection. Hilaire and his crew spent an hour in the sea. Everything was noise and smoke. I didn't feel alarmed. The young midshipman then decided to move up the beach. He and his crew found shelter at the mouth of the Virville Draw. There was still fire coming over. These Americans very kindly gave us spits out of their rations, and that kept us going because we had nothing. There was a moment of alarm when Hilaire looked at the sea and saw that no more waves of reinforcements were coming into their sector at Dog Green. I had the feeling that it had failed, that the whole invasion had failed, and that I was going to be a prisoner of war. I saw some very badly wounded men. I saw a chap with his chin just off, staggering along. He was an officer, and he had no chin. We gave our handkerchiefs because, of course, all the first aid personnel had been killed as well. I did have in my possession a little tin box of morphia injections, but I didn't give those up. I felt that I might need those for my own men, but they would have been useful for the men on the beach. During a lull in the battle, Hilaire crawled back to the water's edge. I had lost my sea boots in the water, and I was in bare feet. I couldn't spend the day on shingle in bare feet. There was literally a wall about 2 feet high of dead bodies all along the surf line. The sea had washed all of their clothing off, and they were naked. Their shirts were off, and so on. And the strange thing was, they all had cropped heads, and as the sea came in, their hair lay flat, and as the sea receded, it all stood up on end. Hilaire took a pair of boots from one of the dead. I used them for gardening for years afterwards. When he made a second trip to the surf line to get another pair of boots for one of his men, Hilaire saw that craft were coming in 1/2 mile down the beach. He then spent the afternoon leading his men eastwards to where the ships were coming ashore in the 1st Infantry Division's sectors. During this time they passed an LST that had grounded on the beach, around which the wounded were being gathered. That was a shock. All these stretchers were laid out in the shelter of this ship. That brought you up with a shudder. The midshipman also witnessed the problem of subsequent waves becoming bottlenecked on the narrow beachhead. All these lorries were being landed, and they couldn't get off the beach. The fire from the Germans set them alight, and the fire spread from one lorry to the other. The beach was very smoky. Hilaire led his men under cover of the smoke to the water's edge. By this time he had also collected naval ratings who had become stranded from other craft. I had 16 of them at least. He and the men were carried off the beach, transferred to a larger troopship, and returned to Britain that day. From the port, Hilaire was able to call home and let his parents know that he was safe. He also heard a radio broadcast telling the public how well the landings were going. I could have smashed that radio. It was so untrue, at least as far as Omaha was concerned. In the waters off that beach, Leon Schaefer, a 22-year-old from Raleigh, North Carolina, was serving aboard a landing ship, Tank. The fortifications with 88s were peppering us like mad, but we got our men off. There was no way we could get off our heavy equipment because the beach was not secure, so we milled around the harbor, taking orders to get out of the way of other ships that were sending men in. As well as carrying soldiers and equipment into the fight, Leon's ship received those who had been wounded in the battle. By virtue of the fact that we carried an Army-Navy surgical team and 40 corpsmen, even before our troops had really been hitting the beach, we were taking aboard casualties. Our doctors were working all over the place. Between the German and American casualties, we had about 400 casualties aboard ship. They were all on the tank deck in stretchers. The funny part of it is, the Germans and the Americans were exchanging photographs of their families and cigarettes with each other. Just a few hours before, they were fighting. Although Leon saw acts of shared humanity between enemies, he also saw an ugly side of human nature while close to the beach. Some of our troops really had taken about as much punishment as they could. We witnessed some German prisoners coming down, and the Americans killed them right there. They shot them. Robert Bob Lowry of New Orleans was serving aboard LST 538. It wasn't until the afternoon that his ship went into the shore. We got most of the gear off, the trucks and the tanks. All of a sudden I saw a bunch of people coming in, and they were wounded, and they put them on the ship. I'll never forget, there was a fella. He was down in my living quarters, and he was sitting on the bottom bunk, and he had a patch on his eye, and he asked me if I had a cigarette. Bob was sent by an officer to carry a message to the operating room. I don't have a stomach for that. They had guys opened up. The operating room was soon overwhelmed, and surgery spread to other parts of the ship. That night I was sitting in my bunk, and they had a table where you play cards and so on, and they brought a fellow in, and they started taking his leg off. LST 538 returned to Southampton to unload the wounded and load fresh troops. Their next destination was the British sector. During the night, the crew were called to general quarters. You could see boats coming, riding around the water. These were German E-boats, and a torpedo streaked by the front of Bob's LST. An explosion followed. It felt like the ship just came out of the water. I had a helmet on. Later I took the helmet and I looked at it. It was black almost from powder. We lost 4 people. 4 people were blown overboard. The ship's gun turret had been blown clean off the vessel, and its crew were lost with it. And I saw... At this point in the interview, Bob fought back emotion, and his voice trailed away. On D-Day, he was 18 years old. No mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great. Duty first. The 1st Infantry Division landings on the eastern sectors of Omaha. Erwin Stovrov was the son of a Siberian immigrant. After he graduated from the University of Illinois, Erwin enlisted in the US AAF and became part of a B-24 bomber crew. His first combat mission was on the 6th of June, 1944. It was incredible. We got up early and we were told, "Gentlemen, when you prepare your engines, you're going to be part of history because your first mission is going to be D-Day." As they flew towards France, Erwin marveled at the sight of the Armada. Going over the channel, you don't see any water because there was nothing but boats and boats and boats. It was an incredible sight. After dropping their bombs on the coast and returning home, their aircraft was rearmed, refueled, and sent up again. It was the only time you had to fly 2 missions in one day, he said. And the beautiful part about it was, by that time we had P-51s, friendly fighters were there on top of us, so we had very little problems on D-Day with going in, dropping our bombs, and leaving. It was really exciting to think that, oh my gosh, we're in on it right then and there. As the bombardier housed in the front of the aircraft in a glass bubble, Erwin had the best view of all the crew. You saw everything. It was just an incredible day. Evelyn Pierdon was a young child who had known nothing but the German occupation. She lived with her mother and grandparents, her grandfather, the mayor of a village, on the eastern side of Omaha Beach. What I remember is the early morning of D-Day because of the noise. It was unbelievable. I remember at one point the vibrations of the back and forth shelling through the windows. It was big windows, tall windows. My mother got up and she said, "I'm going to open the window to avoid that." I remember the picture of her going to the window and the window burst into her face. She didn't get hurt or whatever, but that picture, it's an image that I can't forget. Harold Howell Shook graduated as a USAAF pilot just days after the attack on Pearl Harbor. At 23 years old, he was given command of his own squadron. Due to the versatility of the P-47, he found himself flying numerous types of missions, from fighter sweeps to dive bombing. Our mission on D-Day was to cover Omaha Beach at all costs. There were 40 of us from our fighter group. They said if you lose all of them and you've kept the Luftwaffe off their back, you've done your job. They said if you get into a fight, you stay there until the bloody end. If you run out of fuel, you keep right on fighting when the engine quits. If you run out of ammunition, ram 'em. No sooner had Hal's squadron arrived over the beach than one of his pilots was shot down by flak. Hal was given permission to go down to see if he could help him, but this brought him into the sights of hundreds of naval anti-aircraft guns in the invasion fleet, and he soon had to pull up and clear out. They were trigger-happy. They didn't want any fighter diving on them, so they were going to have me for breakfast. Hal had the utmost respect for infantrymen. These poor buggers on the ground, you can't look down and see the hand-to-hand fighting, but by God, you know, it's just a hell on wheels down there. They're the ones to whom we owe much. They gave their lives so that we can enjoy the freedoms such as we know today. The 1st Infantry Division came ashore onto the Easy Red and Fox Green sectors of Omaha Beach. Unlike the 29th to their west, the 1st Infantry Division was a seasoned formation. D-Day was their 3rd amphibious assault of the war, having taken part in Operations Torch, North Africa, and Husky, Sicily. Though it was regarded as a battle-tested division, many of the 1st ID's soldiers would be seeing action for the first time. New replacements had taken the places of the men lost in the fighting in Sicily, but the old hands were under no illusions about what awaited them on the beach. William Smith had wrestled for Ohio State before joining the army, and had been with the 1st Infantry Division since North Africa. As a forward observer for artillery and naval gunfire, Smith would be going ashore before the first wave. Under cover of darkness, William was taken to shore on a raft. I knew then that I was all alone, and that's a little bit scary, but I had a friend, and I said, "Okay, God, I know you didn't put me through North Africa and Sicily and give me one of your precious damn radios just to get me killed before I can use it." It is testament to the D-Day preparations that William knew exactly where he needed to go to get into position. I had to find 3 posts with the wire wrapped around it. That was the only safe gap. If I missed it, I was done. In darkness, William found the wires exactly where intelligence said they would be. Then he followed a path through the beach obstacles and onto the soft sand. He knew from the aerial photographs that there was a clump of rock that would provide him some cover during the coming battle. I put my feet in first, got my tail under cover, then all this rock that I had scattered, I pulled it around me. After evading the mines and booby traps, William celebrated his successful insertion onto the beach. I took the first drag on that pipe that I'd had for about 24 hours. I pictured my darling in her chair with a cup of coffee up near her lips, and I said, "Boy, thank you, God. I needed that." William waited for daylight and saw that the Germans were oblivious as to what was ahead. All the lights came on in concrete blocks. You can see guys in there washing their faces. The storm of steel began shortly before dawn. The Arkansas fired at about 05:30, and I thought, okay, it's showtime, and I flipped on the radio. William, who hadn't eaten in 20 hours, called down fire on a blockhouse where Germans were taking their breakfast. That was the first target that I took, was that damned guy that was eating. I fired a whole battery of 4 guns on a battleship at that thing. Then I took to firing on this one, which was raising Cain. That 88 was just chewing up the whole place. They couldn't miss. I was trying to find it, and I could not, and then, all of a sudden, here comes the snout of that thing out of a hole. That was where they were hiding. William called in the 88's position, and it was soon knocked out. His actions that day undoubtedly saved many men in the approaching landing craft. One of those heading into the beach was Bruce LaRose. A soldier in the 1st Infantry Division, this was his 3rd amphibious assault of the war. Having served as a rifleman, he was now part of the regiment's cannon company, using 105mm M3 howitzers. We left the mothership, it was about 03:30, 03:50 in the morning. LaRose was going ashore on a DUKW, an amphibious truck which was launched from an LST. The doors opened, the ramps went down, the DUK went. It sunk. I took a nice long step out into the ocean and stripped everything. This was my 3rd landing, and I knew. You don't tie your shoes, your belt's open, the buttons on your trousers are all loose, very loose, so that it will all come off. Pop your webbing on your cartridge belt, that will release your trousers. That's why everything comes off. I had a tin hat. I don't know what happened to that. I had a prayer book in my pocket and a wristwatch, both waterproofed. I'm floating about in the water, and a boat with 2 sailors come by. They pulled me out. I'm breathless. I see the ramp blown off. I don't know how far we had gone, but then the water came in, and it went down. Bruce now found himself floating in the channel for a second time. And then a DUKW came by full of ammunition. That one didn't sink. The waves didn't seem as bad. Maybe that was because we were closer in. He was then transferred to a ship carrying anti-aircraft guns. It was just guns on the deck, and from that one I was transferred to another boat that took us to a PT, patrol, torpedo boat, but none of these ships can go in. By now, we're right up at the beach, but I couldn't go ashore in the PT boat, so they took us over to an LST. Bruce climbed the cargo net to get on board. The LST came into shore and hit a sandbar. We ran out the front. Hey, hallelujah, I'm on Omaha Beach. But any relief Bruce had for being ashore was short-lived. They shot the hell out of us. You couldn't move. You'd think everybody in the German army was shooting at you. A lot of guys were killed in the water. Chuck Thomas was also coming ashore with the 1st Infantry Division. As we approached the beach, the coxman on the boat was killed trying to open a ramp from the outside. Then Lieutenant Scott was hit in the arm trying to open it. He finally got it open, and I was last off the boat because I had a pole charge and I was in the corner. The boat was bobbing in between obstacles with teller mines on the ends. I jumped off the ramp in the water about waist deep, but before I knew it, it was over my head. Although I know how to swim, I was scared because there were bullets landing all around in the water. Now you have 30 pounds of TNT to worry about. My helmet slung back on my neck, and I was dragging my rifle by the sling, one arm underwater, and I couldn't reach the bottom, so I squeezed my life vest. I choked on salt water and coughed. Then besides me a sergeant bobbed up, and he can't swim, swinging his arms. He dropped all his equipment. Scared the hell out of me because all I could do myself was try to reach the bottom with my feet. So I pushed my pole charge into him, told him to hang on, and I left him. Finally I felt the bottom, but it was still slow going. In my head it seemed like an hour before I got to the shoreline, but it was probably 10 or 15 minutes. When I finally got ashore, there were a lot of wounded and dead, but you couldn't tell who was who. And we had orders when we reached the beach to get as far in as we could. Don't stop to help any wounded because the medics would take care of them, and we'd get shot ourselves if we waited too long. Sergeant Robert Blatnick knew this. He was an experienced soldier fighting his 3rd campaign. When we landed, the Germans were in full force. Man, we were slaughtered. Bodies were flying everywhere. One of my soldiers asked me, "Sarge, do we dig in?" I said, "Hell no. If you dig in, you're digging your grave. This place is zeroed in. Our only salvation is to go forward. Once you face the enemy, you got a chance of getting out alive." How in hell we ever made it off that beach, I'll never know. The waterline was crowded with men being killed and wounded, recorded Chuck Thomas. Some are trying to dig in with their bare hands. There were mortar and artillery shells landing all over the place. I don't know why. I lay out on my side and opened my fly to urinate. I was soaking wet anyway. One guy next to me had a piece of shrapnel sliced through his helmet. It went through a pair of socks he had and carried with him inside his helmet. Didn't hit his head, so he was lucky. Now, another buddy had a large chunk of his buttocks blown away, so we poured sulfur powder on it, and he was laughing. I guess he was numb from shock. Chuck saw 3 tanks nearby. 2 were knocked out. Colonel Taylor was there, directing the fire of one tank that was left. Bob Mixer of the 745th Tank Battalion came ashore at Easy Red. "I was driving for the platoon leader, Lieutenant Davis. The other fellows were right behind us, following. I couldn't see nothing because the water was splashing, the periscope was clouded over with water. When I was on the shore, then I could see the big cliff in front. All along the shore were the guys that were wounded. We couldn't move too much because, we had so much debris and the guys were laying there. All you could do was wait, pray, see what's going to happen. We had one tank commander that stuck his head out, and a sniper got him. That was the first guy of our outfit that got killed. Bob recalled the carnage on the beach and knew what it meant for families back home. You could see guys lying there, bodies, half bodies, heads off, arms off. I kept thinking about their mothers that would get a letter from the government saying their son was killed on Omaha Beach, but if you see what he looks like now, you wouldn't be too happy. Those who survived the landing now fought to gain a foothold inland. My unit then took Colville-sur-Mer, said Bruce LaRose. He should have been manning one of the unit's howitzers, but all 6 had been lost during the landing. That meant that we fought as a rifle company with the 1st Battalion. They cleared the coastal villages before becoming engaged in hedgerow fighting. Bruce described the terrain. For 1,000 years, farmers have piled the rocks from their fields, and dirt and trees grow out of it. They were great protection, but they were also protection for the Germans, so we had to get away to get through these hedgerows. Tanks had a hell of a time there, I think, but a better time than we did. Chuck Thomas was also able to make it off the beach. I worked my way over to a bombed-out house, but with no roof, just walls. For the first time, I found a lot of my buddies. To my surprise, a lot of them didn't even have a rifle, and a lot of them bummed cigarettes off me. I had 2.5 cartons and all my equipment. Just beyond the wall in the house there was a ditch with barbed wire and a path going up the hill. We finally blew the barbed wire with Bangalore torpedoes, long pipes of TNT put together. When it blew, we started, one at a time, to go over the collapsed wire under machine gun fire. When it stopped, one of us would run and jump through the wire. I tripped but managed to crawl through it. When we got to the top, I could see the whole beach. What a mess. We only had enough men to make up 2 squads, so about 25, maybe 30 guys after we met at the top of the hill. So we divided up, and on both sides of the field along the hedgerows. We had no radio or communications to anyone. As far as I could see, the Germans could have swept us off with brooms if they knew we were there with so few men. My best buddy from Chicago, named David, put on his glasses. He said, "Now I can see them." 10 minutes later, he was killed. I felt sick about it. The cost. It wasn't only servicemen who lost their lives on D-Day. Maurice Franklin was part of a British anti-aircraft unit that landed at Omaha and learned this firsthand. "We managed to advance a bit into this village eventually. I don't even remember the name of this village. I'll tell you something that happened that shook me. When we advanced on top of these cliffs, we found about 6 luxury caravans. Now, I don't know. None of us knew what luxury caravans were doing on the front line of a German unit. They were beautiful. Opened the doors of these caravans, they were beautifully equipped, most modern caravans, magnificent. I thought soldiers couldn't live in a place like this. When we got into this village, it was deserted. Nobody was there. It was empty. The Germans had left. That's when we discovered what these caravans were for. These were mobile brothels which the Germans had brought to the front line. When we went to this well to get water, we found out that when the Germans retreated, they cut the throats of these girls and dumped them in the well. No 2 beaches on D-Day differed more in their ferocity and bloodshed than those assigned to the U.S. First Army. While Utah saw the lightest casualties of any landing, with the beachhead secured in a matter of hours, Omaha was a meat grinder where victory was far from assured. Of all 5 beaches on the Normandy coast, it was at Omaha where the greatest fears of the Allied planners, personnel, and public were almost realized. This, of course, does not diminish the actions or sacrifices on Utah. Light casualties of around 200 still means that many men died in their youth. In history, we too often say that only X numbers of casualties died in a given battle. But for the parents who lost a son, or the child who lost a parent, only is everything. Estimates range from 3,500 to 6,000 casualties on Omaha, with some 800 men killed. The cost of the battle is a reflection of how close the landing at Omaha came to failure. General Omar Bradley, commander of the U.S. First Army, worried that the 29th Infantry Division had suffered an irreversible catastrophe. But while the unexpected presence of the 352nd Division, with 12,000 men either on or close to Omaha, almost tipped the balance in Germany's favour, the tenacity and bravery of the assaulting troops, coupled with support of naval gunfire and domination in the skies, triumphed in the end. The ifs, buts, and maybes can be left to historians and armchair generals to discuss. For the troops who took part in the landings at Omaha, the reality was a bloody but decisive victory. From the 6th of June, each shipload of men and equipment that landed in Normandy was one more nail in the Nazi coffin. The end was not near for the Americans who survived D-Day. Some continued fighting right through to Germany, and many died doing so. But after Omaha, it was, at least, in sight. Chapter 4. To win or lose it all. The battle for the eastern beaches.
And we were firing. There was a machine gun post in the front on like a pillbox, big concrete pillbox. And shells was coming over, and mortars, and Lux was screaming. And yes, there was quite a few was killed and injured. Red Cross was going around, the Army Red Cross, like, shouting, medics here, stretchers here. And it was just, hell to me. I didn't think I'd ever come out of this.
Norman Madden, 1st Armoured Battalion, Coldstream Guards. With the United States Navy largely engaged in the Pacific campaign against the Japanese, it fell to the Royal and Merchant Navies to provide most of the ships that would be used on D-Day, with around 80% of the 7,000 vessels involved flying British flags. Many of the naval crews involved in D-Day were already seasoned sailors. John Carlill, 18 years old, was a veteran of enemy action in the Mediterranean and served as a midshipman aboard the cruiser Mauritius. He recalled one of his final moments before boarding. I had been one of the last ashore before sailing, and had been surprised and a bit disturbed because many of the young Wrens in the Greenock base had been in tears as I and others had handed in the personal records of our ships. The Mauritius then began to make her way south from Scotland for the assembly of the largest seaborne invasion force in history. Born in Tonypandy, Arthur Larry Fursland was a stoker aboard HMS Belfast, a cruiser that had served in several major actions. In March of '44, Arthur was awarded the Distinguished Service Medal for the following action. As an L stoker on board Belfast on December 26, 1943, in the Battle of North Cape, the action that sank the Scharnhorst, he was at action stations on the port main diesel generator on his own for 12 hours. During the action, the cooling water for the engine started to fail and overheat, so he went to the passage above and connected a canvas hose to a fire main and ran it down to connect it directly to the diesel cooling system. He was later told that his actions had kept a gun turret in action and was awarded the DSM. Although his duty station was below decks, Arthur was able to watch as the Belfast made her way into the English Channel. I had free time to watch. I never went down below. I enjoyed everything. Once we got around Land's End, I never seen such an armada in all my life. All the bays and all the coves, ships of every description coming out, hundreds of them, hundreds. Minesweeping vessels preceded the task forces, laying out coloured buoys to mark the cleared channels. We were cruising between two lines of red and green lights, said Joe Minogue, a gunner in a Sherman flail tank of the Westminster Dragoons, who was watching from aboard an LCT. The whole thing was just a great motorway which somebody had devised. It was a fantastic sight, really, to see so many ships of all shapes and sizes heading down the channel and all going one way. But although the sights were inspiring, the conditions at sea were far from enjoyable, particularly for the men on the flat-bottomed landing ships which rolled around in the swell. One felt absolutely dreadful physically. One wasn't being actually sick, but you felt fit for absolutely nothing. Most of the journey we spent lying in a tarpaulin stretched around the tank and just wishing to God that the whole thing would be over, or at least that we could get on dry land. I would say that the success of the actual invasion was simply the fact that the soldiers were so glad to get off the landing craft and to escape the seasickness. They were just ready to go anywhere by that time. Battle ensigns were hoisted, John Carlyle recalled. His cruiser, Mauritius, and other vessels approached the coast through a dense smoke screen intended to keep them from the sights of the coastal guns. But there was another threat on the water. 2 German torpedo boats came out of the port of Le Havre and attacked John's group. One of our escorting destroyers, a Norwegian, was sunk, and other ships, my own included, were near missed by torpedoes. The attack was successfully repulsed, but it had been an unwelcome curtain-raiser. The Norwegian vessel was the Svena. She was struck amidships, broke in half, and quickly sank. 33 of her crew were killed, with the others rescued by nearby ships. The Svena's anchor was recovered in 2003 and is now a memorial at Sword Beach. Sailors who were not on duty came on deck to watch the action unfold. "I came off watch at 0400, says Arthur Fursland, on the Belfast. My vantage point was in the well deck by the catapult. There was an hour and a half before the main landings. I shall never forget it in all my life. All of a sudden, all hell broke out." As part of Task Force E, which was assigned to the eastern beaches, the Belfast's first target was the German gun battery at La Merefontaine. Arthur watched in awe as hundreds of ships pounded the French coast. There couldn't have been a rat alive. Gordon Painter was one of 26 men inside a 6-inch gun turret aboard the Belfast. We started our bombardment about 5:30 that morning. It was quite noisy, of course. We were firing broadsides, which means that all the guns were firing together, the whole lot. 12 6-inch guns. It rocks the ship backwards and forwards. It was some experience. Though the men at the ship's guns were an integral part of the operation, they saw little of the invasion taking place. The only time we could leave was if nature called and you had somebody to take over from you. I didn't see a lot that was going on. We had a spotter plane which was attached to us. Who that guy was, of course, I'll never know. It would have been nice to have met him. He was radioing back to the Belfast to tell us exactly where our shells were dropping. We were shelling just past where the troops were landing, recalled Ray Smith, aboard the Middleton. We spent a long time bombarding the coast. It was constant, the noise and everything. We had 2 trips back to port to refuel and rearm, then kept doing the same thing until they were established on the beaches. The battle was frightening, really. The continuous noise of those guns was the worst thing, really. The noise and the damage being done was awful. We saw a lot of the tanks that were supposed to be amphibious. In rough seas, they sank almost straight away. From the Belfast, Ted Cordery watched as landing craft took the infantry towards the shore. I was looking over the side, thinking, all these poor buggers. How many of those were going to go back home? After a while, there was bodies floating around, said Arthur Fursland. Picket boats was going through the bodies, but they'd stop and take the disc off them. This would be to identify the men who had died before they ever made it to the beach. Aboard the Belfast, the crew were told the results of their gunnery. They put a notice up on the board, said Arthur. We silenced. I don't know whether it was 8 or 11 emplacements in 27 minutes. The Mauritius was also firing onto the coast and inland. Our targets varied from artillery positions, tank and infantry concentrations down to single machine guns, said John Carlyle. In return, my ship was subjected to spasmodic but accurate shelling. The Luftwaffe, potentially the greatest threat, hardly put in an appearance. 20-year-old Norman Madden of the 1st Armoured Battalion Coldstream Guards watched the action from the deck of an LCT. "A battleship was firing these shells over. The whole boat used to rock as we passed it. They seemed to be firing over us, and it seemed non-stop in my mind, and I thought, well, nobody can be alive when we land." The massive bombardment was audible for tens of miles, no doubt souring the stomachs of many of the men who would have to stand against the invasion. Gunther von Waskowski was a 23-year-old in a Wehrmacht heavy artillery regiment. He had already seen combat on the Eastern Front and experienced Allied bombing in Germany. In June 1944, his 184th Battery was based in the Fécamp area of France, about 50 miles northeast of the landing beaches. "In general, we had very good relations with the French," he said. "They seemed to go along. What else could they do? Soldiers stayed with families. I think in general there was quite a good relationship. Later, what you can hear about the underground, I think that was mainly in bigger towns. In little villages, it didn't happen there. At least it didn't happen in our place." Normandy was a relatively peaceful posting, but that was about to change. "I was sent up as forward observation officer to the coast, and suddenly I came up to near the coast and saw this, well, one can't describe it, really, to see the bay full of ships. There were hundreds of ships there, some firing. I'd never seen anything like it. It was so unbelievable. And at that time I felt, you can't compete with that." Gold Beach. While the Armada was impressive and its bombardment powerful, it would come down to the infantry and other combat arms to drive the Germans back from the beach. The defences at Gold were manned by elements of the 716th Division and the 1st Battalion, 352nd Division, which was focused around Le Hamel and consisted of better quality troops than those of the 716th. Most occupied houses along the coast, which were vulnerable to heavy artillery from the sea and bombs from the air. But half a mile inland, on the outskirts of Longues-sur-Mer, was an observation post with 4 155mm guns, protected by thick concrete. In Bayeux, the Kampfgruppe Meyer, a mechanized detachment of the 352nd, had been well drilled in rapid manoeuvres to the beach, should the Allies attempt to invade. In the dawn, the whole thing seemed to come to a standstill, and we were just swaying about off the coast, Joe Minogue said. The fears were mounting. I wouldn't say that we were cowards as such. I think that everybody who was involved in the invasion was afraid. And later one learned to realize that this was what war is about, that it's really two groups of very frightened men facing each other. Joe's fear was that he would be drowned before reaching the beach. We were more scared of that business of coming down the ramp of the landing craft and going into water that was so deep that the whole tank would be submerged and we would just be drowned. His LCT hit the beach at 07:25, 5 minutes ahead of schedule. We were the 4th tank off the landing craft, and we were all very worried about this business of the water. And I think the driver of the tank was a bit more apprehensive than the rest of us, because he blew part of the waterproofing a little early, and we all thought, this is it, we've been hit, and this is the end of it. Though Joe's tank had not been hit, several others were already in trouble. I saw that the 3 tanks in front of us were not doing too well. The first tank had stopped because its commander had been killed. The second tank had been a bit too close to him and had slewed to the right and had hit a clay patch on the beach. And the tank behind him, they had a hit on the petrol tank which set the thing on fire. And we saw the crew busily scrambling out. This didn't do a great deal for our confidence. At that moment, the tank commander hit me on the head with his microphone, which was his famous signal for me to do the 360-degree traverse to break the ceiling around the turret. This gave me really an absolutely fantastic view of the whole thing. As the turret came back towards the sea, you could see the infantry beginning to come ashore, and it was like something from a kind of cartoon in a way. I suppose there must have been a couple of machine guns which were raking across the beach, and you'd see chaps coming off these small landing craft. They'd be waist-deep or chest-deep in water, and they'd begin to run forward up the beach, and suddenly you'd see the odd figure fall here and there. It wasn't a matter of a whole line of men going down. It seemed as though 1 in 5 or a small group might go down, and a chap would be lying doubled up on the beach, and some people would run past him. Another couple of his mates might drag him. Joe's tank flailed to the ground as it moved, detonating several mines before they made it onto the road at the top of the beach. It was deserted, but for a single enemy soldier. There was a dead German there, and it was just like something from a film. To clear his machine gun of any waterproofing or debris, Joe fired it down the empty road. And at that very moment, 3 of our infantrymen burst through a hedge at the side of the road, and suddenly one of them fell as though he'd been hit, and the other 2 dragged him back. For the rest of his life, Joe would wonder if it was his bullets that had struck the soldier. D-Day was Joe's first time in action, as it was for many British soldiers. But General Montgomery had insisted that several veteran formations take part in the landings. For many soldiers of the Devonshire Regiment, 6th of June marked their 3rd amphibious operation of the war. "We'd done Sicily and Italy," said Cyril Wright, an experienced soldier of that regiment. "We knew what to expect." "Everyone in the battalion was very seasick," said William Hanna, a sniper in the Hampshires. "I wasn't so much worried about what the German army were doing or how strong they were. All I was concerned about was getting my feet on dry land." William's assault craft grounded before it ever reached the beach. We had to wade ashore. As well as his rifle and personal equipment, William was carrying bombs for the mortar platoon, and the weight of his gear meant that he was up to his neck in water. We then come under very heavy fire. We come under artillery fire, mortar fire, and of course we suffered a lot of casualties from small arms fire. That was the reception for us when we landed. Men began to disappear in the surf. As soon as we hit the water, we then started taking in casualties, which meant that some soldiers, young soldiers who had done a lot of training, long arduous training, they actually got killed in the water without firing a shot. They never fired a shot. The assault troops had been told to press on, no matter the casualties. We couldn't attend to people as they were dropping around you. You had to get on, because the idea was to get inland as quick as possible. Your orders were, leave them right where they are. If you can pull them out of the water, okay, do so, but you mustn't hold up the attack. Every second that went by seemed to bring more casualties. You could see people falling all around, but you had your own problems, and you got on with it. Cyril Wright saw men disappear beneath the water, never to emerge. While some of them were hit by enemy fire, others were dragged down by their equipment and drowned. Where our people had been shelling and bombing before, there was all craters beneath the water, and a lot went down in them. Ronald White, also of the Hampshires, was returning to the country where he had served with the ill-fated British Expeditionary Force in 1940. He landed behind the first wave, coming ashore with the support company at around 07:35. Snipers. That was the thing we dreaded. They were everywhere. Our CO, he got wounded as he landed, and Major Martin, he come to shore to take over. He stepped ashore. He got shot. Sniper got him. And when I landed, I was speaking to a wireless operator. He just sighed and fell forward. We had no tank support at all. It was so rough they were sinking. They stopped sending them. On other sectors of Gold Beach, the armour was having more success. We drove off the tank landing craft and up the beach, and all hell let loose, said Norman Madden. I was scared, believe me. I was only 19. I seen in my mind over 100 killed and injured of ours. Quite a few tanks was lost. The tank crews endeavoured to give as good as they got. We were firing. There was a machine gun post in the front, big concrete pillbox, and the shells was coming over, and mortars. Blokes are screaming, shouting, medics here, stretchers here. It was just hell to me. I didn't think I'd come out of this. Infantry went in to clear the enemy out of their positions at close quarters. They brought in the flamethrowers. This was 2 men, and they opened up with these flamethrowers onto these pillboxes. When they got to the pillbox, I was all watching this from the tank. As they passed the pillbox, they'd be throwing grenades in. Richard Gosling commanded the 431st Battery of the Essex Yeomanry. He came ashore ahead of his self-propelled guns so that he could direct their fire. We quite expected a lot of us would be killed, but we were entirely confident of victory, and we were very well trained. As we got nearer to the beach, we could see 1 or 2 flashes from German guns on the other side. Then we heard something which, because I'd been born and bred in the country, I thought it was a swarm of bees. It wasn't. It was the German machine guns. Richard's unit was mostly made up of men from the same towns of Essex, many of them friends from before the war. We knew that whatever happened, we were going to have friends with us, and this was absolutely vital, because when we landed, I had to jump ashore, and I held the hand of a man behind me, and I said, "If anything happens to you, I'll pull you ashore." And sure enough, as soon as we started to wade, he disappeared from sight, and all I had left was his hands sticking out of the water, and he'd put his foot into a shell hole under the water there, but I pulled him out. Richard then set foot on foreign soil. This was the first time I'd been out of England, and there I was, wading ashore in France to fight the Germans. He had only been ashore for a few moments when he was hit by an exploding shell. There was a great bang just behind me, and suddenly I found my legs were kicked away from me, and poor old Nelson Smith, the colonel next to me, his arm was shot through the elbow, and I could just hobble. Try as he might, Richard had no luck in contacting his unit by radio. I couldn't get any messages through at all. We scratched ourselves into the sand dune, and we could hear these Germans firing their machine guns through the rushes over our head. A corporal and a few wounded men of the Hampshires lay next to him. The corporal put his head up to look over the sand dunes to see what was happening on the other side, and as soon as he had done that, he was shot straight through the chest. Richard decided that he needed to see what lay ahead of them, and although wounded, began to crawl up the dunes, holding the revolver that had been given to him by an uncle who had served in the Boer War. When he reached the top of the dunes, Richard found himself looking into the eyes of a German soldier. I didn't like the look of him, and he didn't like the look of me. I fired my revolver, hopefully in his direction, and I slid back. By that time, the rest of the battalion of the Hampshires had come in, and you could see some of the Essex yeomanry behind us. Some of the guns had started to land. These self-propelled guns had been landed late and out of position, but were soon put to work ashore. Earlier that morning, they had been providing fire from the decks of their landing craft. As the beach was cleared, Richard was taken to an aid station that had been set up in a knocked-out pillbox. Breakfast was still on the table. He also found a letter, presumably written by the French girlfriend of one of the German soldiers. It said, "I will meet you behind the pillbox at 6 o'clock in the evening on the 6th of June." And it was signed Madeline. And so we all looked out and waited for Madeline to come along, but she never did come. The 9th Battalion of the Durham Light Infantry landed on Gold as part of the Reserve Brigade. Having seen war firsthand, soldiers like Jimmy Wilkinson didn't hold out much hope for their survival in Normandy. I thought most of the first and second waves would go down, like most people did, but never mind, there was nothing you could do about it, that was the thing. "We heard a hell of a noise going on the beaches," said Major John Mogg of the 9th DLI, who landed at 0900. "It was a scene of really a lot of activity by the Beach Brigade trying to make holes through the mines. There were flail tanks trying to flail up the mines. There were 1 or 2 Bren carriers that had been brewed up. There was the odd sort of tank that had been brewed up." Richard Phillips was the intelligence sergeant of the 2nd Battalion South Wales Borderers. Though his regiment wasn't scheduled to land until the afternoon, Richard and 3 other men from the battalion's intelligence section landed with the assault brigade. This was to allow them to mark the route and forming up points for the battalion to follow when they came ashore. "We landed with a company of the Hampshire Regiment and several tanks. It's all very difficult to explain the amount of shelling that was going on at that particular time. There was an awful lot of young fellows in the surf. They'd never got onto the beach. They were still in the sea. There was an awful lot of them. We got the jeep through the water quite safely, and then the shelling began to get a bit more furious. I saw a tank which had been blown onto its side, and I told the jeep driver to go and try and get behind him to give him an amount more shelter. Richard realised his mistake when the jeep became stuck in the crater of the mine that had destroyed the tank. His captain ordered 2 of the men to try to recover it, while he and Richard proceeded inland with the signage that would direct the battalion. Their only weapons were 2 pistols containing 6 rounds of ammunition apiece. Although it was our first time there, we knew exactly where we had to go. Every house was put down, shown on the relief maps before we left the staging area in Britain. We put down the signs from the beaches to the rendezvous area where the battalion arrived at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As they moved from the beach inland, Richard saw the effects of Allied air and sea power. There was an awful lot of dead Germans. They'd been shot up by aircraft. In one jeep there was 4 young German officers. They'd been decimated, really, with the fire from these fighter planes that were coming over. Just prior to that, there must have been around about a platoon of infantry, and they had been made the target of the 2 battle cruisers that were lying broadside on. That was a real awful sight, really. You could pick up any part of a human body. They'd been blown to bits. And God knows how many French people had died in Le Hamel, because that was shelled and bombed quite heavily. Like every beach on D-Day, not everything on Gold had gone to plan. I think anybody that has been in any army in the world knows that if anything can go wrong, it usually does, said Joe Minogue. We were promised a lot of artillery support, mortar support, the flail tank, recalled William Hanna, and we also should have had tanks with us. Now, it was obvious very, very quickly that support wasn't available. Only 2 supporting boats out of 16 actually arrived at our beachhead, so it really meant that the Hampshires we had to fight entirely as an infantry battalion with the infantry weapons that we carried. So we really went into it head first. There were 182 casualties out of the battalion in those first few hours, which is quite a percentage out of 600 people. But despite these casualties, the battalion pressed on towards their objectives of Le Hamel East, Asnelles-sur-Mer, Hamel West, and Arromanches. We had confidence in ourselves, in our brigade, and our Hampshires. Everybody, said Ronald Dwight. We'd done it twice, and we couldn't see us failing, and we never did. I'm very proud of those lads. They were marvellous. Joe Minogue's tank was supposed to rendezvous with several others in the village of Le Hamel. Only 1 tank ever got into Le Hamel, said Joe, and he was shot up. 2 of the crew were taken prisoner, and the other 3 hid in a cornfield all day. We finished up eventually with only 2 tanks which were on the road, ours and the one which had been following us. Joe's tank became stuck in a bomb crater inland, and the infantry used it for cover. They all got their fags out and had a bit of a breather. Eventually another tank came along and gave us a tow out of this hole. We finally finished up in a Frenchman's garden. I think he smoked about 40 of our fags in about 3 hours. Their own D-Day mission complete, Joe and his crew became spectators of the invasion. We had a kind of bird's-eye view of this fantastic build-up during the rest of the day, of all the stuff and equipment that was coming ashore. 25,000 men were landed on Gold Beach on D-Day. Forward units pushed 6 miles inland, connected with the Canadians from Juno Beach, and reached the heights above Port-en-Bessin. The Caen-Bayeux highway was not cut, nor was there a link-up with the Americans from Omaha Beach. British casualties at Gold are estimated at around 1,000, with some 350 men giving their lives. Decades later, Joe reflected on his experience that day. I would hate for anybody to think that there's any kind of heroism about it. We'd got a job to do. I don't think any of us were patriotic men in the sense that we would stand rigidly to attention and wave flags, but I think we were proud in some way that we'd done it, and that the army we'd been in for so long and with all sorts of experiences about how they could bungle things had actually managed this invasion. It had been a fantastic piece of organisation, and looking back, I can hear it, and I can see it, I can smell it, and I think anybody who was there must have exactly the same impression. It is something that they will always remember. And you read back now into the kind of afterthoughts of the historians who can piece together all the bits that we didn't know. We were aware that we had been very, very lucky indeed. For us, it had been a kind of really glorified exercise, that our fears had fortunately not been realized. But we also realized something else, that we would never, whatever we were called upon to do, be quite as afraid again. We stand on guard for thee. The Canadian Army's landing at Juno Beach. Michel Grimaud was an 11-year-old living in Grès-sur-Mer. The small village lay a half-mile inland from Juno Beach, where a bloody battle was about to begin. We were awoken by a roaring noise, which we realized afterwards was the naval bombardment. In the room where I slept was a piano, and on the piano were different objects which rattled, and very quickly we realized it was the landings. We left our house, and we went into a trench which we had dug in the garden. As Michel and his family sought shelter, the men of the 1st Canadian Army were making their way towards the Normandy coast. There is a video of the D-Day landings which is impossible to forget. As the doors of a landing craft open and the men file out towards the smoking buildings ahead, a soldier places a reassuring hand on his comrade's shoulder. The words that they shared are lost to us, but the simple gesture speaks loudly. The video was taken at Juno Beach, Nan sector, and caught the action of the North Shore New Brunswick Regiment, which had been training in Britain for 3 years. 23-year-old Haviland Chiasson was one of their number, and about to experience battle for the first time in his young life. You had no idea that it was going to be like that. No idea at all. Later on in the war, of course, you realized what war was all about, but until then, you didn't. The North Shore paid a heavy price for their part in the first wave, which landed at around 0800. Some of the landing craft hit mines and were blown up. Others hit reefs and got stuck there. A lot of the men were drowned. We lost 100 men in our regiment, killed or wounded. That was the biggest shock of all. We knew something was going to happen, but we had no idea that many men would be killed or wounded. And then, of course, the next day it didn't make any difference. It was just that somebody was killed, and you didn't pay much attention to it. You just had to keep on going. Allied warships had opened fire on the German defences at 0617. The beach was 6 miles wide and defended by the 716th Infantry Division, particularly the 736th Infantry Regiment. The bombardment had failed to destroy all the German gun emplacements in the Nan sector, and one concrete bunker system inflicted heavy casualties on the North Shores until it was finally silenced at 11:30. The Canadian landing at Juno was supported by several British units. Essex-born William Bill Dunn was serving in 26 Assault Squadron Royal Engineers. The waves were so high, I think everybody would have fought to get off the landing craft. Bill's LST ground to a halt on the shore at 0800, and the order was given to disembark. We all shout good luck to each other. One of those Canadian tanks came off in front of us with the flail, and I was following him. The atmosphere in the tank was a little bit tense because you're battened down, and I was the only one that could see through my little visor that I had in front of me, and my co-driver was sitting behind me and kept asking me what was going on. My main concern when we got off that morning was seeing all the lads in the infantry being shot down and lying on the beach, and I was a bit concerned in case I hit any of them. Bill didn't know if the prone soldiers on the beach were dead, wounded, or taking cover. You had to pick your way through so you didn't catch any of them. But once I got off the beach and followed the route that I had to do, my mind straight away went to the job, and of course we drove up the beach, following this line, following this flail tank, and the mines was going off as he was hitting them with the flail. But the trouble with the flail, it's all right going along level ground, but as soon as you start to go up, it misses. It wasn't long before the flail tank's track was blown off, rendering it immobile. Bill's tank would have to take the lead. I had to push him to one side to carry on to where I had to go. And when I got to where we had to drop the fascine, we couldn't see it. I couldn't see the culvert at all. But in my mind, that's where we should be. So I said to our sergeant, to my tank commander, I said, Jim, I can't see the culvert. So he radioed back to Captain Ewart, who was on the beach, and the orders we got were to carry on. But when Bill drove forward, the front of his tank plunged down into a tank trap and filled with water. The crew had no choice but to bail out before they were drowned. Bullets were flying all over the place. I was last man out, and I started to swallow water, actually, because it was all coming in the turret and I was last one out. As my co-driver got out, he put his knees on both sides of our head, and as he came out, he dragged me with him. Bill Hawkins was standing just outside of the turret, waiting on me coming out to drag me out, and when we got out, he just hit me once in the stomach. He hadn't time for any niceties or anything like that. It just brought the water up, and that was it. Of course, the bullets were still hitting the turret. Bill and the rest of the crew were aided to cover by the help of their officer. Captain Ewart, he'd come up then to see what was happening, and he put his tank between us and the Germans and drove and brought us back to the sand dunes. He went away and left us then, and we just lay down behind the sand dunes, and Jim Ashton started to sing Kiss Me Again, because, like a father figure, he was a good lad. He always did this, tried to settle us down, and he always did something like this. He'd always sing or something, just trying to settle you, and he just started to sing when the mortar bombs came and dropped between us. The explosions had a devastating effect, immediately killing 2 of the crew, including Jim Ashton, and injuring the others. I was wounded, said Bill, who had multiple fractures and shrapnel wounds. Bill Hawkins was badly wounded. The co-driver, he rolled over to me and he had a hole in his back that I put my fist in, and he said, I'll call for help, and he crawled away. I just saw him roll over there after he got about 100 yards from us, and I was told that's where he died. Bill needed to find both cover and medical assistance, but his situation went from bad to worse. I rolled down into a minefield. In fact, when I looked up, there's a big board, Achtung Minen, straight above me head. God blimey. So I managed to get onto me feet, and I ran about 50 yards. He was later told by a doctor that this was impossible given the state of his injuries. And I said, well, when you're frightened and there's bullets flying around, it makes you do queer things. But I collapsed. My legs just gave way from me, and I just collapsed. I didn't know how badly I was wounded then. Then I had 2 lads come and drag me, and I told them that Bill Hawkins was still up there, and they asked me about the others. I said, I'm pretty sure the others are dead. They took me further back and lay me beside another sand dune and gave me a cigarette and a drink. I was left there for quite a while, and the first one who came on the scene after that was a Canadian medical officer. Bill was given an injection of morphine for his pain, then left alone. I must have been lying with my eyes shut. 2 Canadians came and they start to go through my pockets, and they took my watch and my whistle, and I had a commando knife stitched to my trouser leg, and they took that. And then I opened my eyes, and one of them turned round and said, You'd better leave this bugger, he's alive. Bill was finally carried back to the shoreline by 2 men from his own unit, and was reunited with his friend Bill Hawkins. 50 feet away from them was a bulldozer with large plates of armour covering its door. A shell hit the armour plating. It must have been hit twice, because the one had hit the engine. Another hit where the driver was sitting, and it just jammed the plate against the door. I mean, he wasn't wounded, just jammed him in. He couldn't get out, and the armoured bulldozer was on fire, and nobody could get near it. And that was my worst experience, because you heard this man screaming, and there's nobody who could do a damn thing for him. Bill was then witness to one of the few Luftwaffe sorties against the beaches. All of a sudden, these fighter bombers come along, putting bombs along the beach, but I saw our Spitfires come along and they sorted them out. They shot them down. There was one engine dropped about 30 or 40 feet from us. Ian Hamerton of the 22nd Dragoons commanded a troop of flail tanks, AVREs and bulldozers. He watched the action on the beach as his landing craft came to shore on Mike Green's sector. A flight of rockets went up, and I saw a Spitfire flying along the beach, and it suddenly disappeared in a puff of flame and smoke. He must have flown into the flight of rockets. You could see the rockets landing on the shore, not on the beach, but on the land behind the beach, and the fire burning and a tremendous amount of smoke. There was some infantry already on the beach, and there was quite a lot of bodies floating about. Like many units on D-Day, Ian was dropped out of position, but his tanks soon went to work. The two flails flailed up to the seawall and backed away. The bridge tank came forward, but the commander was killed by a shell which landed on the turret, and it cut the cable and the bridge dropped. So we then had to make use of the existing ramp, a stone ramp, off the beach. This ramp had been blocked by a tangle of barbed wire and welded railway tracks, which would need to be cleared by the tank's gun. We'd practiced this, and it meant the commander sighting the gun through the barrel at every joint of the welding, and that's a lengthy business. Once the firing was complete, one of Ian's tanks went up the ramp to push away the debris, but in doing so it hit a mine and blew up. The ramp remained blocked. I had to attach a tow rope to it and tow it down the ramp and into the sea. The ramp was cleared, but Ian and his crew had to abandon their waterlogged tank. The most difficult thing of all was climbing out of the water and onto the ramp. There was various bodies floating around, which didn't help either. Ian's two remaining flail tanks got up the ramp and started to work their way inshore. The other half of his troop had landed further down the beach, and Ian went to check on them by walking along the top of the sea wall. Happy with how they were getting on, he then returned to his crew at the ramp. My own crew was sitting on top of the seawall with a machine gun. They had the odd crack at a few snipers, but that soon passed. The men, soaking wet, set about preparing some soup to warm themselves up. It wasn't until the next day that they'd discover that they'd been sitting on the top of an anti-tank mine the whole time. Fortunately, the soldiers were too light to set it off. The Royal Winnipeg Rifles had begun to come ashore at 07:49. The unit's war diary noted that the supporting tanks were late in their sector, and the bombardment of the beach had failed to kill a single German. "There's a lot of little sounds, and there's machine gun fire hitting the top of the landing craft," said Jim Parks, who was 19 on D-Day, having lied about his age to join the army 4 years earlier. "You had to keep your head down, and you'd hear the pop, pop, pop on the side of the boat. Then there was a big thump. We hit a mine. We were also hit by a 75mm. The feller that was to lower down the ramp, he was pretty well wounded. He dropped us in the water too deep. When trying to swim to shore, I got sideswiped by one of the landing craft coming in. I got pushed into the water, and all I could see was stars because I'd swallowed a lot of water. Your foot would touch the bottom and give you a bit of adrenaline, and I'd make my way to shore." Jim's mission on D-Day was to help to assist the combat engineers, but with his mortar carrier sunk in the channel, he turned his attention to helping others. A lot happens in a short period of time. We'd pulled the guys out of the water and all that sort of stuff. We had nowhere to go because we'd lost everything anyway. We pulled some of the guys that had been hit in the water out. We were worried that the tanks were going to come in and they wouldn't see the bodies and just run them over, so we pulled as many as we could, as far as we could. Once we started doing that, a few of the other guys did too. The main infantry companies had pushed forward already to the next objective. Jim then found some cover up the beach. I plopped beside Corporal Scaife. I knew this Corporal Scaife. He was from out west in Saskatchewan, and he was mortally wounded, so I took his Sten gun, because I'd lost everything. Alex Cuppers was another soldier in the Winnipeg Rifles, serving in the anti-tank platoon. "We landed later than the assault companies as we had vehicles and had to have exits so that we could get off the beach. The landing craft tank that I was on was quite a mixture. It consisted of self-propelled artillery, 2 of our regimental anti-tank guns, and an armoured bulldozer." That day, Alex saw an instance of bravery that he would remember for the rest of his life. A small navy craft mounting a gun to its rear was backed in close to the beach and dueling with large concrete bunkers with their gun. The crew did not have much in the line of protection, but they were still firing when our craft had to circle away, as it was not time for us to touch down. When their time finally came, Alex's Bren carrier followed an armoured bulldozer ashore. When he stopped, I think to lower his blade, the beach group behind us pulled out with their Bren carrier to go by. They went about 20 yards, then hit a mine. The carrier was upside down with 4 of them lying on the sand. All got up quite quickly except for the driver, who had been cut in half. Later that day, Alex heard stories from the infantrymen who had landed ahead of him. Corporal Holmes was the one who silenced the bunker on the extreme left. He stood on someone's shoulders to enable him to toss grenades into the bunker's ports as the entrances were under enemy fire. He said that a little later the shooting started up again. The second time he threw in phosphorus grenades that really brought screams and silenced the guns. Another fellow, Corporal Close, was found dead inside another bunker on the body of a German he had killed with his bare hands. Lance Corporal Kuhl had taken a burst of machine gun fire in his stomach, but threw himself onto the barbed wire. His men thought he had done so to enable them to cross over him. We heard many stories of great bravery shown by some of the rifles, but I guess it was the same with all the assaulting regiments. There had to be many stories. There were many rifles who never made it off the beach, and many more killed when they were badly mauled 2 days later on June 8th. Their stories went with them, and so have never been told. By mid-morning, the Canadians were off the beach. Hard fighting by the Queen's own rifles brought the town of Bernières into Canadian hands, and by 11:15, Saint-Aubin-sur-Mer was taken by B Company of the North Shore New Brunswick Regiment. By 11:40, the Canadians who had landed in Mike's sector had advanced nearly 2 miles inland, and by 1600, the Reserve Infantry Brigade had landed. When the Germans counterattacked into the 2-mile gap between Juno and Sword at 19:50 that evening, the lead Canadian troops consolidated their position to protect their flank, accepting that they would not meet their final objectives on D-Day, including taking Carpiquet Airport near Caen, about 10 miles from the coast. Even so, they had advanced further inland than the British and American armies. The Canadians suffered around 1,000 casualties that day, and the British supporting them a further 243. Grès-sur-Mer, the home of schoolboy Michel Grimaud, was liberated by the Winnipeg Rifles. "We had a friend with us," said Michel, "a middle-aged lady, and she went out into the street and met soldiers who said, 'You must come out and go to the beach.' So we all went to the main road leading to the beach. We saw a dead soldier on the way. By about 10:30 we were in the meadow, where there is now a large petrol station, and we were kept there for about 3 hours, while the infantry made sure there were no snipers in the village. We were very well looked after. We were given something to eat, and we saw all the tanks and the soldiers, all this huge queue of people going inland. Then we came back into the village at about 3:30, and we went to the church with our priest. He had been taking a confirmation service about 20 miles inland, and he wanted to join his parish. So he took his bicycle and rode across the lines and joined us. The church roof had been destroyed because there had been a sniper in the tower, so we all gathered there to look at the damage before we all went back to our houses. We had different companies and sections of the British Army making dugouts and trenches in the meadows in readiness for the night, and we began to give them flowers and wine. We had kept wine from before the war. They were very cautious at first because they had been warned to be careful of spies, but very soon they realized we were just good friends. It was all very exciting. Sword Beach. Compared to the other beaches, the German defences at Sword Beach, which was a 5-mile stretch of coast, were relatively light. Beach obstacles and bunkers were scattered along the shore, with a second line of defence consisting of machine gun and mortar positions in the dunes. In the towns just behind the beach, the Germans had laid mines, dug anti-tank ditches, and built concrete walls blocking the streets. Elements of the German 716th Infantry Division, in particular the 736th and 125th Regiments, along with forces of the 21st Panzer Division, were in the vicinity, while the 711th Division was east across the Dives River. 17-year-old Jacqueline Lebas was staying in a house between Langrune and Saint-Aubin and witnessed the landings that day. We could see the sea perfectly. We saw it as soon as it got a little daylight. Even though it was really foggy, we could see the shapes perfectly in the sea, with fire coming out of the cannons. We saw flames starting in Le Havre. Then the noise, a terrible noise on Le Havre. Then gradually on the entire coast. We took shelter in the dining room for a bit. Suddenly the chandelier started swinging. Then the windows, all the panes fell and shattered, so we rushed into the garden. In an arbour beneath an iron table we stayed, huddled, my mother, my brother, and I, throughout the landing. The neighbour's dog was howling, but the birds were flying as if nothing was happening. It seemed like the birds were unaffected. Several times we were startled due to bombs going off everywhere. Peter Fussell had joined the army in 1939 when he was 16 years old. As a commando in the 1st Special Service Brigade, he expected no quarter should he be taken prisoner. No paratroops or commandos were to be taken alive by the Germans, Peter recalled. According to Hitler, we were hooligans, we were misfits, we were partisans, we were gangsters, because we used to carry the fighting knife, and I must admit, they came in very useful in hand-to-hand combat. Peter watched from his ship as they closed in on the French coast. When we got up on deck, we looked across towards the beaches and we could see nothing but ships. Hundreds of aircraft above, going in relays, strafing, bombing, using cannon fire. We could hear the guns of the battleships and cruisers opening up, and we could see the flashes. Serving in 41 Royal Marine Commando, 4th Special Service Brigade, was 22-year-old Warwick Neild Siddle. We wanted to go. Most of us, anyway, wanted to go. It was something that had to be done. I don't ever remember talking to anybody who was frightened. They were all eager to get there and get on with it because we were that fit and so well trained, and it had been coming for so long. This was it. The commandos were incredibly proud of the green berets that they had earned through arduous training and selection, and eschewed their helmets in favour of them. We landed without tin hats, said James Kelly of Liverpool. That became the fashion, for us to fight without tin hats, just a green beret. The commandos were offered a stiff drink before they went ashore. I didn't drink much of the rum. The Navy were slinging it out like it had gone out of fashion. What they hoped to gain by that, I don't know. I was terrified of drinking in case I was drunk and did the wrong things and got myself killed. Barclay Meredith of the Staffordshire Yeomanry was watching the fleet as it made its way to Sword Beach. I remember seeing what must have been a fuel-carrying vessel being hit and going up in just one tremendous sheet of flame and a black pall of smoke. Nobody could have got out of that. George Rayson was coming ashore with the Suffolks and remembered the banter on the landing craft. We had a Londoner there, one of these happy-go-lucky fellas. He said, "Boys, I'm going to be bookmaker. I'm going to take bets on the first man to shit himself." The joke got a good laugh, but there was a tragic ending for the Londoner. He was the first bloke to get killed, as it so happened. The barrage was absolutely terrific, said 19-year-old James Blinkhorn of the East Yorkshire Regiment. They must have hit the beach with everything they had in England, because there was just a pall of smoke. It must have been a mile high, and the whole beach was obliterated with smoke. One of the landing craft up from us hit a mine coming in. It bounced off, and it exploded harmlessly. There was a destroyer behind us, got a direct hit. That went down in 2 or 3 minutes. James was the first man ashore from his landing craft. We had a pretty good landing. I only got wet up to my knees, that was all. There were some pretty wide posts on the beach, and I got behind one of those. It was some cover at least, but not enough to cover his whole body. I got a nick in the arm, a bullet nick in the arm. We dashed then onto the beach road, then we were attacking different targets along the beach. The fire was very intense. Tanks were supposed to land with us and give us supporting cover. They didn't land, so we had to make do with our own Bren gun carriers. The first carrier that went off the beach, he was hit with a flamethrower, and they were just horrible. Everything was black, just black. The other Bren carriers fared no better. The German heavy guns were just blowing them up. The effects of this heavy combat left James numb. You're more or less walking about in a daze. It's each man for himself. It was slaughter. I think out of our company of 120, I think we lost about 50 on the beach. 50 dead. There were more casualties than that. In the face of such losses, composure from the unit's leaders was vital. Major King, he was on the beach, and there was an airburst, and it blew the front of his helmet off and the tip of his nose, and he said, "I'm going to keep this bugger for a souvenir," and he put a bit of plaster on his nose, and he said, "A drop of whiskey will cure that." Arthur Blizzard was an NCO in the pioneer platoon of the 1st Battalion Suffolk Regiment. I had the flamethrower and a Bangalore torpedo. That were extra to my Sten gun. It was a heavy load, but Arthur was a big man, and his battalion had been trained hard to prepare for war. We were 2 men instead of 1. We were real fit. I wish I was like it today. I could go through anything. His height came in useful when the men were dropped short of the beach. I'm 6'3". I'm about a foot underwater when I first go in there. Arthur helped other men get ashore, then checked his surroundings. Though they were dropped a little short, the landing craft crew had put them right where they were supposed to be. I landed bang on. I was nearly one of the first to get there. Some of those who had landed ahead were already dead. I got behind the Sherman, which had got burned out. Jerry was machine gunning us from a house, so we had to lay there and just fire back. That's all you can do. And then run like anything as fast as you could to get in. Arthur was soon able to get off the beach and found cover ashore. Once we got past that first line, I got into a ditch. Marvellous ditch it was. It took me about a mile into where I wanted to go. Kenneth Powter was also an NCO in the 1st Suffolks. He recalled the pedals of the landing craft's final few yards to the beach. We threaded our way through these staggered poles with the telemines on top, and I remember leaning over the side because I was in the front of the craft and seeing such a small distance between this mine and the boat. The rear of the craft caught one of them, blew the back right out, killed the seaman. But by this time we were on to the beaches. They lowered the ramp, and we were off. Dead and wounded already littered the beach, but Kenneth was able to make a quick exit. A flail tank had landed just by the side of us and was making an opening through the defences. I scrambled over the wire and made across the marshes to this rendezvous. "Our CO was killed immediately," said Gordon Penter of the 1st Battalion South Lancashire Regiment. "I was with B Company and we landed behind one of the assaulting companies. One of our subalterns, Lieutenant Bell Walker, immediately went to knock out a strong point. He did this with a charge, but unfortunately he was killed." Heavy guns and machine guns raked the beach with their fire. We lost our company commander, which was a very great loss. We were taking losses left and right. Shrapnel was all over the place. You were just lucky if you missed it. Gordon ran to an exit off the beach where the engineers had cleared a path through the mines. He had to get through it very, very quickly as an infantryman, because the tanks were also getting off the beach, and of course they wouldn't stop for anybody, and if you were unfortunate enough to fall, I'm afraid you'd have gone under the tank. In fact, some wounded people actually did. On the eastern flank of Sword, 177 Free French commandos landed at the town of Ouistreham. "We came in at 07:20 in the morning," said Leon Gautier. "We had known for a week exactly where we were going to land, because we were, of course, familiar with the coastline, but we had been told to keep the information to ourselves. One of the Free French landing craft had been hit as we went in, and there were some killed and wounded, but the remainder transferred to the other craft and made it ashore. The Germans were shelling us, and the water was black from the mud and sand thrown up by exploding shells. The ladder lowered, and we rushed into the beach, into the machine gun fire from the blockhouse directly in front of us. We threw a grenade through the port, and the German defenders gave up and surrendered very quickly. We swung left and took all the remaining strong points from the rear. The sand seemed to boil under the bullets and explosions, said French Commando René Goujon. A Churchill tank of the East Yorkshire Pioneers had landed a few minutes before us and was supposed to breach the enemy's frontline defences. They had taken a direct hit. The turret was in flames, and a man, also in flames, was screaming as he clambered out. "Number 1 troop attacking the casino suffered casualties," said Leon, "and altogether we lost 9 dead and 70 others injured on D-Day. The first other French civilians encountered were hiding in the basement of their house about 50 yards behind the blockhouse. I searched their house for Germans, and I told them to stay under cover." The locals believed that the landing was a large-scale raid, such as happened at Dieppe, but I told them that this time we were here to stay. Positioned next to the Caen Canal, Ouistreham marked the easternmost flank of the D-Day beaches. Numbers 3, 4, 6 and 45 Royal Marine Commandos of the Special Service Brigade came ashore here at Queen Red sector of Sword Beach. "It wasn't like Dieppe, where the Germans were waiting for us on the beaches," said Commando Peter Fussell, who had taken part in that battle. "There was shelling on the beach because the guns at Merville, which were supposed to have been put out of action, weren't. There were the big guns from Le Havre, right across the other side of the bay. We had an awful lot of mortars from the villages behind Ouistreham, and quite a lot of sniper fire was coming as well. Under this fire, specialist units had been busy with the dangerous work of mine clearance. By the time we landed, the Royal Naval Beach Clearance people had been in front of us, and they had cleared a narrow strip, and they'd taped the strip, had been cleared and declared safe, through which flail tanks were going. This was a great support for us, because at least now we had something to hide behind. We cleared the beaches straight after we hit them. Enemy pillboxes were being silenced by a nearby Sherman. He was engaging them with his tank fire, very successfully too. Under this cover, Peter and the other men moved into a marshy area where they began to come under indirect fire. The mortars were picking us off then. These were spotting rounds for the enemy to lay onto their target before a full heavy barrage was fired. Peter's leaders recognized the signs and moved them quickly inland toward their objective, which was the bridges held by 6th Airborne. Warwick Neald Siddle, with 4th Special Service Brigade, remembered the noise and chaos of the battle as the commandos landed. The shells were incoming and outgoing, aircraft were flying overhead, and rockets from the shore were landing in the water. We didn't get hit, but they were bursting all around. We hit the beach, and the ramp went down. I had 2 young boys with me, 2 young Marines. They were carrying the radio sets, and we landed in about 4 feet of water. It was up to my chest, and I was considerably taller than these 2 lads. They were up to their necks. We got on the beach, which was covered in bodies and tanks and smoke and the smell of cordite. Everything was technicolor, everything was brilliant in colour. "We waded ashore," said Commando James Kelly, who landed with No. 41 Royal Marine Commando, 4th Special Service Brigade at Lyons-sur-Mer. There was a blinding flash and a terrible bloody smell of cordite. The flash was an explosion which caused several casualties. I remember kneeling by Charlie Hall. He was bleeding. The blood was pumping out of his neck and right out of his combined ops badge that was on his shoulder. I'd only just knelt down, and it was only a matter of saying to him, "Come on, Charlie, come on." And this voice said, "Get going, you're not supposed to stop, get going." So I went. James stopped at a Bren carrier that had 2 dead men inside before moving up to the beach, where he started cutting wire. He was struck by the calm demeanour of the Navy's beachmaster, who was organising the flow of men off the landing craft and off the beach. He was just standing there shouting, "Over here, keep over there," like a traffic copper. How long he lasted, I don't know. The Beachmaster also stuck in the memory of Warwick Neald Siddle. The most calm man I've ever met in my life came along swinging a cane. "Come on, lads, off the beach now. Shells are landing and mortars are landing and snipers are firing and machine gun fire. People are falling and being killed and wounded, and this guy's walking through it." The Beachmaster these two men fondly remembered was Edward Geraint, who rose to the position after his immediate superior, Commander Rowley Nichols, was wounded by a mortar. The same explosion killed the Army Liaison Officer, Lieutenant Colonel D.V.H. Board. Edward described his role as to provide navigational marks, assist in clearance of obstacles, mark obstructions, provide incoming landing craft with as much guidance as possible, and to expedite their unloading of personnel, vehicles or stores, and clear them off the beach. He noted that there was considerable difficulty in clearing vehicles off the beach, as German mines had created bottlenecks. That British troops on Sword had the luxury of so many vehicles landing so quickly meant they were victims of their own success. Perhaps explaining James and Warwick's accounts of his bravery, Geraint said, "I felt a great sense of relief. I'd been training for this for 3 years, and the one thing I'd been afraid of was that I would not be fit on the day we went across. I was delighted to be ashore, part of this great thing. I wasn't conscious of any expectation that I was going to be a casualty." Relying on his training and his anxiousness to perform his role to the best of his ability gave Edward a feeling of invulnerability. Coming ashore at Queen Red Sector was Lord Lovat, commander of 1st Special Service Brigade. He was also the 25th chief of the clan Fraser, which goes some way to explaining why he had brought along his piper, William Bill Millin. "When we landed, it was under heavy fire," said Bill, who was 21 at the time. "Lots of people were being killed. I started to play the pipes, and Lovat looked around. He heard the pipes and smiled and walked on." Bill moved off the beach and came to a spot where a German machine gun was firing directly down a road. There was a load of wounded, all lying about 12 or maybe 14 of them, all lying at the entrance to this road. So they said, "Where's the medics, Jock? Where's the medics?" I said, "Well, they're coming." I didn't know whether they were coming or not. I tried to pull 1 or 2 of them away, but the Germans were still shooting, so I just had to get into a doorway. I heard a clanking, and I looked around, and there's one of the flail tanks with the chains. The tank commander could not see the men in the road, and despite Bill's attempts to stop him, he drove on and over the wounded men. It churned them all up. Bill then went back and found Lovat, who told him to resume his piping. The whole thing was ridiculous. The bodies lying at the water were going back and forward with the tide, and I started off piping, going a few paces along there. The next thing, a hand on my shoulder. I looked around, it's this sergeant. "What are you fucking playing at, you mad bastard? Every German in France knows we're here now, you silly bastard." When Bill finished playing, he saw that Lovat and the others had moved off and hurried to catch up. The frightening part hadn't started because everything was happening so quickly and so sudden. He left behind a bloody scene at the beach. Some wounded, some dead, and their heads blown off, and that lot churned up with the tank. The final objective of the commandos on D-Day was to link up with the airborne forces holding the 2 bridges further inland. Peter Fussell found that many German soldiers were quick to surrender to them as they pressed inland. They came out only too willing to give themselves up. We saw very little opposition until we reached Hermanville. Lord Lovat ordered that this village, about a mile inland, be bypassed and left to the infantry. Peter's unit moved at a very quick pace. We were very well laden. We had our rucksacks, nearly 60 to 80 pounds each man was carrying, plus his personal weapon. We weren't fighting all the way, but every now and again we had to take cover because there was the odd sporadic machine gun and odd sniper that kept hindering us, annoying us from time to time. The commandos covered some 12 miles in enemy territory in 4 hours. We reached the bridges just after 1200. We were due to reach them at 12 o'clock, and Major John Howard, who came in with the first gliders, met Lovat on the bridge. "We heard the sound of pipes," said John Vaughan, the medical officer who had landed with John Howard's D Company, "and I distinctly heard this Scottish piper coming up the road, and it suddenly stopped. There was a lot of fire going on. I remember walking up towards the bridge at midday, and the commandos were just wandering across this bridge, some on bicycles, a very casual lot." "I piped down the road leading to Pegasus Bridge," said Bill Millen. "There was a right battle going on. Even where I was standing, I could hear the shrapnel, bullets or whatever, hitting off the side of the bridge. Wounded were being carried into the cafe. It was a real sport." John Vaughan recalls seeing some of the commandos hit by enemy fire as they crossed the bridge. Within 20 yards of John Howard's slit trench, a man straight in front of him rolled down the bank, and I had a look at him. He'd been shot through the head. At that very moment, Lovett appeared across the road and greeted John Howard at the bridge, and the rest of the commandos came across. Bill Millen was asked by Lovett to keep playing all the way to the next bridge, despite several men being shot around him. I looked around at Lovett. He was walking around as if he was out for a walk on his estate. At Horsa Bridge, 2 paras tried telling Bill to go back into cover, but with Lovett's encouragement, Bill piped his way across, playing Blue Bonnets over the border. Once on the other side, he shook the hands of the astonished, perhaps befuddled airborne soldiers. "There was a lot of bodies that we passed," said Peter Fussell. "Poor chaps from the airborne." Further to the east, Barclay Meredith's Sherman tank was pushing into the Normandy countryside. We saw some movement in the bocage on our left-hand side, and we guessed it was a platoon of infantry, so we shot at them with machine gun fire. There seemed to be some movement there, but no response. So we edged over to look over the edge, and what we'd done was to hit some poor old French cow which was in agony, and again, another ludicrous thing in the heat of battle, we felt that we couldn't leave this wretched animal in its agony, so we tried to depress the gun to put it out of its misery, but we were too close to it. So I took the breech block out, and we sighted this gun down the barrel to put it out of its misery. Kenneth Powter assembled with his company beyond the beach. Then we bashed on to our objectives, which was Colville. On the outskirts, on the high ground just the other side of this village, was this big emplacement known as Hillman. D Company of our battalion had trained to blow the outer defences, and they had Bangalore torpedo teams. "My Bangalore torpedo was reserved for Hillman," said Arthur Blizzard of the Suffolk's Pioneer Platoon. Hillman was a German bunker complex and command post on the northern edge of Perrier Ridge, 2.3 miles inland from the beach. It housed the battle group headquarters of Colonel Ludwig Krug, commanding 736th Grenadier Regiment and 642nd Ost East Battalion, one of 2 units composed mostly of former Soviet POWs attached to 716th Infantry Division. Hillman had a commanding view of the coast, with fields of fire extending to 600 yards in most directions, and was made up of 2 large bunkers, 3 armoured steel cupolas, housing machine guns in concrete emplacements 3.5 metres thick, 7 more machine gun posts, and a network of trenches covering approach routes. "That's where I got me torpedo ready, and I blew my first good gap through there," said Arthur. "Mind you, I nearly got kaput over it, but I got away with it anyway." "It took almost the end of the afternoon before Hillman was captured," said Kenneth Powter. "That evening I moved down towards the Caen Canal. We were digging in on the forward side of a big field and heard this big noise behind us and looked up and saw a vast armada of aircraft towing gliders. They landed in this field where we were. The aircraft appeared to be going back, and as these aircraft were going back, you saw their bomb bays opening. They made another circuit, and as they were coming over, they released all these canisters, which we had to jump in our trenches to avoid being hit by." After the battle at Hillman, Arthur Blizzard, along with another pioneer named Alec Bailey, were ordered to bury the dead on the cleared positions. "We got the Germans, and we buried them as best we could," Arthur said, recalling how they took the dog tags of each side's dead so that they could be identified. "We wrapped them all in handkerchiefs, kept them separate, and then sent them back to the Red Cross. We was all that day shoveling up the dead Germans. After this grim work, Arthur and Alec went to look around the defences at Hillman and found a stash of Normandy apple brandy known as Calvados. After me and him had drank the first bottle, I said, "We feel better now, don't we?" The men were about to head back to their unit when Arthur saw a steel door and pulled it open. Behind it were 60 German servicemen. There was a commandant of the area with his hands above his heads. He gave me his dagger. He said, "Kaput." Well, he could have kaput us as easy as pie if he'd have wanted, but that's where my luck came in. I lined them all up, marched them down a road to battalion intelligence platoon. Alex said, "Well, we done well today, boy. 2 of us, 60 prisoners." I said, "Yeah, mind you, them poor prisoners, they've been through the mill. They're glad that we didn't shoot them." In the late afternoon of D-Day, elements of the 21st Panzer Division launched a counterattack towards the eastern beaches, where they experienced initial success. Parts of this attack came through to the coast because there were gaps between the British and Canadian divisions, said Hans von Luck, a regimental commander in the division who was launching his own counterattacks against the British airborne forces. "Some of our units went through, but then they were heavily shot by the Navy." Gordon Painter was in a gun turret on the Belfast and took part in this bombardment. "I do remember being told once that we were attacking a German squadron of tanks. These tanks were approaching the soldiers who had landed. Several direct hits were reported to have been achieved on the enemy armour, but Gordon took no great pride in killing the enemy. When one has to fight for one's country, you just have to do a job and do as you're told. The Germans were human beings, the same as we were. We were the age where it didn't really sink home to you exactly what it was all about, and we were sad in doing some of the things we had to do. But that's war." The Mauritius was also involved in the bombardment of the German counterattack. Midshipman John Carlyle remembered the moment. All available guns concentrated on repulsing an armoured thrust by the 21st Panzer Division from Caen to Sword Beach at Lyon-sur-Mer. The attack was halted in the early evening. Gliders from the 6th Airborne's Air Landing Brigade also played their part in breaking the German thrust. Spotting the large number of aircraft overhead, the divisional commander feared that an airdrop was going to cut their lines of support, and he ordered the armour to retreat. John watched the glider landings from the Mauritius. It was an incredible and awe-inspiring sight, and no one who saw it will ever forget it. There were many other unforgettable sights that day, some not of awe, but of horror. Ted Cordery was a crane man aboard the Belfast. With such an assault, there's a considerable amount of casualties, and they were ferried out to the ships for treatment. As the crane operator, it was Ted's job to lift the wounded on board. They were just on a square box, and I lifted them inboard. The amount of damage that those men suffered will live for me forever. I could have cried. Faces blown away, arms off, God knows what. They just brought them back with a sheet over them because there would be so much blood. Some of the injuries were horrific. They really were. They were rushed up for treatment, which was too late anyway. Then they came back on the deck. We just put them in sacks and buried them, just said a little prayer for them. Nothing else you could do with them. Couldn't keep them on board. A normal burial at sea, they wrap them up, give the person that's died the ceremony he deserves, but in war, you haven't got time for that type of thing because you've got other things to do. And there's nothing you can do, they're past help. We just said a little prayer for them and got back to whatever we were doing. What Ted saw that day would live with him forever. I've been in air raids at home and seen bodies amongst civilians, but never saw anything like that. I think they're the sort of thing they should show these children instead of these war games where everybody's blowing everything off the face of the earth. Just show them the consequences of this action. That might make them feel better towards their fellow men. Jacqueline Lebas and her family had taken shelter from the Allied bombardment, which she recalled as stopping around midday. Then we heard footsteps in the street. We saw men passing by. They seemed like shadows. After a while, as several of them were passing by, I went over and spoke to them. There were 10 of them on different sidewalks on both sides of the road. I approached, and asked. I realized they were English. They asked me where they were. I was even more scared as I really had the impression that they were landing right at our place and not the entire coast. That reassured me to think that they would land everywhere. Someone from the town hall came to ask us to dig graves, my brother and me, as we were still young, and there were dead soldiers that needed graves. You know, I had never seen the dead before. 2 graves were dug in the churchyard cemetery. We buried 2 young English. It was very moving. The British force that landed at Sword took 630 casualties. 29,000 men were brought ashore, and though they secured many objectives, Caen had not been liberated. The advance on the city had been delayed because of the time that it took to secure strongpoints Daimler, Hillman, Morris, and Rover. The counterattack of the 21st Panzer also played its part. Rather than receiving its liberation on D-Day as planned, the battle for Caen would rage for weeks to come. Chapter 5. Go to it. Airborne Forces and French Resistance from D+1.
So it took really days until other armored divisions could get into the battle. But by then, the British and the American, as we heard, had made very good firm bases on the coast, and it was hardly to throw them away into the sea. And I remember well when Rommel told us, if there's a landing somewhere in France, and we can't get the invaders back into the sea within the first 24 hours, that will be the end.
Hans von Luck, 21st Panzer Division. The 82nd Airborne Division. Tom Porcella had parachuted into Normandy on D-Day. He'd narrowly avoided drowning in the flooded fields and spent his first night in France shivering with cold and thinking of his bed back at base. Daylight was coming upon us fast, and I knew that we'd soon get the order. We'd soon receive the order to move out. D-Day was just the beginning of a long campaign for the Allied paratroopers, and Tom soon found himself involved in a fierce battle. This battle raged on for about a half a day, on and off. There was no activity really in the corner of the field where I was at, so I didn't see much of what was going on. The paratroopers were then pushed on through several more hedgerows before a sergeant appeared. He was asking for volunteers to go back into the field that we just left and see if we could find any wounded, because we never knew what happened to those troopers over there. Tom and around 6 other men said that they'd go. We entered this field, and we saw 2 troopers lying on the ground. I looked at this one trooper there, and he had his head completely blown apart and was unrecognizable. When Tom checked the dead man's dog tags, he discovered that it was someone he had known well. He was one of the original paratroopers from 3rd Battalion, and it was a terrible shock to me to see what happened to him. I hope that he died fast. A few feet away from him, there was another trooper laying down. He was just butchered meat. There was blood all over the place. One leg was mangled, and the other leg was sort of grotesquely underneath his body. So I tried to find out who it was, and I pulled out his dog tag. He was another H Company man. While I was moving him around a little bit, I heard a groan. I thought for sure he was dead. I was glad to see the guy was still alive, but I don't know whether he'd ever make it. The wounded man was loaded onto a stretcher, but the paratroopers were so weak from fatigue and hunger that it was a struggle to carry him. They finally got him back to a field that was full of airborne casualties. All the troopers were laid in this field, right alongside the hedgerow as far as I could see. Exactly how many troopers were there, I don't know. Tom and the others then went back to look for more wounded. I happened to notice, in the corner of the field, there was a German evidently trying to escape through the hedgerow, and some troopers shot him. He never got through the hedgerow. He was half on one side and half on the other. They also spotted a wounded enemy soldier. Some of the troops come along and shot him while he was trying to bandage himself. Their search for their own wounded continued, but the next men that they came across were also German. They were lying on their back. There was this one German, he had his both hands together like he was praying and begging for his life, and his eyes were wide open. I just could visualize, by judging by the look on his face, that he was terrified. And I could imagine them begging this trooper not to shoot him. And his expression seemed to be frozen right on his face, and it looked like fear. It looked like he was pleading for his life. A few feet away from him there was another German laying on his back, and he had a different look on his face. He looked like he had a sneer. Who knows? He could have been cursing this trooper out. Maybe he knew the trooper killed the other German and he figured he was going to die, but he had a sneer on his face. After this grim discovery came a poignant one. They found the remains of a fountain pen, and I recognized it because it was the fountain pen of a Staff Sergeant Williams. I know it was his pen because I was with him on Tennessee maneuvers when he received it from his girlfriend. There was no sign of the sergeant. Tom didn't know if he was taken prisoner, killed, or died of wounds. A voice called out to me, "Hey, trooper, come over here." The voice belonged to a wounded paratrooper. He wanted to know how badly he was hit. Looking down at him, I saw all the flesh was blown away from his right side of his face. He started to cry, and he was reaching for his face with a hand that was black with dirt. He asked me for a cigarette and a drink of water. I didn't have any cigarettes because I lost everything I had in the water. He said he had some in his pocket. I removed one of the cigarettes and lit it for him. The suffering on the battlefield was not confined to soldiers. Later that day, Tom and others came across an inconsolable Frenchwoman. Through her tears, she was demanding to know why the Allied soldiers had not come sooner. One of the paratroopers could speak French and told Tom that the woman's daughters had been taken away by the Germans. When Tom was finally reunited with the rest of his regiment, he asked about the fate of some of his friends and comrades. A favourite NCO in the regiment had crashed through the roof when he landed. The Germans had been at it and mutilated his body, and they cut his testicles and his penis off and stuffed it in his mouth. The loss of their friends brought the men to tears. Tears are running down my face, and the fellas telling these stories, they're crying. Yes, we do cry as paratroopers. We're still human beings. We still feel the pain and the anguish. And when your loved ones die, and we loved each other, we shed a few tears. During his time in Normandy, Tom was a continual witness to the degradation of morality. Somewhere in the distance, there's two soldiers with their hands raised above their heads who were walking towards us to surrender. When they were in just about a full view, I guess about all of us seen it, we heard two shots rang out. Bang, bang. The two Germans fell before they were able to take another step. I remember hearing, stop firing, you damn fools. They wanted to surrender." After a short time went by, two more Germans appeared, and they was carrying a white flag, so they started to come near our positions. We all had our guns trained on them, and they wasn't too far away from me, and all of a sudden I heard a couple of more shots and the Germans fell. And I assumed that they were shot in the back by their own officer for giving up. Was a hell of a thing to see. Surrendering on the battlefield could often be fatal. One day, Tom noticed a group of paratroopers standing in a circle around a foxhole. I finally got there and see what's going on. I looked out into the hole, and there was this German. He looked very young. Could have been anywhere between 15 and 17. There were all kinds of remarks being made about this German here. We ought to shoot the son of a bitch. We ought to kill him. We ought to do this. We ought to do that. But nobody shot him. First, it takes a lot of nerve to shoot a man in cold blood just like that, and especially when you see their eyes and they're pleading not to be shot. And I remember one of the troopers said to me, "Tom, you shoot him." I looked at the trooper, a little bit of disgust. I said, No. I am not going to shoot him. Let's take him prisoner. So some of the guys say, "Nah, let's shoot," this and that. And I said, no. Why don't we take a prisoner? Maybe he's got information. That's the only way you can save a guy's life, is if you say, maybe we can get some information out of him. So they all agreed to that. We yanked this German out of the foxhole, and the poor kid, he was scared half to death. I often think I saved his life. I hope he appreciates it. One incident in particular stuck with Tom about the brutality of war and men's behavior in it. There was a body in this road, and that's not the first body we've seen, but when I got up there, I passed the body. The head was gone. It was just a torso left, and there was a big hole in their rib cage. So what got me all upset was that some of the GIs, as they marched, they were eating K rations, and they were throwing the wrappers and the cans inside this body. My decency was stunned. I couldn't believe, even if we were out in war, that we'd have such disrespect for what remains of a human body. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe these guys were doing this, and I didn't understand why. Because the truth was, we were with the good guys. We were all kids. We were all kids at the time, and I just don't understand how could they change in such a short time. But today I realize why they may have done it. Some of the fellows that may have done this, they may have lost a lot of good brothers, and I lost a lot of good brothers, but I don't think I could do it. I know I didn't do it. I was wondering why. Why did they do this? It's something I'll never forget. Tom had seen terrible things in France, but a moment of kindness would live with him forever. I got word that there was a lady who was cooking pancakes for the paratroopers. I entered the house, and they found a few more paratroopers in there eating and lining up, waiting for this lady to cook these crepes. To me, it seemed kind of strange, but here we are, in the middle of combat somewhere, and at this strange farmhouse, we're lining up as if we were back at Camp McCall. I looked around the kitchen, and I saw a lady standing there, and her back was towards me. She never turned around. She just kept saying things in French. It occurred to me, I don't know that she's ever looked at anybody. She just didn't want us to see her face. As I reached her, and she handed me a pancake, she looked at me. And you could see the tears in her eyes. I can never forget her face, with the tears streaming down. And that look will always remain with me. An act of kindness and compassion is something that one never forgets, but certainly when you consider all of the death and destruction that we've seen in a few days, I truthfully believe that anyone who stood on that line remembers that lady that was passing out these pancakes. Some 30 years after the war had ended, Tom returned to Normandy and thanked the farmer. Wayne Pierce was a glider-borne officer in the 82nd and came into Normandy on D+1. The night before they left for battle, the men enjoyed a final hot shower. One of the men in our unit, Lieutenant Gailey, had a good voice, and he sang "It's a Lovely Day Tomorrow" in the shower that night. Made us all feel good. But Gailey was one of the first men killed the next day. In the early hours of the 7th of June, the soldiers lined up for a hot breakfast. One thing that happened that morning that we were going in to eat our breakfast, there was an officer standing behind the mess. Evidently, he was there to see we were fed properly and so forth. But as I came by with my mess kit, he called out, "Good hunting." It was supposed to make me feel good, but it didn't make me feel good. If that had come from anyone but a rear echelon man, I would have been happy with it. Rear echelon men were the troops who operated behind the front lines. In any war, a kind of friction exists between them and the combat soldiers. "We went into Normandy at 7 o'clock in the morning," said Wayne. "I had quite a riot going into Normandy. We were in a British Horsa glider that would hold 30 men plus a pilot and co-pilot. When we took off, in addition to these 29 men we had in the glider, we had boxes of mines, machine gun ammunition, and the water. Everything tied down in the center of the glider. When we took off, we could tell that the tow plane was having a problem pulling us. We were loaded too heavy. The glider kept losing altitude. We were probably down to 300 feet. I stood between the pilot and the co-pilot to ask them what was going to happen, but they were doing the best they could, fighting the glider and trying to stay up. Wayne ordered his men to toss what they could out of the glider. By the time we got that out, I could see that the glider was gaining a little altitude. By that time, the coast of France was coming into sight. Up until that point, I had no fear of impending combat because I was too concerned about keeping the glider afloat. But we got across the coast, of course. The glider was cut loose. We took the top off a tree and landed properly in a field that was as good a landing spot as any you could have picked over there. The men had set down a few miles from where they'd expected to land. We landed near Saint-Marie-du-Mont. I had practically a platoon of men with me. We were organized very rapidly. Wayne saw little of the enemy the first day or night, and it was some time before they were ordered into an attack to drive the Germans out of their positions on a causeway. We crossed a ford and came into the orchard. C Company was on ahead of us. Tracers were flying through the air, lighting up the area like daylight. When they moved back, the rest of us moved around through the orchard, past the buildings and past Colonel Timms and his men. I saw Lieutenant Brewster Johnson in that area. He had been on the attack. He slapped me on the back and said, "Pierce, they can't shoot worth crap." But he was killed within an hour after that. We crossed 2 roads and we went down through a wheat field and down towards the church. We captured 1 prisoner and he went right along with us. There was a small orchard and then we came to a road that was somewhat sunken. There, Colonel Sanford, myself, and a couple of runners and maybe a couple other guys, we were all laying in the ditch, and when the platoon went across this road there, the firing picked up and it was like daylight, the tracers that were flying through the air, going both directions. Then it quieted down for a bit. Sanford moved up to the road. I was back about 20 yards maybe. He came back to me and he says, "C Company is wiped out." And I thought, how can he know that? Their men is still out there. He said, "We're moving back to the orchard." So he went back, telling the other men in the little group we were in there, and they got up and followed him. I looked back. It was getting daylight by that time. I looked back to the wheat field and saw them running through the wheat field, heading back to the orchard. I still didn't think that C Company was wiped out, and I could find the men, so I ran across the orchard to the other side. I knocked my helmet off running under an apple tree and went back and picked that up, expecting to be shot any time. There was a German howitzer in that orchard, and maybe another one down the line a little further. I got to the other side and looked through the bushes to see if I could see any of the C Company men. I could see no one. All I could hear was German voices across from me. I sat there for a little while and decided I should better get moving too. So I unloaded my binoculars and my dispatch case. I put them under the bush. I thought I could go back and get them. Then I went back through the wheat field over the knoll. There I found about 8 or 10 men from C Company. They told me the other men had surrendered. Wayne organized the survivors of the group into 2 squads that could fight their way back to B Company. Fighting was sporadic, but it was bad. Before we got started, we started receiving fire from our rear. At that point, I gave up. I said, "Men, we're going back to the orchard." So we made a run back into the orchard. There, I found Sanford. He was on his radio trying to get regimental headquarters across the river. He finally made contact and got artillery fire directed that would help us. We dug foxholes there and waited. The next day, the 90th Division began passing through Wayne's unit. We felt elated that we had some help. I went back over to the same area where I'd left my binoculars and dispatch case. They were gone. But I saw the dead piled up that they were picking up from the causeway, and it was a terrible sight. Such losses left dead men's shoes to fill, and Wayne was informally given command of C Company. Weeks of fighting on the Cotentin Peninsula lay ahead. Wayne recalled one of those battles. There was a German anti-tank gun, or a small tank, started firing armor-piercing shells at us. An armor-piercing shell would hit a tree and it would roll over and cut a swathe right through the tree's brush and everything. It also cut one of my men almost in two. When this happened, one half of the battalion bounded forward, and the other half, which is the half I had, stood fast. When we got our chance to move forward, we did, but we found that we were alone. We came to a road, and I was trying to make up my mind which way to go next, and I looked back, and here came my regimental S3 with a radio, and I thought, oh, this is great. Here comes a major. He can take command. Major comes up and looks to me and says, Pierce, you're in command of these troops. What are you going to do? I said, we're moving down this road. And we started moving down the road. It started getting dark, and we're still all alone. We hadn't found Sanford. There was a farmhouse and a group of buildings. I told the men to set up a perimeter around these buildings. That night I was checking the defense. I couldn't find my first sergeant. I looked at the house and thought maybe he went in that house. I went up on that porch and tried the door, and it was open. Sure enough, there was a man in bed asleep. I shook him and I said, "Get up, Sergeant, we're moving out." And the Frenchman stood up screaming. It was a moment of levity amongst many of horror. Under such conditions, Wayne recalled the difficulties he had in getting men to take part in combat. In an attack, the first time you finally decide that guy's trying to kill me, you get angry. And if you can get everyone in the company angry at the same time, you can press forward with an attack. You never get that. You get half a dozen men that are angry, and you get up and go, and another half lay there and wait. Though the tools and tactics of war change, the nature of soldiers appears to be constant. Heraclitus, who lived around 2,500 years before the Battle of Normandy, had a similar opinion to Wayne. Out of every 100 men, 10 shouldn't even be there, 80 are just targets, 9 are the real fighters, and we are lucky to have them, for they make the battle. Ah, but the one is a warrior, and he will bring the others back. This attitude could also be found when it came to difficult but less dangerous duties. The man that helped pick up the bodies after the attack was a man who lives out in Montana, and he told me that he had a tough time getting his men to pick up bodies, They needed some help. He found some cognac or some Calvados, one or the other. He passed it around, and after the men were able to have a few drinks, then he said they were able to load the bodies. I saw trucks with men's bodies piled about 4 high, just like cordwood. Wayne's battalion suffered heavy losses during their time in France. By the time we came back from Normandy, I had 37 men out of 150. The lowest company that we had was Company G. They had 13 men. The 101st Airborne. Robert Williams jumped into Normandy with the 506th PIR on D+1. While on their way to Carentan, the 1st Battalion came into contact with the enemy in the little town of Vierville. I think one of our companies had just gone through, and they radioed back to say the village was clear, there wasn't any Germans around there, so we come out of the field and started down the main street of Vierville, not to be confused with Vierville-sur-Mer, which lay on Omaha Beach. All of a sudden, someone opened up with a machine gun. All heck broke loose after that, because the Germans had been lined up behind the hedgerow. What they had done was they had moved out of this town and they infiltrated back in, and I think maybe we surprised them as much as they surprised us, but they had better positions than we did. They had better cover, and they had a machine gun up in the top of the church tower, and we were really pinned down. One of our guys, the machine gun squad, went back to the barn, a stone building right across the street from the church, and found a small hole, like a pigeonhole in the wall. He stuck his machine gun through there. He was firing back at the guys in the church steeple. About that time, we heard a tank clack in the road. The men breathed a sigh of relief when the approaching tank turned out to be American. He was trying to decide who we were. When he got abreast of the church, we kept pointing to the church steeple up there, indicating that that's where the fire was coming from. He pointed that big gun up there and blew a 3-foot hole in that church steeple and eliminated that German machine gun nest. The tank turned around and faced the Germans, and he opened up with his .30 calibers. Our whole company, which was about 130 men, and that tank, fired at the Germans. The tide was changing in our favor, but we were running out of ammunition. I was going up and down trying to get ammunition for the BAR man because he was doing a better job than we were. My platoon leader decided the tank crew ought to use that 50 caliber up on top of the tank instead of using the 30 calibers that were fired from inside the tank, but they didn't want to go on top of the tank in case they got hit. So he jumped up on top. He was pretty good with the 50 caliber. He opened up with that gun, and he was really knocking them off. So finally the Germans start waving white flags. They wanted to surrender. Given what happened next, Robert hesitated to give the officer's name. He kept firing, and the Germans were waving white flags. Most of our guys quit shooting. They weren't too anxious to run down there and capture the Germans because they didn't know whether some of the Germans weren't waving white flags. Some of them were still shooting. A major ordered the lieutenant to stop shooting, but he was ignored. Germans continued to fall until the major drew his pistol and threatened to shoot the officer if he didn't cease fire. If it had been up to him, we wouldn't have captured any of them. But that's war. The German opposition in the area was the 91st Infantry Division, which included a regiment of Fallschirmjäger, Germany's own paratroopers. They were very young, 16, 17-year-old kids. Of course, they didn't last long. They were wiped out pretty fast. From there, we moved into a hill overlooking Geraint, and I remember it was in the afternoon, and the Sherman tanks came up on the back of us. From that hill overlooking Geraint, they lobbed shells all day. Geraint was an important town for both sides. For the Americans, it would allow them to join the forces of Utah and Omaha in one continuous defensive line. If the Germans could stop this, it would give them an advantageous position to launch counterattacks, as well as preventing the Americans from launching their own attack to cut off the Cotentin Peninsula. "We stayed there all night, as a matter of fact," said Robert. "I slept in some German's foxhole. I remember before I went to sleep we heard a plane coming over, and it was a Messerschmitt. I could see that guy. He was looking down at us and evidently was a reconnaissance plane because he didn't fire a shot. This reconnaissance was followed later in the night by an attack. He came over and dropped one heck of a bomb. He was trying to hit the tanks in the back of us. The paratroopers then moved on to take Geraint. It was just daylight as we got there, and Colonel Strayer came down and said, 'Everyone dig a foxhole, we're digging in.' We dug a few inches in the ground, and then, 'Pack up, we're moving out.' It seemed like the Army ordeal was digging a foxhole, then packing back up and moving out again, stop and go, stop and go. So we started off down this road. It was a blacktop road that led north and west of Geraint. We were trying to go into Geraint, but ran into too much machine gun fire, so I think the decision was made to go around the back of Geraint. We hadn't gone down that road but 2 miles until we really ran into a bunch of Germans from a Panzer division, and they had some Tiger tanks. I remember we had a little light tank. It wasn't a Sherman tank, it was a little light tank. The firing went on all afternoon, and that's when my buddy Joe in my platoon, he caught a bullet right in his chest. It was getting towards dark, and we were worried about the Germans and the 88s that were coming over. That little light tank had 30 caliber machine guns on it, so they went down to the field spraying fire. I remember that before it got dark, he was just shooting at everything, all the hedgerows, and the Germans did slow down a little bit. Firing slowed down. It was at that point that I found that somebody handed me a pair of binoculars that they had taken off a German officer. Robert was just finding a good spot to observe the enemy when they opened up on him with what he believed was an 88mm. One hit on the outside of this hedgerow, and the dust and the trees and the bushes you couldn't see. I turned around to get out of there. I was in this little ditch alongside the road. I started towards the road, and a shell came over the top of that hedgerow and hit on the other side. The dust was so thick, I couldn't see where I was going. I think what happened was I was using those binoculars, and the Germans thought maybe I was a field artillery spotter or something. They really went after the spotters, because if you knocked the spotter out, the artillery wasn't much good. Robert had escaped with his life, but the close proximity of the two blasts had left him dazed and confused. Combat exhaustion, they called it. I don't know what they call it now. They've got a name for it. Anyway, you're disorientated, your nerves are shot, and so forth. A tag was put on me, and I was put in a jeep, and I wound up on the beach at Omaha. Robert was evacuated to England. Captain Sobel was our supply officer at that time. He was reading the reports on me from the hospital, and he came over and talked to me, and he didn't think he was going to let me go back into combat. I said, I can do anything. I can drive a truck. I can do anything you want me to do. But he turned me down. I was pretty jumpy. I couldn't stand noise. I guess that's what Sobel was worried about. He wasn't a very lenient officer, anyway. He was pretty tough. Robert did not serve in combat with the 506th again, and saw out his war as a driver for a medical unit. Other soldiers felt unaffected by combat, at least at the time. I hate to say this, said Joseph Lesniewski of Easy Company 506th, but I thought I was playing a game because it didn't bother me one bit. With the shooting or seeing someone get killed, it never hit me. Joseph took part in the fighting in Carentan. Later in the month, he and several other men were chosen for a patrol to flush enemy snipers out of a building. Dick Winters came up to pick out 5 of us to go on patrol. It was me, Bill Guarnier, Maxwell Clark, Billy Wagner, and Albert Blythe. We were walking towards this house, and we didn't see the snipers or anything like that. We separated a little more. All of a sudden, a shot rang out, and Albert Blythe, he got hit in the back of the neck. Joseph was next to him and stuffed a spare T-shirt he carried into the wound to stem the blood loss. Albert Blythe survived his injuries. He served in the Korean War and was still in U.S. military service when he died in 1967. According to his son, Albert was always troubled by what he had seen in the war and drank himself to death. After a month of fighting, the 101st were returned to England. James Martin was serving in the 506th. Our CO told us before we went in, "Give me 3 days of hard fighting and you'll be out of it." Well, there was more resistance than we had thought, and we stayed there, and nobody complained about it. We were there for 33 days. During this time, the men did things that many would have considered unthinkable before the war. "We were sitting on dead bodies, eating K-rations," said James. A passing tank's tracks churned up the dead, effectively skinning the face off one German corpse. One of the guys picked it up and put it on his head and said, "Look, I'm a Heine," and everybody laughed. It's hard to imagine what the soldiers' families back home would have thought of this, or other behaviours in Normandy. You could buy a woman for 2 packs of cigarettes. After about 7 days, it took a whole carton of cigarettes to get a woman. Everybody wasn't happy to see us, James said of the French. There were those who were very happy, but all those young men had gone, and the Germans had been there 4 years. I always say, biology always wins. Quite a few of those young girls had married German soldiers, and that caused problems. One evening, this German with a French wife and 3 kids were walking down the street and got in an argument with somebody, and our guy got up and shot him. Nobody said a word about it. The 6th Airborne Division under attack. After establishing themselves around the bridges spanning the Caen Canal and River Horn, the troops of the 6th Airborne came under attacks by the German panzer divisions that had finally been released by higher command, including the 21st Panzer. It took days until other armoured divisions could get into the battle, said Hans von Luck. But by then the British and the American, as we heard, had made very good, firm bases on the coast, and it was hard to throw them away into the sea. And I remember well when Rommel told us, if there's a landing somewhere in France and we can't get the invaders back into the sea within the first 24 hours, that would be the end. All the effort would be too late. We tried to get into the very small village which the 6th Airborne had occupied. We tried to get in by nearly permanent attacks every day. But meanwhile, the 6th Airborne and the 51st Highland Division, they had laid out very strong minefields. The 51st Division had distinguished itself in the desert and Italy, and spent the majority of its Normandy campaign in support of the 6th Airborne, which included the 12th Battalion Parachute Regiment. "We were just south of Ranville," said Harold Cammack. "That's when we first came under the attack from these panzers, and we as a parachute regiment don't carry heavy armaments. We had light machine guns, anti-personnel mines, PIAT anti-tank guns. We had what we called sticky bombs. We had to run forward and try and stick them onto the tracks of the tanks and hope it's going to knock the tank tracks off." The Panzer crews soon got wise to this and would gun the approaching men down from their turret. There was also the danger that the attacking soldier would be caught in the explosion of his own bomb. Altogether, it was an extremely dangerous proposition, and called for great courage. Harold recalled the moment when he made such an attack. "We were laid against this wall, a few of us, myself and 2 chaps. We saw the tank coming around the corner, and we couldn't avoid it, actually, because he would have spotted us, so we did the only thing we thought we could do." Under covering fire from one man, the other 2 paras ran out at the tank. 2 of us ran forward and slammed these sticky bombs onto the track. The bombs went off as Harold ran clear. When the smoke cleared, the track was still intact, but the men had done enough to give the tankers second thoughts, and they backed away out of sight. Ernest Lowe was a staff officer in the 5th Parachute Brigade. On the early morning of the 10th of June, the 12th and 13th Para-Battalions reported a big build-up of enemy troops in the wooded area south of Breville, and as a result the orders were given for the 13th and the 7th Battalions to establish themselves on the edge of the drop zone because it had been established that the German force was going to head towards the bridges. Ernest joined the 7th Battalion for the coming battle. That morning emerged this old World War I style of attack by the Germans. You wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it. They came across the ground and everything opened up. The 13th opened fire, and then the 7th opened up with machine guns and mortars. It was absolute carnage which sickened me. All these chaps, all these men, mown down in numbers and coming on, still coming on, just like they were apparently in the First World War. Anyway, it all ended because the remnants got into a wood. At the end of the day there were 400 enemy killed, 100 prisoners, and 100 in a wood which was later cleared by the 7th Battalion. Our own casualties were minimal because we were all established waiting for them to come. We didn't suffer many casualties at all. The next day, Ernest was travelling by jeep when he spotted movement in a hedgerow. He stopped to investigate and found 2 wounded Wehrmacht soldiers. Ernest's batman, a servant assigned to an officer, was a German Jew and translated for him. I said, "Why didn't you call for help?" And he said, "We'd been told that the British paratroops would kill us. Anyone who was captured would be killed." The German Fallschirmjäger allegedly killed prisoners, but we never did. We sent for help and gave them a drink of water and a couple of cigarettes, and they were evacuated later. The dead from the previous day's battles were presenting a problem on the drop zone, and Ernest was given the task of clearing it. I had to go and see the civil affairs officer, who was a Canadian officer, and arranged for the dead to be moved. They had to hire French civilians to move all these German dead. I've got a feeling they were paid for it, of course, but I'm pretty sure they were elated to be given the task of moving dead Germans. Another problem we had around there was the removal of dead cattle and horses. In the process of the battle, a lot of these lovely animals had been killed or maimed, and they lay there getting quite big with all these gases inside them. And one of the tasks the French had to do also was to take these things away. The Germans had suffered a setback at Breville. but they remained in the area and continued to present a threat. Breville was on the high ground, overlooking the 6th Airborne Division's bridgehead, so we were under complete observation all the time from the enemy up there. The divisional commander was very conscious of this, and at one stage he said, "Right, I am prepared to accept this no longer, because the enemy are getting between 3rd Brigade and the commandos up there." So he decided that he must take Breville. The only reserve he had was the 12th Parachute Battalion, who'd been reduced by casualties and things to about 300. So he ordered them to do the attack on Breville that night. He augmented them with a company of the 12th Devons. The attack went badly from the very beginning. Everything that could have gone wrong with the operation went wrong on that occasion. The first stonk from our own artillery, not the 51st Divisional Artillery, landed on the start line, killing the CO, my friend Johnny Johnson. Harold Camac was one of the 12th Battalion soldiers taking part in the attack. We heard the shells coming over, but they fell short, and Colonel Johnson and 2 or 3 more officers and quite a few men were killed by our own fire. That does happen in warfare, unfortunately. It was pretty horrendous, actually, Breville itself. Less than 80 of us came back. Harold survived, but not without wounds. As a few of us crossed the road to take a different position, these mortar shells, or whatever it was, landed on the road a few yards from us. It blew me practically back over the archway, and I got badly wounded in the right leg. It killed 2 of the chaps who was with me. They were killed outright by the same barrage. Harold was pulled to safety by a man from another unit whom he believed to be a commander. He just put a heavy field dressing around my leg, and then a lot of the wounded were all put together, including German wounded as well. We was there for maybe not quite 2 days, and when Breville itself was taken, they moved us down to the beach, and they took us back to England. The cost had been very heavy, said Ernest Lowe. All 12 para-officers, including the CO, and all the warrant officers had all been killed or wounded. Ernest felt wonder at the courage of the men who went in, because there were many other factors that I haven't mentioned, but they were led by very gallant people, including the Sergeant Major, who was later killed. That's all there was to it. Breville was captured by the British in the early hours of the 13th of June. Ernest was wounded in later weeks, but returned to Normandy in July. When not in battle, the soldiers lived under constant threat of artillery and snipers. They also had to contend with living in privative conditions and with little rest. Walter Wally Parr had landed with John Howard's D Company, 2nd Battalion, Ox and Bucks. I mean, when you work out, the night was 6 hours of darkness, 10 to 4. Everybody stood to at 4. Standing to is when all soldiers manned the defences to prepare for any incoming attack, which were often launched at dawn. That 6 hours of night was divided into 3. 2 hours patrol, 2 hours stag, which is sentry duty, and 2 hours sleep. And then at 4, you start again, and you go right through the next day, and you're just going on that 2 hours sleep. This meagre amount of sleep could be interrupted by artillery or air attack. People was just beat out of their brains for lack of sleep. This fatigue was not only uncomfortable, but could lead to men making mistakes that would cost lives. It certainly played tricks on their minds. Night time on sentry duty. You're looking into a field. Now, you know there's a bush there, in the middle of that field, and at times, that bush moves. You can see it, moving. The fatigue really got to the blokes. Wally and his comrades also faced a natural enemy. The mosquitoes nearly put a stop to the Battle of Normandy. That's the truth. Somebody said afterwards, if there had been a couple of mosquitoes, malaria-carrying mosquitoes in Normandy, it would have brought the entire thing to a halt. The mosquitoes were the biggest, most vicious I've ever, including India, encountered in my life. We were covered in bites everywhere, our neck, everything. They were the biggest curse in Normandy. They were worse than the Germans, the mosquitoes. You ask anybody about the mosquitoes in Normandy, and if they say they don't remember them, then they was never in Normandy. The 6th Airborne did not launch any major attacks after Breville, and dug in on the eastern side of the Orne, where they secured the Allied flank. On the other side of the river, the forces that had landed on the beaches continued their push inland, with a continuous stream of troops coming in behind them. Allied numbers in Normandy were growing by the day, but the Germans were bringing up their own reinforcements, and in the weeks that followed D-Day, British and Canadian soldiers would face the best that the German military had to offer, the elite panzer divisions of the Waffen-SS. Chapter 6. Lodgment. The British and Canadian armies from D+1 to Operation Mitten.
Really was horrific. But from then, from then onwards, of course, one feared information that you got the night before that you were going into an attack the next day. Because according to the process of, according to the law of average, I mean, if you'd escaped so far, it looked, and we were being continually reinforced, that it looked that it might be your turn next.
Kenneth Powter, 1st Battalion, the Suffolk Regiment. The battle to take the beaches was over, but without a deep and well-established beachhead from which the incoming divisions could deploy, the success of Overlord was still in jeopardy. To this end, lodgment was vital. Lodgment meant holding a sizable area of captured enemy territory. For the Allied commanders in Normandy, this meant linking up all the Allied armies and holding everything north of the Arromanches-Falaise line. The time set to accomplish this was 3 weeks. For D-Day, soldiers had trained in such detail that they knew the position of the enemy defences and rehearsed how to take them. There could be no such preparation for the coming battles in June. By contrast, the German troops stationed in the area had learned the ground, trained on it, and knew the ways to move, where the strong positions were to defend, and where the weak points were to counterattack. And while the beach defences tended to be held by poorly trained, often unmotivated soldiers of the static divisions, the German troops the Allies now faced were the best that the Wehrmacht had to offer. They were well-trained, well-equipped, well-motivated, and many had years of combat experience. Although the Allies were ashore, victory was far from certain. Sea and air. The work of the Allied navies was not over after D-Day. They ferried in men and supplies, brought a steady stream of wounded and prisoners back to Britain, and provided anti-aircraft cover and fire support for the troops ashore. As well as the danger of sea mines, they faced attack from the air, U and E-boats, and coastal and railway guns. Arthur Larry Firstland served aboard the cruiser Belfast. About 3 or 4 days after D-Day, they had a big gun at Le Havre, 20 mile away. It must have been on a track. It had the range of this area where we were. This one shell come right near the ship, but the shell exploded before it struck. The shrapnel went through, across where I was. These 2 mariners, they were in the butcher's shop. One lost a leg, I found out afterwards, and the other died. A week or so later, Arthur was watching a destroyer passing close by. I was smoking a fag on the catapult before I went down on watch, 10 to 8 in the morning. This destroyer went by, all the lads on the top deck, V sign, all like this. As the men were waving their greetings, their destroyer hit a mine. This was most likely HMS Swift, which was sunk on the 24th of June with 53 casualties. The explosion was so powerful that it broke the Swift in half. Robert Fitzgerald of the 1st Battalion Canadian Scottish Regiment was preparing to transfer from a ship onto a landing barge when a German aircraft made a dive-bombing attack. I said to the chap on the barge, "Was that a Stuka that went over?" And he said, "Aye, it were." He said, "I just shook me fist at him." And I said, "He never got me in Liverpool or London, and he ain't going to get me yet," and the beggar missed. The man's reaction made Robert think that, with people like that, we're going to win this war. Ray Smith, who was aboard the destroyer HMS Middleton, said that after D-Day we were patrolling along the coast for German E-boats. We got engaged by quite a few of those. Unfortunately, we had one of our seamen killed fighting against them. They were very fast, and armed with either pom-poms or Oerlikon guns. They were pretty active, and they were a job to hit because of the speed they were going. But I think we managed to sink one or two. After the troops were inland about 6 miles, we were no more use, said Gordon Painter of the Belfast. Couldn't carry on bombarding, or else we'd be killing our own chaps, and so they sent us ashore to do a bit of clearing up on the beaches. The main clearing up had been done. We had time and that to walk up onto the front of the beach, and the houses had all been bombed and shelled. We went into some of the houses that had been absolutely shattered, blown to bits. I picked up 1 or 2 souvenirs, I picked up a couple of German letters. I assume they were written to their French girlfriends. Naval firepower had been critical for supporting the troops who established the beachhead, but now the tactical air forces came into their own. We kept on going over to clear these roads, and so it went on day after day, said Typhoon pilot John Golly. Deadly attacks by Allied fighter-bombers became so common, German soldiers would describe them as Jabotod, death by Jabo, which was an abbreviation of the German word for a fighter-bomber, Jagdbomber. The panzer divisions were often on the end of these aerial attacks. We were constantly attacked by fighter-bombers, said Herbert Meyer of the Panzerlehr. I thought at first, because I had assumed that we still had an air force, that these were all German aircraft. They were constantly attacking us. One evening we went into a village, and we were the last vehicle there, with all the camouflage on top. We were still relatively inexperienced, so we had leaves, twigs on top, and of course on the street we were particularly conspicuous. But dusk came in, and then 4 more Jabos came. But they still saw us. Then they turned around. Instead of running right and left, we walked straight ahead like into a sort of field and lay down in the little ditches. I still see the shoes of my comrades there in front of me, and then they came. They fired, sort of brrr, flew over us, and so on. I'd been counting. The first flew over, then the second one came, and then he fired too. The third fired as well, but the fourth only flew away over us. And then we raised our heads, and of course our vehicle was already engulfed in flames. So there we were, on the evening of the invasion, and we had already lost our first vehicle, and we weren't even at the front yet. As well as searching for targets of opportunity, the fighter-bombers worked in concert with the ground troops and their embedded fighter controllers. We'd patrol the line, said John Golly, and there'd be a light armoured car with an army officer in it, and he'd call us up, and our call sign was Archduke. He would identify the target. The army would fire a coloured smoke shell onto the target. He would give us a grid reference, and we would dive straight down on the target. John recalled one interaction with the forward air controller. "Hello, Archduke Leader, are you receiving me? Loud and clear, old boy. Are you religious? Not terribly, old chap. Why? I've got a church for you this morning." Because of their height and commanding views, church steeples were favoured positions of snipers and artillery observers. Normandy's churches had survived for centuries, but many were destroyed or damaged during the campaign. While some air and artillery controllers operated on the ground, others flew in slow-moving aircraft above the battlefield. Roy Crane, who was flying Typhoons, said of the spotter plane crews, "I had the greatest admiration for them, because I think they had the most dangerous job in the war. They did lose a lot of people, but they did provide us with very valuable information." As well as the danger of small arms fire from the ground, pilots had to contend with anti-aircraft artillery known as flak to the airmen. "These black puffs would sort of appear," said Typhoon pilot Kenneth Trott, "and I'll say this much for the Germans, they always got the height right. And you could hear it above an aircraft engine, so you can imagine how close that used to be sometimes. You knew they'd got their height, so you either pulled up high or you went down low. My wing commander took us out on a trip one evening after lodgement day. We were going on an armed reconnaissance south of Caen. It was in the evening and dusk was approaching. Suddenly this flak started up. And I mean, you've been to a firework display. You know what a firework display is like. That's what it was like, and I thought, oh, good grief. He's not taken us into that lot. The wing was ordered to make a 180-degree turn, but their commander paid a price for being at the head of the formation. When we formed up again, he'd been shot down. The fighter and fighter-bomber pilots were also in danger between their missions, as they were based in Normandy as soon as airfields could be established. This drastically increased the number of missions that they could undertake in a day, but also brought them in the range of German guns, as well as making them a tempting target for the Luftwaffe, who knew that it was far easier to destroy planes on the ground than in the air. The Luftwaffe's Normandy missions were almost always nighttime affairs. This was to avoid the constant waves of fighters that roamed the skies in daylight, and with so many men and so much material packed into the tight beachhead, there was a high probability that their bombs and cannons would find a mark. The nighttime sorties also robbed Allied soldiers of what little sleep they had. John Golly recalled a daylight attack on his aerodrome by 3 low-flying aircraft causing damage and resulting in casualties. A member of John's ground crew was wounded in the throat and saved by a doctor who placed a glass tube into his windpipe. "I remember having to hold the thing together," said John. "He was pumping out blood and I didn't like blood, being a bit of a sensitive character, so when the doctor put my hands on his windpipe to hold the glass in position, I looked the other way. And I looked the other way until we got him to the hospital." He considered the pilots to be very brave. They would have known that there was a good chance that they were flying their final mission. Considering the Luftwaffe squadrons were already low on pilots and aircraft, the daylight raid on John's airfield would have been a calculated risk. Their loss was deemed worthwhile if they could destroy the Typhoons that were causing so much destruction on the German panzer divisions. The war for air superiority had already been lost, but there was still a chance that the Wehrmacht could win the ground war. The push from gold. Snipers like William Hanna came into their own in the weeks following D-Day. Although he was armed with a telescopic sight for his standard Lee-Enfield .303 caliber rifle and capable of hitting targets at ranges of 600 yards or more, it was rare that this kind of sniping occurred in Normandy. One reason was the terrain. High hedgerows, copses and woods, and sunken roads limited range of sight. Intact church towers were increasingly rare. While the German snipers were able to wait for an advancing enemy leaving cover, the British snipers used their skills honed under the tutelage of men like Lord Lovat to stalk into no man's land, where they could lie in position for days, gathering intelligence on troop numbers, routines, fighting positions, enemy weaponry, and even the individual habits of the soldiers. As the Wehrmacht had a mixture of battle-hardened and fresh troops, identifying the less experienced could prove particularly useful for night raids, when small groups of British soldiers would snatch a prisoner from the enemy lines. Night raids were a staple of the British, who had honed the practice during the First World War. Usually led by an officer and taking a few picked men, the raids could be anything from stealthy reconnaissance to a prisoner snatch to sowing general mayhem and confusion by lobbing grenades and shouting orders to give the impression of a wider attack. These raids were believed to be important for strengthening the fighting spirit of a regiment, and though they could be incredibly dangerous, unit war diaries are filled with entries describing such tasks. "We were selective with our targets," said William. "We weren't so much interested in the ordinary infantry soldier." William had been taught to identify German soldiers by their rank and insignia. His priorities were officers, senior NCOs, and specialists, such as mortar fire controllers. If you just had the head exposed, you aimed at the head. Or if you had a full body exposure, you'd go for somewhere near the heart. There was no shoot to wound. William recalled some of his successful shoots. "It was a German O group. I was in no man's land, and there was a German officer, and they had a map out, and they were viewing the countryside and doing their reconnaissance." The snipers hit their mark, and the other men scattered. Sometimes it was difficult to see how effective your shooting was, because you obviously couldn't go up and have a look at the body. You couldn't confirm it. You were quite sure in your mind you got a hit. You could see the guy going to the ground, but how can you say you killed him? He may have crapped himself, he may have gone to ground and taken cover, and people do survive the most horrific wounds. Given that their targets were often not engaged directly in battle, the role of a sniper required a strong degree of detachment. But this did not equate to heartlessness, merely a willingness to do what needed to be done. This certainly rang true for William. He and his comrades had compassion towards the ordinary German soldier, and he recalled one incident that greatly shocked them all. We were in a location just in front of a wood, and in the wood there was a German position. Suddenly we saw a crowd of Germans, I'm not quite sure how many. They were coming out of the wood with their hands up and their weapons down, and they were obviously ready to surrender. And they were making their way towards our position to surrender. And suddenly we heard firing. And we saw these Germans with their hands up going to ground, and we thought, none of our chaps are shooting prisoners. There's nobody firing around our location. We then discovered it was the Germans shooting their own troops. The SS was in that location as well, and they shot their own troops because they were surrendering. This boiled the blood of the British soldiers. Their reaction when they saw that happening, they said, Christ, the bastards are shooting their own men. And our blokes were concerned about the Germans. The ones that wanted to surrender were being shot up. Not long after, the Hampshires took the wood where the SS had fired from. And when they took the position, they didn't take any prisoners. They gave the SS what for. That's typical British soldier, though, William said. Typical British soldier. This sentiment was echoed by Ronald White, also of the Hampshires. The actual German servicemen we didn't mind. We captured them. He was like us. He was doing his job. It was the SS and the Gestapo people we had no time for whatsoever. We had no quarter with them. Ronald served as an NCO in an anti-tank platoon, and recalled the peril from German snipers in the Normandy bocage. They were everywhere, up in trees, tied up in trees. In houses, we used to dread snipers more than anything else. You never knew where they were, how far away they were. German artillery was also deadly with its accuracy. Every time we moved on a little lane, fire came down immediately. They heard the tanks or cars start up, and fire came down. The German defenders had spent their time before the invasion well, recording targets so that fire could be brought down onto positions that the Allies would use as they moved forwards. Ronald recalled discovering one of their forward observation positions. As we advanced in this orchard, we found a huge tower built of wood. At the top of the tower was a painting of the terrain with the ranges measured for woods, roads, and other points. From this vantage position, a German forward observation officer could bring down artillery quickly and accurately on any sight or sound of a British advance. The solution was to avoid all likely routes and approaches. Rather than using roads, the Hampshires began blowing holes through the thick hedgerows. We advanced across country, and that surprised him. He had all the ranges for the roads, but not the fields in between, and that started the comeback for us. Instead of using roads, we went straight across country at them. As though snipers and artillery weren't enough for the British infantry to deal with, there was also the presence of the panzers. In the close confines of the Normandy terrain, the enemy tanks would be almost on top of the soldiers before they saw them. You imagine 100 metres away was hedgerows and trees. You couldn't see a thing. You would just hear them, and until they'd come close to the hedgerow. Then you'd see the top of the turret of this tank, which we had a go at that, we did. I think our platoon got about 6 of them. My gun got 2. One day, Ronald and his gun team faced one of the greatest fears of Allied soldiers, a Tiger tank. I was on a roadway right in the open, nowhere else I could go, and he was coming straight towards us. It was then that Ronald saw a beautiful sight. American armour. The Sherman tanks come up in the field alongside us, and the Tiger retreated and went back, which I'm glad he did, because we couldn't have shot it. The armour in front was so thick you could never penetrate a Tiger tank, not from the front. I said my prayers that day. 22-year-old John Donnelly was a gunner in 1st Royal Tank Regiment and had already served in the desert. On the 13th of June, his tank went into action at Villers-Bocage. This battle was part of Operation Perch, an advance to the southeast of Caen. On the 12th of June, the German line had broken between Caen and Saint-Lô as the US 1st Infantry Division advanced against the point where the positions of the 352nd Infantry Division met those of the Panzer Lehr. This left an 8-mile gap in the German line between La Belle Épine in the north and Caumont in the south. Montgomery hoped to exploit this gap and sent the 7th Armoured Division through to encircle Caen. The next day, 7th Armoured pushed southwest to Villers-Bocage, a junction town through which they had to pass to seize the important heights at Point 213, which dominated the surrounding area. The lead vehicles reached the town by 0830. By 0900 they had passed through it, having faced only minor resistance, and took Point 213 with their lead tanks. While waiting for the rest of the division to arrive, the vanguard halted. They were strung out in a column, and an inviting target for counterattack by the 101st SS Heavy Panzer Battalion. "They were massacred," said John. "Apparently this German officer had shot the first one, shot the last one, and then he went down and shot the whole blinking lot, and they got practically wiped out." The German officer was probably Panzer Ace Michael Wittmann, who brought his force of Tiger tanks to the counterattack, moving between Villers-Bocage and Hill 213. 4 of the Tigers were knocked out, but the British lost 53 armoured vehicles. Wittmann and his crew were killed in an ambush by Canadian and British tanks on the 8th of August. John Donnelly scored his own tank kill at Villers-Bocage. "The Germans started an attack. Our troop was left on a little hillock. It was our first engagement with a Tiger tank. It came right across an open field to make for a clump of trees. I fired on it and I was disgusted. You just seen your blinking AP shells ricocheting off it, no penetration at all. It went into this wood, but this silly man came out again, reversed out this German, so we hit him really hard and his crew bailed out. It didn't go fire, but we must have damaged it because it wouldn't move." John was promoted following the action, and his tank commander was awarded the Military Cross. Lacking reinforcements, the British withdrew from Villers-Bocage on the 14th of June. After initially being liberated with little damage, the town would now be pummeled by a force of more than 300 RAF bombers, as well as fighter bombers. "Whole wings were going, all through the day, firing rockets," said Typhoon pilot Roy Crane. "I personally went 4 times in one day, and each time fired 8 rockets into Villers-Bocage. And yet I go there now, 50-odd years after, and never once has a French person said to me, 'You killed a lot of our people as well.' They only give us so much thanks for the support we gave." On the same day that the British withdrew from Villers-Bocage, the 9th Battalion Durham Light Infantry were ordered into an attack at Langèvre. Major John Mogg said, "I heard afterwards that when Colonel Woods had the order, he said, 'Brigadier, you know, if we do this, we will have a tremendous number of casualties. We ought to do this attack at night, and we ought to have much more time for reconnaissance.' And the Brigadier said, 'I know that, but I have been told that this is a desperately important battle. We've got to get this village. We've got to go, so the breakout can continue from the beachhead. And if we don't do it now, we may well find that the opposition is stiffening up all the time, so we've got to do it.' The 9th advanced with the 6th DLI on their left. All 4 companies of the 9th were up on the attack, with 2 on each flank. We were supported by tanks of 4th, 7th Dragoon Guards, who were utterly magnificent. They were out to the flank and shooting us in. As we crossed the start line, all hell broke loose from our own side, Typhoons and the artillery barrage and the tanks all shooting up the enemy positions in the wood. You could see the ground literally dance in front of you, and the trees were coming down, and I thought to myself, good Lord, Nobody could ever live in that thing. We went through the corn. We marched about halfway across the corn with still this barrage going on, but suddenly you saw the odd Geordie dropping in the corn. John received a message from the CO over the radio. He said, "We are running into terrible trouble here on the left. All the A Company officers are casualties. I'm trying to get on with B Company." On the right flank, C Company became involved in hand-to-hand fighting. We got into the woods, and we discovered afterwards that during the bombardment the Germans had got their machine guns on fixed lines, and they had a string attachment to the machine gun so that they could lie on the bottom of their foxholes and then just pull the trigger, and the machine gun shot in enfilade fire right across this corn. By the time that we got into the woods, C Company had lost quite a few chaps. I passed D Company through, and we got into the village, again supported by these marvellous 4th, 7th tanks, who took every risk and were with us all the way. The village was a scene of utter destruction. The church was in ruins, buildings had collapsed, and there was very heavy shelling coming from the far side of the village. It was during this time that John received tragic news about his beloved CO. I had a message to say that Humphrey Woods had been killed. It filled me with utter despair to start with. Then I realized I must do something about it. John, now in command of the battalion, pulled together the commanders of the supporting units and his own officers to hold an orders group. Soon after, the enemy launched an attack to recapture the village. The first counterattack of enemy tanks came in. Luckily, no infantry. John had sighted his anti-tank guns on the road, which proved a mistake. All the German tanks had to do was shoot straight down the road, and they destroyed our anti-tank guns. And we lost the only 3 anti-tank guns that we had there. They were destroyed, and most of the crew was shot up too. Luckily, the 4th, 7th Dragoons had placed their tanks in enfilade, and as the Panther tanks came down the road, they brewed up 4 of these straight away, which was the most extraordinary sight. John remembered a phrase from his training, "Dominate the battlefield," and issued more orders in the wake of the counterattack. We'd seen these German tanks ahead of us milling about on the other side, so I thought, well, we better take a patrol out and see where these tanks are. And stupidly I went with Sergeant Jordan and Roy Griffiths from D Company and 2 other soldiers. We crept along the bank, using the best of cover, until we poked our nose over, and there was the first Tiger tank we'd seen, and another Panther tank. John ordered the PIAT man to fire on the Tiger, and the Geordie looked at me in horror. In fact, it was Roy Griffiths, and he said, "I've never fired one of these bloody things before." And that really is a lesson, because he had carried that thing the whole way from England across the Channel, and the first time he wanted to use it, he'd never even fired it. So there's a lesson there for somebody, that you must not have any leaks in your training. John had fired several PIATs himself and took over. His shot was a success. We brewed up the first tank, and I can see now the German officer rushing out of it and 2 other chaps getting out of the driving seat. So we thought it was time for us to go, and I have never run quite so fast in my life. John believes that this was the first recorded instance of a Tiger tank being destroyed by a PIAT. His men repulsed a second counterattack that afternoon, and at around 17:30 a message came from Brigade HQ that the battalion's position would be taken over by another unit. I can't tell you how relieved we were. Once they were pulled out of the line, the extent of the 9th DLI's casualties became horribly clear. The full number of casualties were 22 officers and 222 soldiers. This was from a strength of some 590 men. People will say, was it worth it? The only thing I can say is that we obeyed our orders, we captured the village, and therefore it was a major strategic and tactical advantage to the division, and it enabled the other battalions to pour through the gap. And so you'll have to make up your own mind whether it was worth it or it wasn't worth it. I just felt terrible that all those young Durham soldiers, and when you go and look at the cemeteries there, you look and you are amazed at the ages of some of them, 18s, 19s, 20s, and the worst thing, in a way, was having two battalions aside each other on this attack, because 6th Battalion had quite a lot of casualties as well. All of them came from more or less the same area, such as Newcastle, Gateshead, Sunderland, all those parts of the world. A lot of them were splendid miners and mining families from mining villages, and to have all those casualties at once. The morale of those people in the Durham area and the Northumberland area was obviously very, very low at having so many casualties and relatives in one battalion. I tried to write to every officer's next of kin, and the officers wrote to every soldier's next of kin, and that took quite a lot of time. John received a DSO for his actions that day. He remained in the army until 1976 and retired with the rank of general. George Eliot also served in the Durhams. An NCO in the 10th Battalion, he had joined the army in 1932. In 1940, as a member of the British Expeditionary Force, George was one of the men evacuated from Dunkirk. Now he had returned to France. We moved from the beach through Bayeux. We saw the notices of the 51st and the 50th Divisions, and we passed through them. When we went through, these lads, they looked very tired. We could see on the higher ground where tanks had been knocked out, the odd one here, the odd one there. We dug in and I got the lads the meal, but before I was able to make tea, I saw a farmhouse, and I went up to the farm and asked if I could have some water from his well, and he refused point blank. And I was offering to pay him in the occupation money, and I offered to pay him the money for the water, and he refused point blank. So I took a couple of 36 grenades out of my pouches, and I said if I couldn't have water, he couldn't have water, and when he saw the grenades, he let me have the water. I paid him for it, but I had to threaten him with grenades in his well. I said, back to France again. Typical. George then spotted a booby-trapped hay cart and reported it to the engineers. The next morning, the 10th DLI went into action. There was an artillery barrage, and we were told that if there were any difficulties with the enemy, we only had to ring up for the Air Force, and the Air Force would come in, and this was joy to me after being at Dunkirk, just to ring up and say, we want an aeroplane. And on top of that, at various times, there was just aircraft circling, waiting. Typhoons, they were just waiting for instructions. The attack was also supported by the warships off the coast. When we went in, we were the left flank company, and my platoon was the reserve platoon for the company. The platoon's sections also operated in this 2 up, 1 back formation. We were being fired on, but not as severe as the right-hand companies. They were receiving a bit of a hammering, and I saw quite a number of people fall. It didn't take long for George's company to reach the village of Saint-Pierre. There was a tank which had been hit. I don't know if it was one of ours or one of the Germans. The turret was on the ground with half the body of a crew in it, and the other half was still in the tank. George's platoon pushed on until they reached an orchard. At this point, they had taken 1 casualty, a badly wounded private soldier. The stretcher-bearers behind us took him away. More casualties followed when a machine gun opened up on the platoon. 2 men went down. They were both dying, but we couldn't stop to look after them. We just shouted for stretcher-bearers. The 2 mortally wounded men were close friends. We went forward again for about another 300 or 400 yards. The men had now entered the bocage country, small pastures surrounded by thick hedgerows and woods and sunken roads. There was a lot of woods. We went forward to the edge of a field, and we were told to stop. That was the end of the advance. The company was then pulled back to the orchard and immediately set about digging in. In the woods ahead of them were 2 dead snipers. They were hanging from trees. Later that day, 2 prisoners came into the position. Having just lost friends to enemy fire, the men in the company did not take kindly to their presence. They got very ugly, if you like. They wanted to see their boots off. George, the sergeant major, and officers had to point their weapons at their own men to stop them from killing the prisoners. The lads couldn't understand why, you see, and we explained to them. We might get information from them which would save our men's lives. And these youngsters, they were so worked up at being in action, and they realized that we were doing the correct thing. That night, George was ordered to go out and find the 2 men who had been mortally wounded. Any dead, we were to bury them there and then, and if there was any wounded, to bring them in. I went to the forward part of the bocage where I knew we'd left Private Prest and Lance Corporal Ward. But when we got there, both Prest and Ward, their bodies had vanished. But there was also the bodies of some other DLI lying there who had been killed the same day. I think there was 3. But they weren't from my platoon, and I didn't recognize them. George's party was then discovered by the enemy. The Germans opened up. A barrage came up, so I told the lads to get back under cover. Whilst this fire went on, George took the dead soldiers' dog tags and emptied their pockets of anything that would be of use to the Germans. I saw there were some weapons slits, so I took the bodies, wrapped them in a ground sheet, and buried them where they were. George did all this while still under fire. When he returned to the platoon, he was told that they'd be going into action again the next morning. We went over the same ground that we'd already taken. Luckily, we had no casualties. They were then once again told to withdraw, this time to the village. To me, this is crackers. After this action, George was asked to provide a Bren group to support another platoon. They were all killed, he said. George was himself wounded as he moved between positions. I felt my arm go numb, and when I looked, I'd received a bullet through the front of the arm. I was back in England the next day. The 2 men who would never return home were 19-year-old Kenneth Prest, the son of Percy and Florence and the husband of Anne, and 21-year-old Thomas Ward, who had been named after his father. Thomas also left behind his mother, Mary, and his wife, Doris. Their young lives cut short, the 2 soldiers were buried in Normandy soil. The push from Juno. Siegfried Hans Siegel commanded 8th Panzer Company of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, which was known for its fanatical devotion to the Führer. On the night from 5th to 6th, we were alarmed at 4 o'clock in the morning and had to go ready to fight. We stayed nearly 18 kilometers southeast of Caen. We started moving north, but after 20 kilometers we had the order to stop. We were held in this area for the next 12 hours and started during the night to the left side of Caen because our headquarters didn't know if it was the real invasion or a diversionary operation. In the earlier morning the following day, I arrived with a few of my tanks, perhaps 5, at Caen. When I arrived, I was ordered by a regiment commander to take a motorcycle and to go in the direction of the coast to look for Allied forces. After I have gone about 1 kilometer, perhaps, I was shot at. I stopped and waited, and later my tanks arrived at my position. Hans then led those tanks in an attack on the Allied lines. But despite inflicting heavy casualties, they were unable to push them back all the way to the beaches. Had they been sent forward on D-Day itself, things might have been different. An early and energetic use of our forces might have changed things, he said. One of the men opposing the 12th SS Panzer Division was Jim Parks of the Winnipeg Rifles. They had taken Puteaux-en-Bessin by around noon on the 7th of June, meeting only slight resistance. But on the 8th of June, the Winnipeg Rifles were attacked by elements of the 12th SS Panzer Division, supported by German snipers. In the heavy attritional fighting, Puteaux was lost, then taken again after a counterattack by the Brigade Reserve. Casualties on both sides were high. Describing the fighting, Jim said, "That was pretty hectic for a couple of days, getting overrun like that. We didn't know where the heck they were. They would pop up, you'd fire, and they'd be gone. They'd fire, and you'd be gone. We ended up with 156 casualties on the beach, that's killed and wounded. Over 3 or 4 days, another 80 or 90 wounded or killed." After that, Jim remembered things getting a bit quieter. He was in a ditch at the village of Bruay when his brother Jack, who was in the same platoon, told him his school friend Izzy Friedman was also in the ditch nearby. The next time Jim saw Izzy was on the 8th of July. A shell hit his trench. I'd seen him the day before, and he was killed the next day. This happened quite often. Jim had many close calls with death. I remember this one time I was looking for cover, and I got caught out in the open. I ran, got my foot on a windowsill, I ducked, and the shell landed behind me and blew me through the window. Next thing I remember, I was sitting at the regimental aid post with a cup of tea in my hand, thinking, how the hell did I get here? Philip Branson, a British officer, saw the result of the actions that Jim had fought in when clearing the outskirts of a village. On the edge of some woods, he noticed the deathly silence and looked round for German activity. We came across a pile of bodies, literally a pile of bodies.